The next night it was time. Preparations for everything were ready. The sun had gone down just a bit before the kids would be actively partying, so I walked right into the apartment complex. I had spent the morning getting everyone set for their roles and coming up with a strategy. Hopefully it would be enough. So I entered the apartment complex, noticing the many cameras hanging around the lobby. The lack of people hanging around like there tended to be in apartment buildings like this. I also noticed the stairs were closed off. A heavy-duty security gate. More interesting was the fact the ground floor stairs didn't have a stairway down into the apartment's basement. I smirked. This might actually be easier than I expected. I went to the elevator, which didn't have the security shards you would find in higher-level apartments, so it opened without issue. It did, I noticed, have a newer control pad. The netrunner had obviously wanted to be able to shut down the elevator as he wanted. But it took me up to the roof, why wouldn't it? I was just a teenager here to see the party after all. As I stepped out, I looked over the gathered crowd. Old couches, and some beach chairs scattered around, an actual fire pit made out of a barrel. I didn't even want to guess at what they were burning in there. The crowd was my focus though. I needed to know who the leaders were. Not the leader of the gang, who I knew to be some old guy, just a thief using kids as muscle. No, I needed to know who led the kids. Who was it they all looked up to and respected? But since I wasn't a street kid in the same way all of these teens were, I had delegated. My new assistant would be here to back me up. Of course I noticed him right away. The gonk was actually selling BDs like usual. I rolled my eyes as I walked up behind Knox and peeked over his shoulder as he was holding open his backpack full of BD wrappers. Hey BD's nice. Got anything good? I asked in a joking tone, pretending not to know what he was selling, as Knox suddenly smiled at my appearance and nodded. A few things you might like, he said with a funny smirk. Thanks for letting me know about the party, I replied simply, confirming our little lie. Who's your customer? I asked, looking up at the boy that Knox had been speaking with. He was about what I expected from a street kid teenager. Total poser. He was wearing a jacket that was modeled after some action movie star from the last couple years. Which I only recognized because I had seen one of the movies on the TV and it was meh. Richard Steele, he said, and I nodded along despite the fact I knew his last name wasn't Steele. He was in the NCPD database. Richard Gonzalez. Minor theft, and a record for Grand Theft Auto. Heck, kid went out on a joyride with some gonk's car. But if that was what he wanted for his street name, it didn't bother me. Knox, my man, you didn't tell me you were bringing a pretty girl. Ever hung out with a gang before? Richard asked, turning to me with a smile. I literally had to keep from bursting out laughing. He was flirting with me. Badly. Ah. It was like a puppy growling trying to act tough. Once or twice. Family connections to the claws. Have I heard of your gang before? I asked as I settled into the seat next to Knox. Not yet. But straight-lane shooters will be all over Night City eventually, he demanded with the overconfidence of a teenager with a gun. Knox had done his job perfectly. I had asked him to head up an hour or so before I arrived, and find the leader of the kids, and point him out to me. He had done just that. Richard Steele was a bit of a blowhard, I could tell, but he had a certain overconfidence, and more importantly there were eyes on him. Plenty of the kids were seated around him like he was the one in charge, looking to him, and letting him talk. He was the most popular kid here, with a clique of friends all wanting to hang out with him. What was funnier is that I guess he wasn't bad looking for a teenager, but there were a few narrowed eyes from some of the girls sitting around us, glaring at me. Don't worry girls, not my type. Probably spent too much time in front of a mirror every morning. I'll look forward to it. I've always wondered, how did it all work? I mean, how does a bunch of street kids end up with so much iron? I asked, nodding my head to one of the gangers that had an Ajax assault rifle across his lap as he chatted up a cute girl. That sort of hardware obviously wasn't standard street kid fare. I mean, not everyone was a gamer like me. Huh. Our boss is an amazing planner. He set us up, we ended up klepping a weapon shipment, most of it was sold off, but we got to keep plenty of iron, he said as he reached into his jacket and to my surprise pulled out a TKI-20 Shingen. A smart SMG. A very expensive smart SMG. That was actually a pretty dangerous weapon for anyone not wearing good armor, an ECM, or good enough, subdermal. Nice iron. I couldn't help but compliment him and mean it. Although I noticed his hands as he put it away. He didn't actually have the Smart Link Chrome to use the smart system. It would be a dangerous SMG but not the homing bullet monster that it could be. Interesting. Heh, it's just one of the benefits of being SLS. He called out, and it took me a minute to realize that SLS meant straight-lane shooters. Thankfully I was using cold blood to keep calm, otherwise I would have been giggling up a storm. Knox thankfully knew what I was here for, and distracted the conversation, saving me from awkward flirting as he cut in and started talking up his wares again. I fell back out of the conversation, not disappearing as I listened to Richard talk to Knox, and the general conversations around. Although Richard really was focusing too much on me. Something Knox had obviously noticed, and was trying to distract him. Thanks, Knox. You're saving me from awkward flirting right now, I won't forget it. It was almost time. Eventually, Knox actually made a sale of my BD. The Maelstrom assault was apparently interesting, I guess. Afterwards I made a motion with my head, and Knox, rather than trying to sell any more, headed to the elevator. I watched to make sure it actually opened for him, and once he was gone I gave him another minute or two to hit the ground floor. His job was done. Thankfully I was still interesting enough that Richard didn't wander away, instead flirting and offering me a beer, which I took but wasn't going to actually drink. Instead, after waiting long enough for Knox to get out of the building, I asked a question. So who's your boss? I don't see him around. I say as I lean back and watch the kid's reaction. He frowned a bit. The boss is busy, and doesn't deal with the gang directly except through me. I get the gigs, and I hand them out. He said, suddenly shifting from a happy teenager flirting around to a street kid sensing something is off. Cool, then I'll chat with you. Why do you work for this older gonk and his netrunner buddy? You gotta know they plan on just using you as muscle? That eventually you are going to piss off someone that doesn't care you're all kids. My question was loud enough the whole rooftop seemed to hear it, as a lot of the conversation went quiet. The kids sitting around Richard all focusing on me, noticing something was up. I wasn't following the script Richard was expecting. Suddenly I wasn't just a cute girl to flirt with, and he was the big gangbanger. I was dangerous. Especially since I went cold, shifting myself just so, in the way that my perk knowledge from Fearless Chill prompted me. The movement would suddenly turn me into a predator, a fearless creature, despite being in their home. The fuck are you on about? Morgan and V3L0 City are the only reason we have the eddies and iron to protect ourselves. He nearly shouted back, not just at me, but at the crowd. Seems the kids weren't all happy with their older overlord, and Richard was trying to hype them up. Protect yourselves? From what? Another poser gang? Or just a street gang down the street? They aren't threats anyways. You are playing in the big leagues, any merc would chew through all of you like a meat grinder. I tell them honestly as I lean in. You've been taking expensive gigs. The sort of gigs that people notice. The sort of gigs that the people you stole from don't just pretend never happened. Like they do for the minor shit, I explained bluntly. If anyone is gonk enough to come after us, we have security and plenty of iron. He said, glaring, and his hand only inches from reaching for his gun. Cute. The gonk thought he could quick draw me? I snorted, I really did, unable to resist. You mean all the security systems that are set up to tell the netrunner he has someone on his ass so he can escape? I asked. The elevator alone had told me what the plan was. There was a basement in the apartment complex. One that was on Wakako's old blueprints, obviously the best place to hide the netrunner. Secure it down and create an exit, and boom, you have the best defended place for him. With a bit of remodeling, the fact the stairs no longer actually led into the basement, stopping anyone from being able to access the basement, and boom. Underground bunker. The kids might not realize it, but I did. Ping had shown me the truth of the netrunner's plans. I was lucky that I had trained so much on sneaking my quick hack into systems. The netrunner had never noticed. And because of it, and Malcolm's eyes, we already won. He just didn't know it yet. These kids weren't being crafted into a future big gang. They were just a meat wall and muscle, a smokescreen, and a useful crew to pick up loot. At least that's my assumption. I didn't have much faith some older guys would actually care about the street kids. Either way, I was sure the Netrunner had an escape plan. Which is why I was up here. On the roof, dragging all the attention to me. What the hell are you playing at? Richard demanded, standing up and trying to loom over me. Looking aggressive, but of course failing as only a teenage boy could. Thinking they were so much more intimidating than they are. My eyes flashed gold for a half second as I blinked. Sending a text. Simple. I'm one of those mercs that are here to kill your Netrunner, and boss. I explained calmly, letting that fact ripple through the crowd. Then I moved. The poor kid had already shown me exactly where his shingen was holstered. I had him locked down within a second, my strength for once actually surpassing an enemy, chrome arms, and my high body gave me the advantage, and skill took care of the rest. He was locked down, his shingen in my hand as I held it up to his temple. Unlike Richard, the first had a smart link, and it was pretty cool, the first time I had connected with a smart weapon. But I had bigger problems. The entire crew on the roof were glaring at me, guns gathering together. You won't get out of here. Richard grunted and I shook his head. Who said I'm going anywhere? I asked, and it wasn't long after that an explosion was heard downstairs. It was in the lobby, but only I knew that. My team was on it. I grinned as I felt the tension ratchet up. Let Richard go. A girl said, holding a Satara at her hip, glaring at me. The elevator is already shut down, you're trapped. I had planned on keeping them occupied a bit longer, but why bother? Not when I am given such a perfect line. Silly girl. You think I'm trapped up here with you. But it's the opposite. I've trapped you up here with me. Well, at least somewhat. I tell her with a wink as I back up, hauling Richard along with me as a shield, causing all the kids to follow after me. What are you doing? Richard nearly squealed as I brought him right up to the ledge around the roof. Hey Richard? Your people are actually pretty protective of you. We'll talk after all this is over, okay? No reason to have any of your chums die tonight. So just stay up here until the bullets stop. I told him simply, and then I pushed him forward and stepped backwards up onto the ledge, and then took another step backwards, staring into the faces of all the teens looking at me in shock. And leapt. Richard Steele. This night wasn't going how it was supposed to. It was supposed to be another party, another show of how much better things are now that they joined the SLS. Now that Richard worked with V3L0 City, and Morgan. Morgan the old man was the face, since V3L0 City was a hermit never leaving the net. But it had been going so well. Eddies, guns, respect. He had it all. Sure, he knew Morgan and V3L0 City weren't planning on sticking around forever. But that was fine, Richard would drain them for their intel until his gang were strong. The cold kiss of his own weapon against his temple told him just how little he was prepared. Who was this girl? Hey Richard? She prompted, taking his full attention. Not that he wasn't already very aware of his position with the way she had grappled his arm behind his back and gun against his face. Your people are actually pretty protective of you. We'll talk after all this is over, okay? No reason to have any of your chums die tonight. So just stay up here until the bullets stop. What? What dash? He gasped as his wrist was pushed forward, forcing him to practically fall forward, and then he was free. He turned just in time to see that crazy purple-haired girl step backwards, arms spread, and the brightest smile across her face. She fell off the roof. No way. He gasped as he rose up and peeked over, joining a few of his crew that were doing the same, only to watch as she was not only still alive, but actually leaping from broken pieces of the apartment, to air conditioners, to finally an old sign pole that she caught and spun herself around before dropping, landing on the ground in a crouch. She glanced up, and from this distance all he could see was her eyes glowing red in the neon lights of the street level. And then she was gone. Rushing down the street. Richard? Martin, check the elevator. It's locked down. You know V3LS rules. The moment he noticed trouble he would lock down. To protect himself. Yeah. I'll call Morgan, try to let him know. Just give me a second. He pulled out his agent from his pocket and started hammering at the number. That bitch had at least dropped his gun. That was so much fun. I was practically giggling as I raced to meet up with my chums. The plan overall was pretty simple. Gather up almost all of the gang's forces in one spot, and thanks to their own policy lock them down. I hadn't been sure if the Netrunner would lock down the elevator or not at first, but after confirming there was no other way down to the basement I had been sure. Although I hadn't actually blocked off the stairs. A grenade that was mostly smoke and flash at the base of the stairs had done a good job of keeping them clear for now. Besides, what teenager was going to think about the staircase? The building was 6 stories tall. I doubt any of them had ever even used the damn stairs. I was glad the elevator had been shut down though. I hadn't wanted to risk trying to hack it. If the Netrunner was any good, I might end up in serious trouble if I tried. But I hadn't needed to blow up the whole thing. The grenades Malcolm had tossed into the lobby, only after making sure it was empty, had done what I expected. The security the Netrunner had set up went on lockdown. Elevator was locked down, and without security shards or anything, obviously the kids wouldn't be able to activate it. Probably that had been done on purpose. One of the biggest risks the Netrunner had was the kids deciding to kill him after all. Then I would just parkour down the side of the building. I had already found multiple paths down the other night when I was scoping out the place. Then came the best part. See, Itchy, Malcolm, and Hiromi were hanging out the back of Itchy's truck with my favorite girl HMG. They would keep the front of the apartment complex locked down, and make it seem like we were preparing to assault the Netrunner. What would a coward do when confronted like this? He would run. I giggled as I raced across the street to an office building just across the way. My ping the other night had revealed all the security systems that were connected together by the Netrunner. Normally this wouldn't be that important, since I wasn't sneaking in, but Malcolm had noticed something weird. One of the lines of the security system had stretched across the street. With a short visit to the other building I had found the basement, and the odd little hatch hidden away in a corner of the basement. The hatch that was a recent construction, and had obviously been broken through the old concrete wall, and had a very familiar brand of security keypad attached to it. An escape hatch. So I jogged down, my chums were causing a commotion at the entrance, and looking at it from a camera it would look like an assault squad preparing to storm the place. The hatch hadn't been opened yet, and I settled into a dark corner of the basement to wait. It didn't take long, a few quiet minutes of waiting, though I was in a call with Hiromi confirming that everything was quiet at their end, when finally I heard it. Muffled footsteps echoing through the brickwork and hushed voices. I smirked as I waited, and then the hatch beeped open. A man stepped out. This wasn't the Netrunner. Morgan Fields was a tall man, he had chrome, but was no Borg. No, he hadn't ever been good enough for that. He had originally been a member of 6th Street so ex-army, but he had only been a private, even at the end of the last war. He hadn't ever amounted to anything, at least according to Wakako's information, and had fled from 6th Street after fucking up. He had gotten drunk and punched a higher-up in the gang. They hadn't liked that. So he had joined up with a chum of his V3L0 City. A Netrunner of some talent. Although really, he was just the face of the Netrunner who apparently hated disconnecting from the net. And as Morgan looked around, his eyes sliding right over where I was hiding, unable to pierce the darkness, V3L stepped out of the hatch. Stumbling a bit and actually shivering. The man was emaciated. Practically a skeleton in his suit. Unlike Morgan, he was a Borg. Almost everything chest up was chrome. Yeah, the guy was definitely a cyber psycho. Probably obsessed with being on the web. I gave you one job. V3L muttered out, his voice completely robotic. Keep everything quiet so I could net run. It's not the time, we need to move before whoever is after us catches up. Complain to me later. Morgan said as he grabbed the Netrunner's arm and started hauling him away. Which is when I stepped out and aimed my barrier. The first round was deafening in the enclosed space, but it certainly did its work, a massive hole blown into the Netrunner, putting him out of the fight, as I aimed and fired at Morgan. He was better than I thought. By the time the first round hit, he was already jumping to the side, causing my shot to miss as it blew a crater in the concrete wall. Fuck. He cursed as he shoved a weapon over the edge of the ancient steel machines littering the basement. Fuck. I dodged, and then rolled around just saving myself as the smart ammunition could track me all the way around the machine I was now hiding behind. The fucker had a Shingen too. You cocksucker. I'm gonna kill you for fucking V3L like that. He roared and I just went cold. I was probably going to get shot a few times here, but I just had to take out the fucker first. Unfortunately, my Karoshi had already lost track of him, Between each of our hurried movements, the software that let me tell where someone is through walls had lost track. So it was a gunfight with both of us hiding in the dark. Unfortunately, for Morgan, I was made for the dark. I rose up and started stalking, sticking to darkness and tight holes that I managed to slip through without too much effort as I crept closer and closer to where he should still be. And as I got closer, I tried to listen for something only for the ringing in my ears to block that sense. Note to self, earplugs, or a hearing protection in general. Couldn't deafen myself every time I used the barrier in an enclosed space like this. So I relied on my sight, and ninjutsu in general to stay hidden as I hugged the wall, circling around him. Until I saw him. He was looking around wildly, trying to find where I was. His buddy had been pulled into cover as well, and the Borg was seemingly laying there dead as white blood poured out around him. Poor guy, never even noticed me as I raised my barrier up. But then suddenly I felt it. An attack, and assault I had never experienced before. Instantly my mind went to defend it. I was being quick-hacked. My defenses rose up, the knowledge I had gained from a perk so long ago, the only thing stopping the program from instantly smashing my defenses. Cybersecurity. I hadn't even thought of the perk I had taken for level 2 quick hacks since I got it. But I was glad I did. It was the only reason I knew enough about defending myself that I didn't get immediately battered down. I couldn't even fire before Morgan was alerted, forcing me to leap backwards grunting as a smart round slammed into my side. That was probably a rib breaking. Damn it. I slipped back, trying to go for another angle, but the hack assault was so powerful. I was losing. Something slipped past me into my cyberdeck and spread around. I gasped as my arms spasmed, jerked, and literally sparked as a program was forced into my system, the assault so overwhelming I couldn't stop it before the effect already hit. Oh, that's where he was. Fuck, sneaky bast bitch. Fucking hell, that's just a girl. Morgan said as he walked over, turning the corner to see me on the floor gritting my teeth as my arms literally kept shocking me even as they turned and tweaked in weird angles. Barrier was still in my hand though. I just needed dash. Heh. He chuckled before raising the shingen and firing. I grunted and gasped as he dumped whatever rounds he had left in his magazine into my chest. My leotard blocked a few rounds here and there, but he was pumping plenty of holes into me. I couldn't breath. He turned and walked away even as I felt myself starting to die. The quick hack suddenly ended. They thought I was dead. I reached down with jerking hands and managed to grab a Mac stock. A few moments later, despite not having any air to breath in my lungs, I depressed it into my mouth and suddenly I was alive. I rolled over gasping quietly as I spat out blood clearing my lungs. I grabbed another Mac stock and huffed that one down too. Fuck. Fuck. I hadn't been thinking about the Netrunner. The Borged Netrunner, which meant until he was dead, he was still alive. People only die when they are killed, Motoko. I rose up angry. More at myself than anything, but maybe partially at the fucker that just shot me up. I turned the corner to see the bastard trying to carry his Netrunner chum out of the basement. Barrier barked twice, the surprise completely catching Morgan off guard. There was no attempts to jump away or gunfight this time. He was carrying his buddy and couldn't escape. Then I brought up my Lexington and dumped an entire mag into both of them. Then I reloaded my barrier and shot all 4 rounds into both bodies. Just to be sure. I checked them both after just to be sure and sighed when they were both very dead. 1000 XP gained. 750 XP gained. Fuck. I winced leaning against the machinery for a minute as I caught my breath, my chest aching with every breath. I probably had multiple broken ribs. What a massive fuck-up. I hadn't expected the Netrunner to survive after taking a barrier round to his back. It had almost cost me everything. I took a breath and let it out. I had to be better than this. I should have fired another round into the Netrunner while I was escaping. Should have made sure he was dead. I shook it off. I wasn't invincible. I would learn from this. I wiped myself down so I wasn't covered in blood and then zipped up my jacket. Looking at least semi-presentable, I took pictures of the 2 fuckers and sent it off to Wakako to confirm the gig was complete as I headed back out of the building towards my chums. They were still waiting at the entrance. Truck backed up and ready to be loaded up, but all of them were armed and ready in case the teenagers decided to cause problems. The Netrunner and his chum are dead. I called out as I walked up, doing my best not to stumble. Broken ribs hurt. Hiromi immediately fist pumped while hissing a yes as she bounced out of the truck. Great job, Motoko. I knew you could take care of those losers. She cheered and I winced. Yeah, well. Their netrunner was good. Better than I thought. I grumbled, which instantly made her start freaking out. I just waved her off. Broken rib, I think. I'll get checked out with Vic after. But we need to loot up. I'm gonna unlock the elevator, and then you guys are gonna be looting everything to the bedrock, while I unfortunately am stuck on guard duty. I told them as I walked past them into the building and towards the elevator. I was cautious about interfacing with anything that the net-running Borg had set up, so I hesitated for a moment as I reached to plug in my cord, but eventually I stuck it in. And then sighed. Thankfully, without his direct action, his security was good, but not something that could stop me, or kill me. 5 minutes later, the elevator opened up and I sighed. I only unlocked this and the basement floor. Give me a minute to make sure there aren't any traps. I told them, but Hiromi was at my side before the elevator could close on me. You're hurt. Motoko, let us handle that. None of you are netrunners. It'll be okay, I just want to make sure there aren't any HMG turrets or mines or something. I told her, but while she winced at that, she didn't back up. Nah. I'm coming too. She demanded and I sighed, not really in the mood to argue. Instead, I just shrugged and activated the elevator. I would just push her out of the way if something went bad. The elevator dropped down into a net-running paradise. Nice. I couldn't help but mutter because there was so much gear down here. Wakako had come through. She hadn't just found me a netrunner with some stuff. She had found me a netrunner with a ton of stuff. Wakako. I love you. Wow. That's a lot of eddies. Hiromi muttered and I shook my head. Not so much, remember most of this is stuff I'm keeping. Oh right, for your net running. Still so weird that you like that stuff, you used to hate it. Before I mean. Hiromi seemed to backpedal, but I just smiled at her. It's okay. I know I'm different now. It doesn't bother me. I told her and she nodded and then she looked around and said something that broke all of my plans. So where are you going to put all this stuff anyways? Put? I looked around. The basement was huge. And pretty full of cords and server racks, and a big net running chair that would be integral to my net running. Oh. Fuck. This complicated everything. Where was I supposed to take all of this shit? I took a seat and started thinking. No way even a tenth of this would fit in the apartment. I mean, the chair alone would take up my entire closet bedroom. There had been a definite fuck up on my part here. Damn it, Motoko, you needed to stop playing around. This should have been planned out where it would go before jumping head first into this raid. Okay, I couldn't hold it at home, and while Ichi's truck could probably haul most of it out, it wouldn't be everything, and I didn't want to keep his truck filled with my shit. A storage unit maybe? They weren't exactly safe, but if no one knew it was mine, and we kept quiet. Alright, Motoko. Hiromi said, suddenly startling me as I looked up at her from where I had been glaring at the floor. All taken care of. She threw me a thumbs up as if that explained everything. What's taken care of? I asked, not following Hiromi's thought process. Well, it just so happens the last 2 gonks that were using this basement were just flatlined. Shocker, I know. So I just called the owner of the building and explained we were taking the place over. He argued. I informed him that I was standing in the same room with the merc that had flatlined the previous owner. He showed he had a brain and accepted that the basement was ours. Welcome to your new netrunner room. Hiromi cheered, looking proud of herself. Ah? Hiromi had taken over then, to my surprise, as I was still processing the fact I now had a new place. A new home if I wanted. I didn't want a new place. I liked the old place. Just because it was a little small was no reason to get something new. But Hiromi overrode my concerns entirely as she tugged me along and we went up to the first floor to get everyone. To my surprise though, Nox was there hanging out around Ichi and Malcolm. Hey Motoko. Motoko's chum. He greeted Hiromi and I. Funnily enough, Ichi and Malcolm were side-eyeing him like he was a threat. Hey Nox. Thanks again for helping me out. You good? I asked, confused about why he was still here. Yeah, I just wanted to see this through. Not every day you get to see something this crazy. He offered with a shrug and a smirk. I almost matched his shrug but thought better of it as my rib twinged. That's fine. We are going to head up and chat with the kids. Might end up in a firefight. I warned and he nodded, reaching into his backpack and pulling out a Mox painted Unity. I want to see this through. If I can. I flashed him a thumbs up and nodded my head towards the elevator and we all clambered inside. This was the important part. Would we be able to do this without killing anyone else? I looked to Hiromi, who was honestly the one leading us at this point. Hiromi was eager to get to the roof, but I could tell she was a little nervous as she played with the katana on her hip. Malcolm had a massive grin on his face. He was carrying my HMG. Bastard was giving that back just as soon as I could carry her again. And Itchy just hefted his shotgun and was holding it ready to use. The elevator binged open to a roar of voices, but all of them were clear. Morgan. This crazy gonk. Finally. Did you have to dash? Ugh, why did it take so long to kill one dash? Of course the voices went silent when they realized it wasn't their previous boss stepping out of the elevator. Hello, hello. I'm Hiromi. Hiromi called out as she stepped out like she was the boss. Her nervous fidgeting from just before gone. Sorry about the trouble, but it's over now. The old man and the netrunner that previously helped you out are zeroed. Sorry about that. She chirped out all the while smiling. I wasn't sure what her crazy plan was, but I was carrying a gun in both hands, everything reloaded and ready to fire if any of the kids took a shot. Fuck. A voice echoed out and it was Richard. You fucked us. He said, sounding absolutely infuriated as he stomped through the crowd towards Hiromi, which stilled when I got between him and suddenly he was staring down my barrier. Some of the kids around him also raised their guns, but he would be dead before they fired. Before I could talk, Hiromi did. Now. No need to bring this to violence. The fight's already over, you know? So let's all have a talk about what the new situation is. She said as she walked forward brazenly and settled into one of the seats and grabbed a beer. Seemingly waiting for Richard to join her. Hiromi? What the hell were you plotting? An hour later I knew. Hiromi had made a deal. I no longer had any idea of what was happening. She had sat down Richard and basically talked him into a peaceful arrangement with Section 9. Hiromi literally called us Section 9. If not for cold blood keeping me calm, I knew my head would have exploded. It had just been a joke. No one could know. We were a poser gang now. But in the end, none of the kids had died. The killing was over, and they wouldn't get much out of attacking us. Hiromi had convinced them that allowing us to borrow the basement, and having a netrunner working out of the apartment complex, it would mean they could rely on my work, making sure the security system continued working, and maybe be willing to accept some work from them from time to time. In exchange, Section 9 would also have access to a horde of teenaged gangbangers ready to work as muscle if we ever needed. I had given up on being involved in the agreement at this point. I was tired, still angry at myself for getting shot and ready to head to Vic's for a nap. And I was just nodding along as Hiromi took over the details I didn't want to deal with. But in the end, to my surprise, it worked. The kids seemed happy enough to be in charge of themselves, at least for now. Hiromi would be their contact with Section 9. Which meant they would thankfully leave me alone, and I had a place to do my net running from and some security while doing it. Thankfully, with the process finishing, Hiromi pulled us out, wishing Richard a good night, and with the elevator operational again, the party was now over. My group took the elevator down first to the ground floor and to Itchy's truck. I can't believe that worked. I muttered, looking over at Hiromi, who had been absolutely preening for the last hour as she ran the kids around into a deal. You should just trust me. It was easy enough for someone like me. She said, primping her hair with a hand. Well, I'm just glad I don't have to deal with this. Itchy said with a smile, then instantly pointing a finger at Hiromi and I, this is all your trouble. Don't be silly, Itchy. If we need a truck, of course we will call you, and with the SLS, Section 9 affiliation, we may be doing more big work. Hiromi offered, raising a hand up to her mouth and laughing. A princess laugh? Really? I asked in between chuckles at Hiromi's actions. Of course. I just did something amazing. Do you know how good having groomed a gang will look to my rep? She asked, looking proud of herself. Why did no one ever tell me how fun this whole fixer thing could be? Of course the corporate brat found her true calling. Malcolm teased, but the bite in his words were thankfully softened by the way he nudged her after. Just remember us street kids when you are at the top of Arasaka Tower. Who are you again? The chauffeur? She instantly retorted, earning a squawk of outrage from Malcolm and giggles from Itchy and I. I winced a bit at the end though. Stupid rib. All right, chums. Thanks. For everything. I wouldn't have been able to do this without you. I told them. Don't worry about it, Motoko. We are chums. Considering how much you pull us along, it felt good to be able to actually help out. Hiromi said with a shrug. Besides, we've been getting a lot out of this for a while. Eddies, rep, chrome. She muttered, counting off her fingers. The pay is good. Malcolm said, teasing, and that was that from him. Hey, it was. Preem. I've never been this close to something this crazy before. Knox offered. The boy had been quietly following behind us the whole time, not really taking part. Hey, you were instrumental. Thanks, Knox. Is the pay enough? I asked, and he snorted. Don't be silly, I still have a ton from all the eddies I've made from the BDs that I haven't handed over to you yet. Oh? That's right, you are the one selling my Motoko's ex-BDs. I think we should talk. Hiromi offered with a shark-like grin as she started stalking towards Knox. Well, that wasn't something I was going to get in the middle of. Well, I kinda need a visit to Vic's. So I'm gonna get out of here. Malcolm. Put my HMG back in my trunk, please. I glared at the boy who had been sneakily walking off towards Itchy's truck. It's not that bad, Vic. I muttered, but the look he gave me kept me silent. Alright, all of you, head on out. Motoko, we'll be fine, but we are going to need some privacy. He ordered, shooing Hiromi and Knox out of the clinic with his dad energy. Both had followed me to Vic's, Hiromi dragging Knox around to talk more about his work. I continued to ignore Hiromi getting involved in that. I was more focused on Vic, because I was feeling like I was about to get yelled at. Mind explaining why you have bullet holes through your leotard? I got shot. A lot. Fucker had a smart SMG. Well, now I have a smart SMG. I admitted with a sigh. How are you still alive? You told me your healing takes 8 hours. He demanded, rolling in next to me. I get if can't tell me, if someone is keeping you from talking about it, but dash. No, it's not that. Honest. No one but you knows about it, Vic. If I take a max stock, it sorta supercharges the healing for a bit. I guess I just didn't share that bit. Sorry. I offered, actually wincing. I probably should have told Vic that last time. That makes even less sense. He muttered, rubbing his nose under his glasses. The only thing in a max stock is... well, nothing that would cause rapid onset healing. Those things are just adrenaline, and some never mind. It doesn't matter. It causes you to heal? Yeah, pretty quickly, just about everything but broken bones. I dash. Okay, you are staying the night. We are going to test just what a max stock actually does to you. Jesus, Motoko, kid. Rapid healing could have millions of side effects. Vic sighed, seemingly trying hard to resist ranting at me. It was sweet. If it made me a little ashamed. I knew it was safe because gamer. But I couldn't exactly explain that to him. Sorry, Vic. I'm fairly certain it's safe. Testing. He decided, nodding, firmly patting me on the shoulder as he actually went to close off the clinic doors so no one could come in. Now. Kid, lose the leotard, it's a loss anyways. I have a medical gown here somewhere you can weep, Jesus, kid. He grumbled as he jerked his head away from where I was already peeling down my leotard. What? Just put this on. He rumbled at me as he tossed one of those backless medical gowns a patient might wear. Okay. I don't know why you are being weird, you are like 3 times my age. I snarked at him, only to earn a choked back laugh. Motoko, you're 14. I'm about 6 times your age. Wait, what? I'm 74, kid. He said as he wheeled back around on his chair to start strapping sensors to me. Wait. Was the reason Vic's dad energy was so intense because it was actually grandpa energy. Vic ended up holding me the entire rest of the night running tests on my healing and trying to figure out why a max stock causes a healing effect. In the end he had discovered a lot, and had more questions than he had before. But I had escaped. A quick call to my quadra had it drive over so I could head home and I was gone. The apartment was quiet as I entered and I immediately went into my room, thankful that June wasn't here as I peeled my ruined leotard off and threw it into the bag I kept all of my damaged clothes. I would need to make sure June didn't find that until I fixed them or scrapped them. I took a quick shower to finish cleaning up and then once more suited up I was in the living room with just the barest hints of sunlight starting to filter in through the armored blinds. What do I do now? I sighed as I flopped onto the couch. I wasn't entirely satisfied with the situation with the kids. I really didn't want to deal with having any affiliation with some random street gang. Especially one that had been one step away from being wiped out for being too greedy. The kids were going to be a massive pain in the ass. I just knew it. And I didn't want to see them die. It was bound to happen. Night City wasn't kind to anyone. I shook it off. I could only be responsible for the people close to me. That's all. Just that. If the SLS get themselves killed, hopefully I won't ever know. I stood up, grabbing a bunch of my net gear from around the apartment and headed out. There was one more thing I needed, and then I would go back to my new netrunning den. Purchasing a full netrunner suit with the cooling system still active had taken a hit to my funds, but it was too important not to have. I didn't want to melt my brain like I almost had before. The old seamstress lady that I had bought all my leotards from was more than willing to make the sale, especially since I ordered a few more of my leotards as well. I kept getting bullet holes in the damn things after all. I drove my quadra over to the apartment complex. Straight lane apartments. I muttered to myself, forced to shake my head that the kids had literally named themselves after the complex itself. This complex was old, and it was run down. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone here was literally just squatting in a semi-abandoned building. Then again, lights were on, and the water still ran, so someone must own the building and keep things running. It didn't even have a garage attached to it. Instead I had been forced to park the quadra in a space a block down the street and walk the rest of the way. I noticed pretty quickly that I was getting attention. Kids were staring at me. Some I recognized from the gang, and some I didn't. I had no doubt that something as big as the SLS losing their netrunner, and losing their big league gigs was spreading around. And that they now had a new leader. All the while some teenager with purple hair had flatlined their old boss. Or they might even have put a hit out on me, telling the kids to try and flatline me the moment I walked back into the building. Just to save Richard the hassle of dealing with us. But that was just my paranoia. Richard had more use of me alive, or rather he needed a netrunner to keep his stuff running, and maybe pass on intel to point his kids at gigs that they could do and make eddies. Morgan and V3L0 City had targeted weapon shipments, or net running supplies with his horde of kids. The SLS didn't exist before that. I doubted Richard had suddenly gained all the knowledge needed to run a gang. As I entered the complex I wasn't surprised that a pair of kids were hanging out in front of the elevator, and both stood up as I approached. Both girls had shotguns. Richard wants to talk to you, or the other one. The smaller of the two girls said she reminded me of Hiromi before. All neon and flare barking away to get attention, and to avoid anyone realizing she felt nervous. The other was quiet, a more firm grip on the tactician shotgun she was carrying. She at least carried herself like she knew how to shoot it, but from experience, that gun was too big for the girl, especially as it didn't have a stock. Tell him to come down to the basement then. I have some work I need to do. I told them, waving the bag in my left hand that had my suit and a spare laptop. Not that they knew that. They both scowled, but it was the taller girl that spoke up first. Richard wasn't asking. She started to demand, but she had let me get too close, and half a second later I jerked the shotgun straight out of her hands, and grabbed the barrel of the shorter girl's shotgun in the same moment. I just had to drop my bag to do it. I winced a bit as the laptop hit the floor. Hopefully it wasn't damaged. Don't. I told them, simply letting them understand that I had control of both of their weapons. I'm not a member of your gang. But we are working together now. If Richard needs something, he's welcome to come chat with me. I informed her, and noticed that despite everything the smaller girl was still trying to jerk the shotgun out of my grip. Unfortunately, she was a teenage girl without any chrome, and I was a chromed-out gamer. Her attempts weren't able to even budge my arm. Fine. The taller girl ground out, seemingly realizing the situation was more dangerous than she expected. I nodded, and only after I was sure I had everything sorted did I let go of the barrel of the shotgun and offer to hand back the tactician to the tall girl. She didn't hesitate in snatching it back with a glare. "I'm Motoko, by the way. Since we will be sharing a building together in the future, I figured you should know." I offered, and the short girl scowled, looking like she wanted to raise the shotgun back up, but realizing it was dangerous as the taller girl settled her shotgun back in her hands with a nod. "Mary," she offered, and then headed towards the elevator. The shorter girl followed after only a few seconds as she looked confused about why I wasn't being shot. I watched as they both headed up to the 5th floor. The floor the gang now controlled. I went ahead and accessed the elevator system through a scan and ordered it to come down. There literally wasn't a button to go to the basement, so only someone who had some net running skill could actually get down there. After a minute of me standing there waiting, since the old elevator had to go up, let the girls off, and then come down, I finally reached my basement. It still seemed weird to consider it mine, but it really was. I looked over the array of equipment and had to shake my head. Some of this stuff was super high-end. I mean, just the fact he had server racks meant V3L, the previous owner, had been a damned good netrunner. There was that tier system with netrunners on where they were. I didn't think about it much, but it went like this. Tier 0. Using old systems, like a cyber modem, to access the net. No one really used this anymore, except people just looking up info online. Usually if they were over 60. Tier 1. Which is what I had done for the most part. Just using my link cord into systems. Tier 2. Is what is considered real net running. Cyber goggles and other systems let someone view the net in actual dimensions, rather than just a flat screen. Of course, this is when people start overheating, so ice baths were this tier. If you weren't rich enough to buy a netrunner suit, you were Tier 2. Tier 3. Is professional stuff. Netrunner suits were considered part of this tier. Usually adding in net chairs and biomonitors, that was all in this tier. Tier 4 was elite level. Server banks, potentially cryostasis chambers, and even direct blood cooling was all part of this tier, and was usually as high as someone could go without being a corpo. D3L had been around this level. The equipment he had left behind was expensive elite level stuff. And I wasn't about to stick my head into any of it, without doing a full checkup and wiping of basically everything. I would download all the data to drives for later look over, but no way was I connecting to his private server. He would definitely have some demon or black ICE in there ready to kill. But there was another tier. Tier 5 gear was the crazy netwatch stuff. Things like a full Chrome installation that basically adds everything the previous tiers had but into mobile cyberware, letting someone net run anywhere, and with better speeds and power. So I had a bunch of high-end stuff to start checking out. Thankfully, all of my net running skills meant I could actually do this. So I got to work. I connected my laptop into the server. Instantly it got attacked, and I sighed as it basically fizzled, shutting down. Yep. Expected. After a quick reinstall of the laptop, making sure it was back up and running, I started breaching the server like I would any other system. But since I knew how dangerous it was, I was using the skill from Ghost Touch to do it. Slowly sending bytes of data through side access ports until the small bytes would grow into an actual program that would give me access. Of course, I was interrupted long before I was finished. There was a beep going through the basement, and it took me a moment to check on the monitors along the wall that were connected to the security system that had been put into the complex. Richard was requesting access to the basement. Apparently there was a way to request access. He was standing in the elevator, an agent in his hand, and he was obviously waiting. I approved the request, sent the signal, and the elevator came down. Other than looking behind me at the monitors, I hadn't turned away from the server I was breaking into. Richard stepped out of the elevator into my basement with a certain confident stride as he walked over and stopped beside me. "Richard. What's up? Mary said you wanted to talk?" I asked, still distracted. There was a bit of data that I needed to send in through an infrared sensor that could take a few bytes, and it was a bit difficult to process the data right. I wanted to talk. To get to know my new chum. He skewed the way he said chum, obviously unhappy with the idea. I'm not your chum. Nor will I be. I don't have time or interest in joining your gang. I'm just someone who shares a building with you, and is more than willing to give you info from time to time on some good scores. I replied. We both know that isn't all you will do. SLS will crumble apart in weeks without income. I can't have my friends go and try to get protection money. This whole area is technically Valentino. But they don't care about small fry like us as long as we don't mess with their business. Can't do drugs, can't do a lot of theft in the area. Makes it hard to earn eddies. Well, talk to Hiromi then, she is the fixer type. I looked away from the server to meet his eyes. No, hold on. I muttered, pulling away from the server. It would hold for a while. As I did so, Richard watched, looking irritated and anxious. I can talk to her, the terms we worked out are fine, I guess. But she said you're the boss. Yeah, I'm sorta the leader of my chums, but I'm not your boss. I rubbed the back of my head. Here, take a seat, we should really clear the air, this whole thing was a mess to begin with. I pointed him at a swivel chair beside the security monitors, probably Morgan's old seat, as I took the net chair, sitting on it sideways to face him. Listen. I took a job from Wakako. Your group's thefts obviously pissed some powerful people off. Wakako almost didn't take the gig, you were still small time. Small enough, she wasn't even interested in offering it to people, but I needed net running equipment. So she gave me this gig. I could have just killed all of you. I told him bluntly. My chrome finger pointing straight at his heart. It wouldn't have been tough. Silent, loud, whichever. You are lucky that I don't like killing kids. So I found a way to get the gig done without flatlining any of the kids Morgan had wrapped up in this shit. We could have taken you. We have good gear. Good security. He argued instantly, trying to regain some confidence from my own seeming threat. I could have started throwing grenades during that party last night. I told him bluntly, making him wince. By the time any of you would have even realized what was happening. Listen, you guys got really super lucky, and I'm not here to rule you as a street kid empress or something. But I'm also not enough of a bleeding heart to be your chum. I admitted, trying to convey my annoyance through my hands. You come in, ruin the first good thing that ever happened to us? Destroy us without even killing us, which... Okay, yeah, I appreciate we didn't have to call up any meat wagons, but still. You ruined what we were becoming, and now you want to just make friends? What do you want? I want this net running gear, and I want to be left alone. Hiromi saved me from having to haul this shit out of here, so that's great, but it makes us neighbors now. Which isn't something I was planning. Listen, Richard. I think you did a good thing helping out your chums, yeah? I'll do my best to keep the security of this place top-notch. I'll even back you up if the apartments are ever attacked. I live here too now after all, but helping your gang isn't my priority, you know? Yeah. I know. He said, sound tired. We're street kids. We are never the priority. You probably don't get that though. What? Why wouldn't I? I'm a street kid too. I said. Even if it was only partially true. You're some corpo kids, aren't you? Nah. Just Hiromi. My family were all Tiger Claws, although I'm not really into the gang thing. I'm just a merc. Hiromi's parents are Arasaka though. Yeah, I figured. It's why we weren't gonna cause any problems. You really a street kid? You don't really act like one. I'm just weird. I told him with a thumbs up. But yeah, I live in a small apartment with my brother June, who is a TC enforcer. So listen, we get it. Even Hiromi. I don't want to mess with you, or your chums. I'm not like Morgan, who is going to use you and eventually make you take the fall for it. I told him and he winced. Even if you were, we would still do the gigs. Morgan didn't need to convince us to take the gigs. We were willing. More eddies than any of us had ever seen just for a few gigs? He sighed. Even if it will all come crashing down on you? Of course. Even if we all die, it was worth it. We got to be something. Made this city know that we existed. He said hotly, as if caring about your own life was wrong. Fucking Night City. Fuck that, I'm gonna live to 180. I told him with a shrug. But listen. I'm not going to interfere with you and your chums. I'll help out with security, and maybe more if the pay is good, and in exchange, all I really ask is you keep anyone from trying to mess with my stuff." He nodded, "Fine. I can accept that. Just maybe tell me if you see a good chance to make some eddies," he asked, sounding kind of beaten. I nodded, and that was pretty much that. It took the entire day to finally break the server system from within. Literally sneaking past all the IC and security. It was awesome. And I am glad that I waited, because as I looked through the security, if I had tried to break through, it definitely would have deleted everything. Instead, since I had gone slow, careful, I had access to all of the files. His net running information. His programs. He wasn't a programmer himself, but he had bought plenty of stuff. An array of demons and net running hacks were all there collected on the server for me to play with. So I went to work, first copying everything over to drives, and then doing a complete wipe of all the data on the server. I even went over the hardware itself just to make sure there wasn't a physical trap involved. Only once I was sure it was all clear did I move on. Checking his chair, and the setups there. I couldn't use most of the biosystems he had installed as they were made for a Borg. A Borg blood injector wasn't going to do much for me after all. But the actual monitoring systems were great, and I happily reconfigured them to fit me instead. Then I went through the hardware that was laying around. It had basically everything I would need. I already pulled out the Netrunner suit and hooked it into the chair systems. It would draw power and keep me cool as I ran. But as much as I wanted to jump in and get started, the basement still had plenty of other things I needed to go through. I dug into the security system, taking it over, checking the IC and using a bit of knowledge I had seen from systems that gave me trouble, actually separated out each camera into its own partition. It took hours of work, but if someone pinged the network, it would only show the camera they pinged, and the security terminal, instead of everything connected to the system. Unless they were extremely skilled, or their ping was far superior to my own. Specifically, I wanted to cut off the rear hatch from the network entirely as well. I didn't exactly want someone sneaking in from the back door and killing me as I was net running, but it was also too useful to close off entirely. So instead I had removed it from the security hub, setting up my spare laptop across the room near the tunnel and setting it up. It would act as the security hub for just that door, cutting it completely off from the system. No one would be able to ping the system and find out about it. V3L0 City, for all of his skill, had been kinda dumb about actual physical security. He was probably a terror on the net, but in real life, his skills didn't quite equal out. I went through the elevator security protocols as well, completely co-opting them and even setting up some ways to activate the elevator if I wasn't around. I wasn't a shut-in like V3L had been, and my chums might need to come down here for some reason. So I had sent them a security key that would send the elevator down to the basement. I wasn't going to give it to Richard though. It wasn't that I thought he would kill me or something, but he could come down here to steal something. It's not like we were chums or anything, despite the agreement he had made with Hiromi. Then finally, after going over all the equipment, I was ready to net run. Which is when a beep distracted me. I had just gotten a text. Well, I would be ready if June hadn't just asked where I was. So I locked everything down, headed upstairs, and drove home. Tomorrow I would net run. June had listened to my story about what I had been up to with wide eyes. Motoko. You took over a gang? No. I just beat a gang, and then Hiromi made a deal so they don't mess with my stuff. And I'll give them some gigs if I find anything while net running. Not the same thing. Motoko, you took over a gang. I really didn't. I denied, but to my surprise June reached over and pulled me into a hug. Look at you. Leading a gang and everything. Oh. You should talk to Fujimura-sama, he might be able to help keep the gang in business, maybe set them up as a TC offshoot. It happens sometimes. I don't want to. I denied, almost yowling, but June just laughed and swung me around. I was gonna claw his fucking eyes out. June must have sensed my irritation as he put me back down and patted me on the head, which I took a swipe at his arm that he pulled back hurriedly. It's Motoko. You should be proud. That doesn't happen a lot, you know? It'll be a good experience, and with so many people working for you, you'll be able to do some really big gigs. I don't want to. It's annoying, and I don't want to be responsible for a bunch of kids getting flatlined. Kids get flatlined every day, Toko, you can't do anything about it. Just dash. I absolutely can do something about it. Not be responsible. I can't help every street kid in the city, but I can certainly help a few around me sometimes. But I'm not taking on responsibility for 40 gonk kids that want to get themselves killed to make a few eddies. I grumbled, and June just shook his head. Everyone is willing to get themselves killed for a few eddies, Motoko. It's why there is always a need for more gonks, he said, shrugging. Which only made me more irritated. The lack of respect for life everyone in Night City had was super annoying, and doubly annoying because usually I'm worse than the average person. But I don't like the idea of killing kids, especially just being blasé about it. Yeah, I guess. I grumbled, but the argument was over. June obviously did not want to argue with me about it. He instead raised up the remote and turned on the TV. Another one of his annoying shows was put on, but I decided to sit with him for a while and watch it. Sure, I didn't really like it, but June was family, and sometimes you have to do stupid boring things with family so they knew that you loved them. I considered waiting until morning to head out, but honestly, it wasn't like I needed to sleep, so I ended up just tinkering with some of the program data I had pulled from V3LS server, loading a few of the quick hacks and netrunning programs and daemons into my cyberdeck after thoroughly checking them out. I looked through my cyberdeck status to make sure I was set up. ICE shield. MAT MK.3. Hellflame on. 2.132. Ping. Barrier data load Militech 9.4.2.111.2. And then that night I left the apartment and drove over to the new complex. The basement was just how I left it. I took a moment to strip and suit up into the full Netrunner suit, turning it on and shivering as the cooling unit kicked on and balanced out. Then I sat in the Netrunner chair and clipped everything in. The biomonitor activated and I sighed as I closed my eyes, and then when I opened them, I wasn't in reality anymore. It was dark. I was on a spire with a small flat area to stand on. And nothing else. This was my lobby. The starting zone. Basically, I was on my web browser's homepage, only it was just a blank page, because I had never set it up. Now it was time to start running. I sent out a ping through the system, connecting to the CityNet and basically opening up my view to the true net. Above and below me a city grew from nothing, spreading out as my ping ran through, filling out the world. The city grew both from the ground and the sky, making me realize first that the rules of the net didn't follow the rules of reality. More and more it grew to the horizon until I couldn't see anything but the visual manifestation of the net. There, far out of my sight, something bright and furious red glowed, clashing with the aesthetic blue of the cityscape. The black wall. I took a step and left my little pillar. Instantly I was within the net, slipping through modem lines and old infrastructure. I walked through the security that V3L had set up to protect the apartment complex's local net. It was less leaving a space, and more walking out of the castle walls. Onto the streets of the net. Information flew past at a rapid pace. And yet, as I looked at the almost video game-like visuals all around me, showed me I wasn't alone. Every once in a while I would see a splash of foreign color, and it would be another netrunner. Their blank bodies only had the face visible, everything else was a sort of faded human shape. They were running down the streets, although they rarely looked like they were physically moving. Many ran around with futuristic vehicles, or on the backs of exotic animals. But they paid me no mind. I didn't have any sort of movement program. Relying instead of handshaking through different servers and systems as I moved along. They could skip the Ks on the back of their mounts. I was the peasant on foot needing to greet each gate guard to get passage. It was fascinating. A different world entirely. As I looked around I realized what it meant to be a netrunner. Each server, or network, was a building. Hidden things were literally hidden, potentially under the ground, or in out-of-the-way spots. It was like a massive virtual dungeon, with safe rooms, traps, monsters, and loot. I understood entirely why so many people became obsessed with it. It was also dangerous. As I walked along, I could see alleyways that glowed in more sinister colors of secure areas. Plenty of places had powerful ICE, with big warnings to stay away unless you had a passcode. The warnings were often fences, or walls. Physical barriers to entry. But they weren't physical. It was all a representation of the net, given form and shape. It was all so very, very interesting. I couldn't help but feel like exploring, so I headed towards one of the big buildings I could see that was open. A local net, not super secured. As I both walked into the building up the stairs and slipped into the server, I quickly discovered it was a server for Megabuilding, H4 to be precise. I slipped into the local net as easily as stepping into the server. It had no security blocking anyone out. But inside was a riot of noise. Ads and information everywhere. I looked up, just like the mega buildings, this representation was a hollow building. A massive open space in the middle, and as I looked upwards, there was simply nothing but more mega building, going up and up practically infinitely. Every person that had ever lived in the building, every account, every person that had ever spoken to the corporation in charge to potentially rent every lick of data stored here. Data that was made for them and stacked up higher and higher. "The fuck you doing?" A voice called out, surprising me, and as I turned, I found a netrunner. The man looked a little statusy. He was obviously using lower-end parts, but he was here. Like all netrunners, his body was a weird sort of colorless body shape, the only detail their head stood out. A netrunner here. And this was probably his home turf. Just looking around. Never been into a megabuilding server before. Well, fuck off. This is my net space, and I know you don't live here. No, I don't. I'll be gone as soon as I'm done. I offered, but that was the wrong thing to say, because a moment later, he raised his hand, it distorted in static and data, and turned into a gun. It wasn't a gun though. It was a representation of a program, a hack, a weapon. The fact he formed it like that meant it was a threat. My normal quick hacks wouldn't have done much here. Maybe shutting down his optics, but I bet it would be really hard to get it working on him here, but luckily I had come prepared. I accessed the new programs I had installed from V3L. The assault was sudden, but unlike when I had been nearly instantly hacked even through my defenses by V3L, this guy wasn't on his level. In fact, he fired and instantly it was like his bullet was in slow motion as his assault hit my firewall and began trying to breach through. I reacted using a small trick that cybersecurity had taught me and redirected it through other systems, elongating his access port by spoofing my location. I hadn't done much to visualize the defense, but something about the space. I started basically teleporting around, even as the bullet continued to give chase, hitting the different locations I had been following me. He didn't send any other hack, too busy trying to breach through the mess of port access information I was throwing up between the two of us, but this was just a way to give myself more time. I wanted the attack to stop. So I did a trick. I spoofed my location again, but this time used a port connected to the megabuilding we were in. A redirect to a piece of the megabuilding server that was absolutely lagging, moving at a crawl due to some kid downloading an absolute metric ton of porn. My move might have lagged his download even more, but it also caused the netrunner's assault to stutter to an absolute stop, unable to send the data through the server channel. The bullet basically freezing in space. But that wasn't going to be the end. Once he realized his hack had stalled, he turned and attacked me again. This time though I was more than just ready. As his assault came up, it ran into a wall. I was testing out one of V3L's quick hacks. Ice Shield. Instantly neon octagons appeared in the air, rippling and shifting as the bullet traveled through one. Instantly the bullet seemed to lose most of its form, and then it passed through another shield, and then it stopped on the third. Literally turning to dust as it hit the shield. Now fuck off. He demanded, as if his little assault had actually done anything. As if attacking me wasn't going to have repercussions. Besides, I now knew this guy wasn't good enough to harm me. So I sent my own assault. A barrier system, the attack was similar to a DDoS attack. I would flood his originating connection point with a few million requests, and quite literally bar him from being able to access the net as his connection was walled off by junk data. The visualization turned the attack into a kaleidoscope of colors as the same shields that were my defense now multiplied and shot out, looking to surround the netrunner. He grimaced and motioned like throwing something out of his pocket, and my shields slowed, literally frosting over. Personal ICE. He was creating a barrier around his access point, making the junk data bounce off, unable to flood the connection. I frowned instantly, looking over the ICE that was on one hand visually growing out of the floor, and on another just a sequence of code. The dichotomy was interesting. I would need to breach it to let my attack go through. So I did. I slammed into his system in a barrage of code, and it wasn't even a contest. Just to prove my point, I waved my hand and fire swirled around. The ICE shattered in moments, causing my barriers to speed up and then lock into place. Hell flame. A completely pretentious name for a breaching program that devoured data, trying to annihilate it into a gibberish mush. His ICE hadn't been strong enough. It shattered under the dual assault. UBI the Netrunner was cut off as his avatar distorted and sparked out. He had disconnected before the barrier could kick him out of the megabuilding lobby. Probably worried that I would have pushed something dangerous through with my advantage. Lucky for him though I didn't add that sort of attack program in. If I had, I could have sent a quick hack to short-circuit his system, or used the barrier to attack his cyber deck, potentially blocking him into a blank space without a way to wake up. Net running was dangerous. 250 XP gained. I blinked because the alert had come in, as a golden engraved neon screen in front of my face. Oh. I could get XP in the net. I was motionless for a while as I processed this. If I could find something to fight here, I could get more actual levels. Hey, you gonna clean up your mess? I know Aaron was being a digital bag of dicks, claiming the lobby again, but you are filling the server with a ton of junk. A voice called out startling me, and I looked around. Another Netrunner was on a floor above me, standing sideways on the wall as he had his arms crossed over his chest. I looked around wondering what he meant before wincing. The effects of our little fight still remained. The ice and fire seemingly laying around melted and still burning nothing respectively. I get it. If a Netrunner ran around bashing shit down, it would damage the servers. Ah yeah sure. I'll do that. I muttered, looking around at the code. It wasn't too hard, the fire was mine, so I simply put a stop to the program, causing the fire to end. The ICE was more interesting, as I had to think about it from two perspectives. On one hand, it was just the remains of an ICE program on some computer that I had broken through. On the other, it was digital clutter. In the end, I just sent the remains of the program to my own recycle bin. The reason I had been able to break it so easily was because it was an old ICE version, so I didn't really need to look into it, but it was interesting that I had basically stolen the program. Well, copied it. Sorta. I had technically caused the original program to eat itself, which had broken it, but I could still copy data from the net into my own system. Actually, I could do that a lot. The server that V3L had was exactly that. A repository for data I found while net running. Thanks. Now unless you are here to do something, can you get out? You are claiming a lot of server resources with how active your connection is. The netrunner said to my surprise as he sort of pointed at the exit. I'll lower my bandwidth, I'm just looking around. I told him, as I did just that. Reducing my upload to the megabuilding server. Sure, everything got a bit laggier, but in exchange, I wasn't using up much on the server anymore. Sure, do what you want. He mumbled and then started walking sideways along the wall. Weird place. I left not long after. The megabuilding server had a lot of pretty boring data. Although I did check in on David Martinez, this was his apartment building after all. Their rent was a bit past due, but otherwise they were good as far as their data said. The management didn't have any issues with them. David's position as an Arasaka student actually gave the family a good bit of leeway. No apartment manager wanted to piss off a future Arasaka officer. Then I was out in the wilds, and there was only one more place I could think of to go see. It took a few moments to handshake through a few servers before I reached the Kabuki roundabout server. As I entered, I couldn't help but smile, because it looked almost identical to the real-life place. As I looked around, I noticed it was actually really busy on the net, and not just through normal traffic. Netrunners were hanging around. I guess I had been right. With the dewdrop-in being in the area, obviously this would be a netrunner hangout. I walked around enjoying the aesthetic setup. Since this was a netrunner hangout, it had actually been set up for them. Places to sit, private rooms, booths selling, and hawking gear, which was just data. I realized that what I had seen of Yoko's dewdrop-in had only been a far lesser half of the truth. This was the real dewdrop-in. An entire server architecture taken over to be a netrunner hangout. I noticed an array of netrunners hanging out around a table. In the real world it had been an eatery, a place to eat after buying some food, but here, it was covered in a jumble of objects representing programs and code that the netrunners were each seemingly bartering for. But to my surprise, they were definitely more my age, maybe a few years older, but still teenagers. Their faces weren't high definition. Some moved as if there were only a few points of control, meaning they were using old net goggles and gloves to interact with the net instead of a full dive. The fact they weren't elites was perfect. It meant that it wasn't as awkward as I approached, stopping far enough away not to feel like I'm intruding. "Excuse me?" "Yeah?" The first one that responded was a girl turning to look me over with a very awkward movement, her entire avatar seemingly shifting along with her head, going from sitting at the table to literally turning an entire 180 to face me. "Whoa, look at the fidelity. What are you running?" Another of the teens asked, but I ignored him for a moment. "I'm new in the area. Was wondering what everything is." I asked, and the table had a flurry of quiet messages sent between the teens. It was funny, watching them communicate like that was very similar to watching someone whisper between each other in the real world. Only I could see the lines of communication opening up and connecting the group together. "We'll help out, but not for free," the first girl uttered, but the boy sitting beside her suddenly sent a program that. Well, it was like a nudge. He even made a motion with his avatar just to stop her. First rule of the Kabuki round server. We offer advice, for free, but help costs info. He offered, cutting off the girl who huffed but nodded at his words. Oh great. I'm just wondering where everything is, I guess. I'm mostly just looking around. Well, that I can do, he said, and I got a quick file offer. After checking it over, I opened it to see basically a list of different IP addresses, each with a name right next to it. That's everything public here on the server. There are hidden areas, but that isn't an offer to try and find them. If someone wants you to access the sub-servers, they will invite you. Otherwise be respectful, no attacking other runners here, and you'll be fine. That is a real warning, by the way. Yoko keeps a horde of security demons hanging around. He mentioned, pointing up, and I noticed them. Demons. Monsters, mostly looking like demons, hung around the roof of the roundabout, like gargoyles, waiting to protect the server, and I suppose anyone that was attacked. Cool. Cool? Geez, are you like some grandma running a kitty avatar? The girl asked, and I couldn't help but pout at that. No. Cool is just cool. I'm bringing it back. I argued, only to be instantly laughed at. Sure you are. Anyways, hey, I appreciate the help, I told the boy, who just nodded, and I hurried away, not wanting to talk to the bunch of teenagers anymore. Now that I had the IP and description of what everything was, I could look over the building and see what rooms attached to what IP. Man, this was so cool. Obviously the first place I went was the one I was most familiar with in the real world. The Dewdrop Inn. I didn't use the IP to sort of travel to the inn. Instead I wandered the roundabout, walking up the stairs and around until I reached the door. As I touched the door, it accepted my handshake protocol, and I was in. But it wasn't the Dewdrop Inn that I knew from the real world. A technological rave of music, sound, and netrunners was everywhere. The Dewdrop Inn was a fucking netrunner club. I stepped down the steps leading to the dance floor and noticed that a few netrunners were actually dancing together, a few were even connected, bridging their avatars together into a private connection. Oh my. I looked away. Even if the avatars were simply dancing to the music together, more than likely going through an automated dance routine as their actual consciousness did. Other things. The place wasn't packed, but it was full. A few of the booths around the edge had small groups, or even a few solo netrunners just hanging around. This whole place was so surreal. A mixture of the normal and the digital mixed together. I slipped onto a table to just take it all in for a while. Well, well, well. About time you wandered in here, kid. I turned at the sudden voice, and to my surprise it wasn't who I thought it would be. Or maybe it was? The voice had been Yoko, the owner of the Dewdrop Inn. Or at least the person that was always at the counter, but the avatar? That wasn't human. Instead, a massive woman stood before me, or I guess I should say a kitsune. 9 tails fluttered in the windless air around her, and she wore a kimono that was only slightly on her. How did you configure your avatar like that? I couldn't help but ask, and a moment later the kitsune laughed, a tittering sensual noise, completely different from the woman that I had spoken with in the real world. This is my server. Since I'm not wandering around the net, it's easy to configure an avatar to my liking. Unfortunately, I'm back to basics whenever I leave the inn, but I rarely do that anyways. She offered with a shrug that almost had her kimono slip even lower. I think the only reason it didn't was because it was a digital object, because that shouldn't have stayed up. Nice to see you then, Yoko. Or should I say Kyubi no Yoko? I asked, and her face brightened up in a delighted smile. Huh. You know a bit of mythology good. She said, smiling brightly in a way the normally unemotive woman never had in reality. Come on, kid. I know this is new to you, let me give you a bit of a rundown. I also have some questions for you. Like, how did you get V3L0CITY's rig? I had been about to start following her without a care, but I hesitated when she revealed that. She noticed as well. No worries, kid, no one is going to want revenge for that dickbag's death, call it just curiosity, she offered, waving the fan in her hand, she gesturing me to follow. I did. Yoko might be a bit different here, but that didn't mean I was going to suspect her of attacking me. She led me out of the dance floor and up a pair of stairs made of nothing but light up to the second floor, where there was only one door, but as we approached it blurred from a blank-looking door into an ornate set of shoji. This is my private lobby. There are a few others, but I don't give up server space for nothing, but come on in. It's secure, we can talk. She offered as the door slapped open and we entered into. Well, it was a neon Japanese shrine. Once the door sent me a handshake and accepted my entrance, the room I walked into shifted. Instead of a set of shoji, I was walking out from under a large red torii gate into the open space of a shrine. Other than the lights all being neon colors, and the aesthetics very focused on foxes, the place looked like Earth, sorta. Neon stars in the sky, a big glowing moon above, and everything looked more realistic than I had seen elsewhere. I spend a lot of server space, making sure my lobby looks good. You like? Yeah, it's cool. I replied, looking around as she walked over to a picnic set up under a sakura tree, dropping neon pink flower leaves onto the area. Yoko definitely had a theme. So whenever I saw you at the inn, this is where you really were? Mostly. I have an expensive cyber deck that lets me dive while still being active. I mostly have to focus on one or the other though. She replies as she waves me to a seat. So Motoko. This your first dive? How are you liking it? She asked, and I blinked at the sudden surprise question. I had been expecting a question about V3L0 City. It's interesting. I had some trouble when I went exploring the Mega Building H4 server, but the guy that attacked me wasn't very good. I pushed him until he disconnected. Oh? Already had a fight? Not bad. Most first-timers lose their first real fight on the net. I guess I'm used to fighting. I suppose you are. I heard about V3L0CITY's death. He was well known in the Netrunner community. But not well liked. He did have a lot of information. She said, and that is when I realized what was happening. Information you want. Information I will happily trade for. She offers instead. That is the way of Netrunners. We trade information for information. Of course that implies you have his server data? You are running off his hardware, and I can tell you have some of his hacks stored. You can tell that? I asked, surprised, looking at myself in shock. In order to find that out, she would have had to hack me. It's an old trick. I'll teach it to you if you want. It's not something really secret anymore, but yes, in a sense. I don't know the hacks you have specifically, but I can read some of his leftover code on your avatar. Keep it in mind, whenever you have a program installed and ready for use, it can leave a trace on your avatar, and where you use it. Like a smell. I offered putting it together and she puffed out a laugh that would have been a snort on any other woman. Stupid sexy kitsune. You can think of it like that if it helps you wrap your head around it, but yes. Such things can be tracked. I'll teach you a bit about it, but first. Do you have his server data? I do. He had a kill switch on the data, but I bypassed his ICE and disabled it. I saved everything and wiped the server for my use. Brilliant. She said, smiling happily. I am doubly lucky that we already have a relationship. That data is valuable. Very, very valuable. And I would appreciate the chance at a first look, for a fair trade, of course. As you already know, I'm willing to help new net runners, so I have plenty of learning courses and data to get you familiar with the wonders and dangers in the shallow net. And the deep net? I couldn't help but ask. The difference was easy enough even for a newbie to understand. The shallow net was the net created after the data crash, after the Blackwall was put up. It was mostly safe. The deep net was everything behind the Blackwall. The place where AI lived. The most dangerous place for a netrunner. but also the most valuable. I don't usually recommend anyone go there, kid. Not even people with years and years of experience. It usually isn't worth it. But what you learn about the shallow net carries over. Just more dangerous. Why do you want V3LS data so much? Did he have blackmail on you or something? I couldn't help but ask, but the way I said it hopefully conveyed to Yoko I was just curious and not looking to cause her issues. You wanted to know about the deep net? She asked suddenly. I mean, mostly just curiosity. I admitted. D3L was a deep diver. She revealed and I rose up. That guy? Yes. He was known for it. He lived in the net, never left unless he had to. He jumped over the black wall multiple times and returned. You want to know why I want to be the first to peek at his data? It's because I really want to know what he found. You aren't alone in wanting to know what's behind the Blackwell kid. We all do. I blinked my eyes for a moment as I came to. Wiping the crust out as I rose up and yawned. I stretched as I untangled myself from all the cords and connections. I had done it. Jumped into the net. I was a net runner now in truth. In the end I agreed to give Yoko a peek in exchange for a lot of guidance and favors. Really, I was probably getting ripped off in some respects, but if the guidance she offered helped me survive my net dives, then it was a fair trade. Survival was more important than getting a few more goodies. Besides, I was a gamer. I just needed to keep improving and eventually there would be nothing that could stop me. I checked my messages, a few texts had come in from my chums which I responded back to, but then it struck me and I opened up my gamer window. The 250 XP was real. I muttered. I could gain XP while in the net. That meant I didn't have to kill people in the real world to level up. I stretched out again, very happy at my new discovery. Until then though, I was going to need to gather the data up and visit Yoko in the real world soon. But that was for later. Now? I was going to get out of the basement. I changed out of the netrunner suit back into my normal leotard, which was much more comfortable. Then I left. Taking the elevator up, I walked past a few of the kids that were hanging around the lobby. This time at least they gave me looks, but didn't stop me. On my way home I stopped to get some food. Filling my belly for the first time that day, considering I had spent hours in the net. Full and feeling more alive, I walked into the apartment and flopped on the couch. It's good to be home. I whispered to the air as I reached over and grabbed my guitar. More than enough time for a couple of songs before I would go see Yoko. Feeling alive, I had the shards full of V3LS server data in my pouch pocket, and I was here once again. Do drop in. Now that I had seen it on the web, I could spot some of the differences, but it was a testament to Yoko's skill that it looked so similar. It was actually hard to tell the difference without going into the natural alterations of living in a city. Motoko, good to see you. Yoko greeted me sounding almost flat, as I walked into her shop, and again it struck me how different the woman was on the web, and in reality. Yoko. Where do you want to do this? I asked, and she actually cocked her head, and I left the counter and followed her into the back room. We settled onto a table and we began. Yoko went through the data I had, commenting on pieces she wanted and would trade for. We went over everything. For the most part, I just focused on a guide to the net, which she seemed amused that I kept hammering, as well as one other task I had asked from her. Otherwise, some eddies and favors were passed into my hands. There is very little about his deep net expeditions here. She eventually commented as she was doing a quick check on the data. It's everything he had on the server. I didn't find any subdrives or anything. So he either kept it somewhere else or dash. No, I suppose he wouldn't leave it on his main server. Far too easy to be forced to flee and have that data stolen, he would have hidden it. I was hoping there would be a clue to where. Probably just kept it in his head then. I offered and Yoko nodded agreeing. So about what I asked? It will be done, an odd request, but I am more than capable of handling the server load. Are you sure? Your request might be a useful experience, but I don't truly see the interest you hold. Just a personal thing. I like to test myself, it's important to me, and I'm paying. So we good? We are good, Motoko. Come find me in the net later. Thanks, Yoko. I said as I rose up and left. The itch to jump back into the net and get my reward was there, but I couldn't live my entire life like that. So instead I checked in with my chums. Hiromi was finishing up her schooling for the day but would be busy with homework, much to her irritation, but Ichi and Malcolm were free, and we all decided to meet up. We were just going to hang out. It was actually kind of exciting as I got dressed and headed out to meet them. Other than Hiromi, I didn't really just hang out with my chums that often. So this would just be a hangout day. I specifically chose not to meet up at Ho-Oh Club this time. Instead, we were heading over to Lizzie's. I made it there first, and as I pulled in I noticed Rita was bouncing today, which was good. I would be able to say hi to her as well. The bar wasn't quite going crazy, since it was still early afternoon, but that was only a benefit to me. I walked up to Rita and got a smile from the older woman that I couldn't help but return. "Hey Rita. How goes?" I asked as I stepped off from the entrance to not block the door. "Motoko. Not bad, kid. You?" "I've had this amazing adventure yesterday. I went net running for the first time." I couldn't help but gush a little as I told Rita about my adventure in claiming some high-end net running gear and then jumping into the digital space. "That's... Well, I'm glad you got some preem gear, Motoko, but be careful, alright? The net can be seriously dangerous." "Oh, I know. Yoko, the woman that runs the Dewdrop Inn, is going to be giving me some help. I'm just taking the rest of the night off before I jump in head first." "Heh. Well, I can't help much myself, but the Mocs have a few runners that work with us. If you ever end up in trouble, let me know, I can put you in touch." Rita offered, although she put away her gentle smile to block some gunk from walking in, giving him the rundown with her bat over her shoulders. I barely kept the smile off my face as Rita went full aggressive Mocs bouncer on the guy before letting him in. The twitching of my lips didn't go unnoticed when she turned back to me. "Don't give me that look. I didn't do anything," I argued, but I was fully smiling now. "Sure, kid. Hey, I heard something the other night. About a girl with purple hair and her brother fighting off an edge runner that was going for a TC boss." I winced as I was reminded of that night. "Yeah. That was June and I." I agreed, but I sighed as I leaned up against the wall. That night didn't exactly go well. "Why were you trying to rescue a TC boss in the first place?" she asked, and while she did her best to keep any judgment out of her voice, I picked up on the subtext. "June invited me to this big TC party. I only went to eat the snacks. They had the best sushi, Rita, it was so good. I literally ate myself sick." I told her the last bit in a whisper, earning me a snort from the woman. I sighed as I decided to share the whole story. "So I got sick and June decided to take me home early. We were in the elevator with this TC boss and his date. A doll woman she was, nice." I muttered, remembering her dying and me being unable to do anything to save her. "Yeah, I heard. Cassie wasn't one of ours, but word gets around." Rita offered, and I scowled, because that was the first I had even heard of the woman's name. Cassie? I never got her name. We were ambushed as we stepped out of the elevator. Something twigged me, and I dropped June, and I just in time. This crazy Borg opened up with an LMG. I revealed, scowling. In the end, I locked his gun with a quick hack, and he didn't like that. Kicked June and I around, and we ended up fighting him. I kept having to jump in so June wouldn't die. The boss hid in his car the whole time. We survived, the Borg didn't. Ah. So it wasn't that you were guarding the guy, you were just there, and the guy attacked you too. Rita muttered, nodding along, seemingly more relaxed. Yeah, it's awful. Everyone is going to think I'm back in with the TC. Even June mentioned that a lot of the bosses are super happy with us, I'm owed favors and shit. As if that has any value the moment they don't want me around. Rita reached out and gripped my shoulder. Sorry, kid. It's fine. Just annoying, but I'm not here to complain about shit, my chums and I are here to hang out. Plus I have a BD one need them to see. I said with a smirk. Hiromi wasn't here, but I would give it to her afterwards. Malcolm would get a kick out of it after all. I spent the next 10 minutes just hanging out with Rita outside the club, a few of the other Mocs bouncers coming over to join the chat, but they didn't interact with me much. I was still an outsider, despite what I had done about Jotaro. It didn't bother me. The Mocs may be one of the better gangs, but they were still a gang, and they were changing with the years, growing less focused on helping people and more on their own self-interest. Just the way of things in Night City, I guess. But finally Itchy and Malcolm pulled up, thankfully not in Itchy's big truck. Instead, they were driving Itchy's grandmother's car. Or at least I was pretty sure that was how it worked. The old Thornton Galena's engine sounded a bit rough, but it drove. They parked and then stepped out, wearing nice clothes. Nicer than I was used to them wearing. They had obviously been shopping, buying some extra threads to really show off. I thought it made them look like they were trying too hard, but if they wanted to spend their eddies on clothes, I wasn't going to judge. I literally spent a lot of eddies on leotards for my cosplay outfit. So I really had no room to judge. Itchy. Malcolm. I called out, and as both boys approached, although Rita had shifted back to her bouncer persona. Motoko. Here we are. Still don't know why you didn't want to hit the each other club. Itchy offered, looking a little nervous, but I shook my head as I linked an arm with his and Malcolm's. Don't worry about it. Lizzie's is great, and honestly, it's bigger and quieter. But they opened the upstairs Motoko. I wanted to hang out in the new club area. Itchy whined, but I ignored him as I dragged them into the bar, Rita rolling her eyes at the entire situation. In the end we took a side room booth, and I was even a good chum and bought the first round of drinks. Although both boys looked like they wanted to scan the BD list. Lizzie's was a BD club after all. Neither wanted to do it while I was around. Which was funny, as I kept catching them peeking at the listing while we were chatting and hanging out. Of course then I pulled free the BD from my pocket and winked at the boys. Motoko? I got something special for you guys to check out. I informed them, my smile stretching my face making both boys very uncomfortable. I need to go to the bathroom. Malcolm tried to escape, but I caught his arm and tugged him back down. Trust me, Malcolm. You are going to love this. Headsets on, boys. I've been waiting forever to reveal this. I told them and both boys still looked hesitant. They put the wreaths on and I slipped in the BD chip to start. I waited practically, vibrating as they watched the BD. When it finished only a minute later. Malcolm was the first to react. Pfft. Mr. Stud. Pimp. He cackled loudly making me glad I had grabbed a private side booth. Fuck off Motoko. Itchy whined, glaring at me, but I had zero care about his annoyance. My smile stretched across my entire face. I can't believe you would do this to me. Motoko. Give me the BD. He demanded. Never. I'm going to pull this thing out every once in a while for the rest of your life. I informed him with a firm nod of my head. No way was I letting this level of blackmail go. I'm going to have to kill her. Malcolm, help me kill Motoko. Hell no, I don't have a death wish. Pimp. Ahaha. Malcolm, you are less than useless. Itchy grumbled as Malcolm broke down into laughter. Now I just had to share it with Hiromi. Itchy glared at me, but I just smiled in turn. Did you really have to record that? Yes. I don't get. I was about to say I don't get paid enough for this, but I actually do. Fuck. He grumbled and grabbed his beer and took a swig. I rolled my eyes as I took a swig of my own soda. Don't get whiny. Give it a few years and it'll be a great in-joke for all of us, and you will remember the whole thing fondly. Besides, the only other person outside of our group that ever heard the conversation is dead. I pointed out happily. Ignoring that Judy would also know it. Charles Bucks, the only other person in the recording, wasn't alive anymore to talk about it though. Heh. We did kill that monster, didn't we? Well, you did all the work. Nah, I couldn't have looted that place without you. I would probably have picked up a few things and left it at that. I might not have even attacked the place without you guys to back me up. I told Itchy it was important teamwork. I'm just good at flatlining gonks. I told him with a shrug. Yeah, you certainly are. Malcolm cut in with a nod, but before we could continue an outsider crashed into our little area. Or a semi-outsider. Motoko. Rita said you were here. Knox offered, gasping a bit as he caught his breath as he smiled at me as he rested against the entrance of the side area our booth was in. Hey Knox. Come on, come sit. You met Malcolm and Itchy, right? Thanks again for helping out with the gig. I still owe you for the help. Nah, you don't owe me anything, I still have some eddies I owe you from the BD sales. he said as he seemed happy to slide into the booth beside me. I did meet your chums, but we didn't talk much. Nice to meet you guys again. Knox offered, but he looked a little uncomfortable greeting Itchy and Malcolm. And Malcolm and Itchy didn't look happy to greet Knox either. Yeah, nice to see you. Wait, what did he mean by BDs? Itchy suddenly shouted, his face going red. Motoko. Huh? I blinked, running through my BD gag. Did I miss teasing Malcolm and Itchy? I felt my face turn into a smirk. Well, you see, Itchy, Knox here convinced me to make some BDs for the mocks. It was a tough deal, you know, but the pay was just too good for me to pass up. I was really inexperienced at first, but after a few BDs I think I figured it out. I offered, purposefully inferring something else. The face of my chums, going absolutely red, was far too good, and I snapped a few pictures. Hiromi would enjoy teasing the boys about them later. Knox, despite knowing, wasn't free from his own reddening face at my words. Motoko. You're gonna get me in trouble if you say things like that, he eventually added, breaking the shocked silence of the table. It's so fun though. Don't worry, Itchy, Malcolm. I've been doing BDs of my gigs. In fact, the Scav Den we hit? I recorded that one. Hey Knox, do you have a copy of that BD? Oh? Yeah, sure do. He mumbled, grabbing his backpack and after a moment pulling out a wrapped BD. Want to see? I asked the boys, and both, having taken a moment to drink and try to calm their heated faces, nodded, looking curious. Itchy knows. He wasn't sure what he was expecting when he slotted the BD in the wreath. So he settled in and put the wreath on his head and fell into the braindance. As he opened his eyes to the sights within the BD, he noticed it instantly. The feel of his body following along in Motoko's footsteps was certainly different. He had known the girl was off. He had known it since the first time he had met her again after the coma. Normally he wouldn't have started some random BD handed out by a Mox, but there had always been that question. How? How did Motoko do what she did? How had she gone from the punk TC brat to what she was now? He blinked as he felt himself take a deep breath and everything became sure. There was no hesitation, no fear. He was jogging down a familiar alley, he had parked his truck right there, to load up stuff. But this wasn't after the raid. It was before. He walked up to the back door of the den, he felt himself quickly open the door without hesitation. Then he was in. He snuck through the small vehicle garage, checking the windows and noticing the scavs hanging around. Still alive at this point, but none noticed as he walked through the room. It was a little startling to remember that soon enough all of them would be dead. He moved up the stairway, his feet not making a sound despite the fact he knew Motoko didn't have a lynx paw. She was just that quiet. The pull of the muscles in his legs so foreign as he moved just so, to reduce any noise of his boots hitting the metal steps. He knew he would have shivered, but he didn't. There was no fear. No hesitation. Just a simple calculus. A confidence that he had a gig to complete and people to flatline, but first he needed info. He followed in her footsteps around as he checked 2 closets, both full of junk, some of which he had helped steal later, watched as he competently breached through the building's security system. While he followed the movement, the actions. The actual knowledge of what Motoko had just done was beyond him. Then, the room lit up. He could see them. Again Itchy wanted to gasp, but there was only ice in his veins as he looked around. No, as Motoko looked around. The ray of light leading to every scav in the building. Wow. He wanted to pause the BD there, just to look at it, he had never seen this himself. It was something new. Something kinda preem. But he felt little as Motoko kept moving, walking the catwalk above the scavs without fear looking down on them, and he could practically feel the sinister amusement of her plans to murder them. Of his plans. He felt the confusion and then disgust as he watched a scav fail at a game. Well, Motoko. That was kinda harsh, that game wasn't easy. And then he felt her confidence as he moved, leaping over the edge, in a move that should have caused his heart to flip-flop. Instead he felt pure confidence, landing with barely a scuff against the concrete in a low crouch, all 4 limbs spread to reduce the impact. Then he was downstairs, but Itchy was backseating, as Motoko went through the computer gathering information, checking an email that confirmed that Ripper knew exactly what was happening in his clinic, and then he smirked, did some more net running stuff that Ichi couldn't follow, and turned right around. A few moments later everything froze. It felt like his chest couldn't move without choice, like everything was completely 100% under his control. But it wasn't him in control, it was Motoko. He moved and the scavs died. He felt nothing as he cleaved through them, knife cutting and ripping, and when it was all done he pushed himself off the scav he had just watched die face to face, and he felt confident. Powerful. This was Motoko? This was the girl that acted like a gonk half the time, and the other half like a cold-blooded high-end merc? He was so shocked, he could barely pay attention as Motoko moved him back down and then up into the Ripper's shop. Hiromi and his face were blurred out as she confronted Charles. As he simply killed him, no fear or wavering, just a faint feeling of assurance. Of knowing he was doing the right thing. And the BD ended, and Ichi gasped, pulling the wreath from his face as he suddenly felt his own body again, and the lack of that pure control left an almost palpable sense of wrongness as he reached for his beer and took a swig. His heart was suddenly racing, as the icy control was gone. Malcolm beside him was doing something similar to him, his face telling a story. So what do you think? Was the BD good? I never actually watched it after Judy did her editing. Did you like it? Motoko intruded into his space, asking while sounding almost a little shy. Ichi opened his mouth and then closed it. What was he supposed to say to Motoko? His chum? His sorta boss? That she scared the shit out of him? That he felt like his body was wrong, and he wanted to puke a little. That he now understood why she didn't hesitate to solo a Skavden, because they were never a threat to her? It was cool. He said instead. Her little joke with the word the only thing he could think of. Thankfully it seemed to satisfy her, with the way her face broke out into a happy smile. Fuck, she confused him. I waved goodbye to my chums. It was getting late, and both Malcolm and Ichi had been a little twitchy since leaving the BD. I guess murder was still a bit too much for my chums. Anyways. At least Knox was happy. The Skavden BD had apparently been super popular. Lots of people had lost someone to scavs. Being able to watch a bunch of them get murdered? Apparently it was very cathartic. But it was time for more net diving. A short drive later I was sliding into my netrunner suit and plugging everything in. Time to get some training. The blur of awareness as I switched from reality to the net only lasted a moment, and then I was there, once more in the ethereal neon city. This time it only took a moment for me to jump straight to the dewdrop-in server, since I had the IP. A momentary blur of fast travel, and I was there walking up to the roundabout. I bypassed the netrunners outside and went straight for the club. Yoko would be inside. The techno music, a rhapsody of all the noises a computer could make and more, hit me as I entered, but other than noting the song and memorizing it, I ignored it. Yoko was lazing in a private booth as I approached her, and her sensual smile was as dangerous as the woman herself. Motoko, finally here? I had some stuff to deal with, I spent some time with my chums. But I'm ready. Excellent. You wanted this, don't forget. Come with me. She offered, and another one of Yoko's doors opened up beside her. She rose and walked through with me following. Inside was just a large space, a lot of memory and data set aside on the server for it. Alright. Let's get started then. She said, and before a moment passed her tails twitched, and fire burst forth towards me. The assault was something I recognized. It was a breaching assault meant to burn through ICE to open up systems. I threw up a few of my ICE programs, before returning the assault with a breach program. On my side a blade appeared beside me and shot off, rocketing right through the fire towards the kitsune. The sword was actually a representation of a hacking attempt. Seriously, netrunning was so weird. It stopped cold. A stone statue appeared in front of Yoko. It was a Kamenu? The lion-dog statues you would see around Japanese shrines. Yoko really stuck to her aesthetic. I could respect it. They were basically a form of ICE. Very tough stuff. The fight continued. My agreement with Yoko had a few factors, the most obvious was information. Guidance on the rules of the net, basic net culture and the like, which we could cover mostly just by talking, but that was only part of it. More importantly, I had asked her to fight me, hit me with everything she had so I could learn to react to combat on the net. I had the instincts, thanks to my skills. Quick hack, and Breach both filled part of netrunning combat, but having the instincts and knowledge was one thing. Doing was another. She was going easy on me. I could tell, just her cyberdeck alone would be a high-end system because she was able to throw up multiple heavy RAM usage hacks back to back, while I had to rely on ICE shields to hold back her assault while my cyberdeck did its best to keep up with my requests. But I was learning. So much. 100 quick hack XP gained. 100 quick hack XP gained. 100 breach protocol XP gained. 100 breach protocol XP gained. 100 quick hack XP gained. 100 breach protocol XP gained. Breach protocol skill level up. 100 quick hack XP gained. 100 quick hack XP gained. Quick hack skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Breach protocol 8 and quick hack 5. Both levels had come in as I fought, and the new knowledge and skill was going to immediately be used again. I grinned with an almost feral intensity as I fought back against a literal nine-tailed fox, throwing around magic and spells. Fuck, I loved my life. Eventually Yoko called an end, mentioning I was showing signs of heat shock, and I had to take a moment to remember that there were repercussions on what I was doing. My poor body back in the basement was overheating, and I purposefully had to lower all my inputs, turning the world into a hazy 3D rendering, all monochrome lines to reduce the workload of my cyberdeck, and try to keep it from overheating. Thank you, Yoko, I said, looking at the blurry woman. This was amazing, I said with a thumbs up. You are a very strange girl, Motoko Kusanagi, she mentioned as her avatar approached. I don't usually accept requests to show off my hacks, but I'll admit, throwing my programs around like this is rather refreshing. It's been a while since anyone has actually challenged me here on my server. Yeah, considering how much RAM you have access to, it would be kinda stupid, huh? I asked, earning a change in the avatar that I was pretty sure was a particularly fox-like smirk. You noticed that? Not every day some kitty runner realizes that the entire server acts as a support for my cyberdeck. She giggled, reaching over and patting my avatar on the shoulder, although I didn't feel anything, and it was more of an emote not actually touching me but looking like it was. So take a break from this for now? I still need to learn more about the net. Of course. Come with me, I'll take you around to a few of the common haunts. Yoko did in fact do just that. We traveled through the digital night city, walking to seemingly random places that had servers set up as meetup locations. With Yoko guiding me, she helped me get access, and I got to see it all. Her own avatar had disappeared, turning into the same blank outline that everyone had besides their face and a general shape, and once we returned to the dewdrop and she shifted back into her kitsune avatar with an almost relieved sigh. I got the feeling Yoko didn't leave her server much. And once again she brought me to that white room, but this time she didn't fight me directly. Instead, she summoned up a demon. Demon were a mix between an AI and a program. Not quite intelligent enough to be considered a true AI, but a bit more nuanced than a normal program. They were background programs often used to monitor systems, to make sure everything was going right, or to balance different systems. If a quick hack was a tool, like a knife, then demons were pets. A rudimentary intelligence. A being capable of acting as a guard dog, or a simple button presser. Of course this time, Yoko summoned the smallest demon. An imp. It didn't look like some fantasy creature, not at this level, instead it was an orb of light, with two almost cartoonish red eyes glaring at me. It made little noises, beeps and whistles as it glared. Begin, she offered, and the imp attacked. Demons were capable of being uploaded with basic programs, quick hacks of their own. It's why they were so useful as Overwatch for systems. Upload a strong demon, give it some good offense, and you don't have to stand guard 24/7 against a netrunner. Well, you still did, because as good as demons were, they weren't able to match a person. The imp had two programs, and I saw them both very quickly. One was the fire-burning ICE program that Yoko had used before, although it was smaller, a weaker fire capable of corroding code. The other was a screech that suddenly filled my ears, and made me wince and become disoriented. It wasn't noise but junk data. Like getting hit with a flashbang. My sight went jerky, and laggy with distortions and image sway. In essence, the imp was flooding my connection to the server with junk, like a DDoS attack, in a way. I threw up my ICE shield to block the fire, and used a barrier shield for the screech. The ethereal neon panes appeared in front of me to block the assault, and the imp's attacks ended. It continued to pelt me with the same 2 attacks, practically in order. One then the other. But the screech was just throwing junk data against a wall of junk data, and the fire couldn't burn through my ICE before I fixed it. So it was my turn. Fire roared, shooting out from my hand and pierced through the imp. The demon came apart with a static sound as it broke into pieces. 250 XP gained. An alert popped up right after, almost startling me as I processed and then had to fight the urge to smile massively. I could beat demons for XP in the net too. That was amazing. Not bad. Let's see how you handle something a bit bigger. Yoko called out as a thug. It looked like a cartoon thug, only the glowing red eyes showed why it was called a demon. Instantly it looked to me. And attacked. I yelped as it had a much more powerful direct attack. A gun was pointed and fired, and my barrier flared resisting the attack, but only just. The pane of light cracked. The bullet was a virus that deleted data. So when it hit my junk barrier, it just deleted chunks of it. I reinforced the shield even as the thug continued firing every few moments. 1 round at a time it simply locked onto me and shot, more like a static turret than a sentient creature. I sent my barriers to coat the thug like I had with the netrunner I fought, and it took only a few moments before he was cut off, sealing him up in a tight box that was squeezing the program. It died a few moments later as its access to any system resources literally ended, and it basically lagged out and died, disintegrated as its core systems simply couldn't do anything through the lump of data it was trapped in. 250 XP gained. I was only slightly sad that it wasn't more XP. Not bad at all. But at the moment, you are just overpowering them with better programs. Let's work on a bit more finesse. Yoko called out and summoned another imp this time. No offense hacks, try to disable the imp. She demanded and I nodded, jumping into the task. It took a while. But that was what training was all about. It took me a long time to disable the imp without relying on my powerful hacks. Instead, I was forced to do my teleporting trick, making the demon think I was somewhere else on the server making its attacks miss. In the end, the idea came to me with a sinister smile as I shifted my position. It sent its data purging fire at me, only I had put myself inside the file that the demon was running off of. Watching it fire a blast of fire at me only for it to turn back around and slam into the demon was hilarious. But as it died, I got a nice surprise. 250 XP gained. Level up achieved. 1 stat point gained. 1 skill point gained. That was the last bit I needed for level 10. You okay, kid? Huh? Oh yeah, Yoko. I'm good, just happy, that was fun. I told her with a smile as I tried to stretch only for the act to not really work. I was only a digital avatar, not my real body. Heh. Stretching won't do you much good here. If you are feeling the sympathetic need to move and stretch, you should head back to your body. She told me and I nodded. Yoko. Thanks. I'll be back for more training soon. Heh. You certainly don't quit. I'll see you then, Motoko. The kitsune nodded and then blurred as she left, and I did the same blurring as I pulled my avatar back through all the systems I had moved through until I was back in my lobby, and then I disconnected. I groaned and stretched as I sat up. Back in reality, with all that entailed. While I had a few moments of quiet, I pulled open my stat screen and checked my perks. I remember the last time I had looked at my quick hack perks, I had mainly been focused on game stuff. A perk to make quick hacking upload faster. A perk to make my Cyberdex RAM restore faster. In fantasy terms, the perks would let me cast spells faster and let my mana regenerate quicker. But I've learned a lot since then. I had been wise enough to pick the defensive perk last time. The knowledge of how to defend myself had probably helped a lot even before this training with Yoko. But I had gained a lot of awareness of what was useful. So instead I started searching for something else. And then I found it. Hacking Wizard. Upload multiple quick hacks at the same time to one or more targets. I selected the perk without another moment's hesitation and shuddered as the knowledge slipped in. It wasn't an immense amount of knowledge. It wasn't the plans for a program or anything like that. It was pure mathematics and multitasking. It would more than double the RAM usage if I tried to send 2 hacks or more at once, but in the end, if I was in an emergency, I could inundate someone with multiple quick hacks all at once, a surprise assault. Or, I could use a quick hack multiple times to target multiple people. With the knowledge that some of the higher quality hacks could already spread through a crowd, I could do multiple waves of net assaults on anyone that pissed me off. Yeah, as always, perks were OP, please don't nerf. Too much fun. I giggled as I rested back on the chair, feeling lazy enough I didn't want to unplug everything right away. I sent a message to June letting him know I was gonna sleep in my new place, and decided to enjoy 8 hours of sleep. The next morning, I went home for a shower and general cleanliness issues, stepping out of my room wearing a clean leotard and patting down my damp hair. I noticed my mess of stuff still all over the living room. Ugh. I whined but nodded, realizing that I really needed to do some cleanup. I wandered around picking things up and settling them into my room, basically packing away all my little projects so I could still get to them, but so they wouldn't clog the entire living room table. Patting my HMG on my way back out of my room, I looked over the cleaner? Tidier? Living room. It was better, I would take it. I settled in and reached over for my guitar, but before I started playing, I did something I should have done last night. I opened up my screen, and I slipped another stat point into adaptation, and the feelings, the sense of touch and proprioception that my arms gave me seemed to jerk a little as I realized the sense of touch had been just a tad off. But it was better now. Of course, before I could go down the road of playing with my sense of touch, I noticed my stat screen. Militech Condor adaptation, Militech Condor 4/8. Wait. When did my adaptation requirement go down? It used to be out of 10. I stared at it for a while, without any point coming to mind, and ended up just shrugging. I would have to keep a closer eye on it, but it was interesting that it could lower the max. I guess I had been mentally adjusting to the Chrome pretty well over time. My new sense of touch on the strings of my guitar had me smiling as it distracted me, and I strummed a chord. Instantly a song slipped into my brain, and I started strumming the notes. She's so cold and human. I sang along to Lithium Flower. It figured if I was going to play a song I should play a major Motoko Kusanagi theme. The sound was different from my normal music preferences, but I jammed out to it, enjoying the way my Chrome hands had no difficulty hitting the notes, that the song came out sounding good. My voice crooning alongside. Yeah, this was fun. Sure, Night City was a nightmare. Sure, I knew someday someone I knew would die. One of my chums would end up murdered by the city. Because this city murdered everyone eventually. But until then I couldn't help but admit. I loved it here. I want to go surfing with her. I sang the last lyrics trailing off as I finished the last refrain. I sighed when I finished. 100 Rocker Boy XP gained. Alright Motoko. Pick a problem to solve today. I told myself. I had so much that needed to be done. I wanted to finish my music box. Which meant programming and tech grinds. I wanted to hunt more scavs. Which would bring in eddies to me and my crew, and potentially new Chrome. I should try to help the SLS guys with a gig, which meant information. Which meant I needed to dive into the net again. I wanted to hang out with Jackie again. Had he still not finished that gig Wakako gave him? Very disappointing, Jackie. I might actually have to step in. I still had other projects I wanted to get started on as well. My future desire for a Tachikoma to complete the cosplay, for help on gigs. I had even taken the robotics perk and never got to use it. Because robots were hard. I also wanted to just hang out with my chums, the other night was fun, and Hiromi had gotten left out. Plus there was so much more to do. As annoying as it was to have a bit of choice paralysis, the fact I could do all of them just given time meant it wasn't exhausting or making me angry. Instead, it was just. Which did I want to do first? Well, considering I wasn't sure. I made a call. Motoko. *Wakako. How's it going? Thanks again for the help, that Netrunner gear is coming in super handy, I told her cheerfully. Good. I hear you took over the street gang as well, Yeah, that was more Hiromi's doing. I'm just glad I didn't have to kill a bunch of gonk kids, Well, having lines you don't cross is fine, as long as you don't ruin a gig because of them. I take it by your call that you are looking for more work, Not directly. How's Jackie Wells doing? I expected him to have finished up by now, Wakako actually sighed over the line and there was silence for a moment. I just knew she had lit up a cigarette and was preparing to complain. Asterisk, the boy is too cautious. The gig is still open, and nothing has been done that I have seen, asterisk. Want me to go poke him? I asked, and the line was silent for a minute. I will not pay you for completing someone else's gig. Asterisk, not something I'm worried about. Besides, I told you before. Jackie has some talent as a good bruiser. I could use someone like that on my gigs. Me helping him out now will be a good foot in the door to convincing him to work with me in the future, asterisk. Asterisk, very well. I'll send the details of the gig to you. Handle it however you want, asterisk. Thanks, Wakako, and she already hung up. I said, realizing my agent was quiet. Wakako, you bitch. It's called a goodbye. Would it kill you to say it every once in a while? But a moment later I got a beep as a text message. Directly from Wakako. It was basically a copy of a message she had sent to Jackie Wells. I read through the notes and I realized pretty quickly what was causing the hold-up. Jackie would definitely need some help on this gig. I drove by the corporate-owned building. Microtech had been one of the big NUSA corporations for decades. They were like the Microsoft of the cyberpunk world. They weren't quite as powerful now as they had been in their heyday, but they were still going strong. Jackie's gig was simple on the outside. Wakako wanted the schedule for incoming shipments. She was probably just a go-between in this case, getting the info for someone who wanted it rather than something she would use herself. But Microtech wouldn't just leave the data laying around, and Jackie wasn't exactly an infiltrator. He hadn't gotten the gig done yet, so he either didn't have the skills to complete it, and was trying to hire someone to do it for him, or he was trying to come up with a plan to do it himself. That was where I came in. I was going to look around, get an idea of what defenses this place had, and hopefully be able to guide Jackie into getting the data. I didn't want to just do it for him. One, that would be insulting. I was very aware that I was still a kid to most people I interacted with, and Jackie wanted to be an edge runner. You don't jump into a profession like that without having an ego, and second, Jackie needed to do this. If Wakako was ever going to trust him with future gigs, which would let him build a rep. So I was just going to look around, figure out the weak points in the defenses, and pass along some intel. Maybe make him pay for it with a few eddies, just so everything was square. Of course I was thinking that as I pulled into a small strip mall. A few food shops and things right across the street from the building. But that was when I noticed none other than Jackie Wells himself sitting at a noodle bar, slurping down a bowl of ramen and staring at the building across the street. Huh. I guess he was working on getting that intel after all. I considered walking up to him, but I figured it would be best to let this one go. Besides, I wasn't wearing my normal gear this time. I didn't exactly want to mess with a full-fledged corporation in my usual. So I was wearing a mix between the armored suits I had bought for my chums, and a set of Techgogs that I had picked up from V3LS Loot. It was an old-school piece of net-running gear, but it covered the top of my face and would give me a little additional ID protection if someone actually saw me. I would already be covered from recording devices, but people could still see my face, and if they could ID me that way, it didn't matter if the corp doesn't have a recording. I slipped out of the quadra in a quiet corner of the parking lot and made it across the street without any problem. The corporation's building was set up in a private lot. This wasn't really an office or anything, it was a shipping hub. A warehouse with a small attached office for the corporation. They had a much larger HQ in City Central. The security here would be pretty good though. Warehouses were hot targets. But that was just details to me. I jumped the fence climbing onto some trash that was building up against the outside walls, and I was in. My eyes flashed as I scanned the area for security. Cameras covered the corners of the building. Robotic guards wandered around, and human workers were moving around driving forklifts moving packages around. I sent a quiet ping into the camera system, and as I expected, it slipped through the security without too much problems. This place wasn't big enough for a netrunner to manually run the security. The grounds were quiet and covered in loose trash and refuse that the warehouse had collected over the years. It was obvious this place wasn't well taken care of. But that just meant there were plenty of places for me to hide. I slipped into a stack of old pallets hiding within them while giving me a perfect sight of the camera on the corner of a building. After I confirmed the lack of any direct attention in the network, I started breaching. The camera's security didn't last more than a few moments, and I was able to slip into the main network as well, as the cameras weren't properly partitioned. I started looking through all the cameras. Outside, the robot guards followed a static path, seemingly uncaring about the large gaps in the security. They were more for intimidation than security, I realized. They would definitely keep out the most common street thugs. Then I looked inside and the warehouse was certainly not empty. Unfortunately, for me, I was only sneaking around and planning to get some data, because I noticed quite a few prime pieces in the warehouse I would love to take home with me. A few of those servers, or computer systems, would be really nice to have. Instead, I focused on the security. Just like outside, there were robot guards, along with a few workers hauling around the large shipments. I noted down numbers and positions, literally filling a digital map with where everything was for Jackie to use. It wasn't even difficult. My breaching skill had reached the point where stealthing into systems, even through a camera, was doable with a bit of work. I made a note of all the rooms I could see, and if I could figure out what was inside them. I also noted the room that would have the shipment information. It was an office in the back of the warehouse that had a camera right outside it. Meaning it was one of the most secure locations in the entire warehouse. Someone didn't want someone getting in there. I marked it on the map, disappointed that there wasn't a camera inside. Instead, I altered my focus, accessing the systems the camera was connected to, trying to see what I can find on the security systems. Unfortunately, the connection was protected, and unless I wanted to spend a lot of time out here, or make it obvious someone had hacked in, I would have to access the security directly. With everything marked out, and the workers and robot guards pinged, it was child's play to rise up out of the mess of pallets and move towards the warehouse. With a bit of a fun trick, I would just have the camera pan away from me as I approached a side door that the camera was supposed to be keeping an eye on. Letting me slip inside the door and close it just as the camera panned back around. Making it seem completely natural, despite it being entirely under my control. With that, I was inside, and movement through the warehouse was even easier. I stalked up the stairs through the empty break room and then down a catwalk towards the office. The camera there was controlled the same way. Panning away as I walked up under it, and then letting it pan to the way I had just come, giving me access to the office door. It was locked, but that took only a few moments to work through, and the door opened. I slipped inside and closed it behind me, just as the camera panned back. The office was what you would expect from a warehouse manager. It was nicer than the rest of the building, and it was surprisingly well soundproofed, cutting down the noise of the warehouse. There was a small laptop set up, and I slipped over, quickly slipping through the ICE. With a few moments of work and I was in. I found the data that Wakako wanted. I made a copy, quietly slipping the data into a shard and putting it away. I wasn't going to just hand it over to Jackie, but if something bad happened, it was insurance. Then I moved away to the actual security server. Unlike the laptop, it was set up in the corner of the room, and didn't have any monitors, or anything. It was a Mercatech security server. Meant to be set up through a different system, laptop, or direct access through neural cord, and then take care of the security concerns all by itself. It was also shit if you wanted real security. Corpo nonsense at its best. I plugged in, quickly bypassed the password request that if failed would send out a ton of ICE, or even black ICE to kill the hacker. It took all of 5 minutes to breach the security and have full access to the warehouse's network. With a little smirk, I even set up a backdoor. I rarely got to use the knowledge wall breaking gave me, but who knows, I might need to access this system again in the future. It was setting up the backdoor that made me realize something was off. There was an intrusion in the system. And it wasn't me. I wasn't alone in the system. I considered responding, but I wasn't supposed to be here either after all, and I doubted the intruder expected to have a netrunner come in from the other direction. So I simply stepped back, let the system's autonomous security fail at its job, and watched, mostly from what the system wasn't seeing, what the netrunner was doing. They were accessing the security records. I watched the server's memory usage go up a few blips as systems were accessed. Could this be something Jackie set up? I know he doesn't have the skill himself, but he had known T-Bug. Or maybe he just knew another netrunner? Either way, it wasn't my problem. As long as the runner didn't sound an alarm. After the runner got the security records, they looked around, poking at connection points, and it took me a while to realize they were trying to see if they could access the foreman's computer. Unfortunately, that system wasn't connected. This had to be Jackie then. Right? I was considering pulling out, letting the runner finish their little dive when I saw it. A massive increase in server usage. The runner noticed I was watching, If this was Jackie's netrunner, they might bail on the server if they thought security was onto them. The amount of black ICE an admin could drop on the head of a discovered runner wasn't worth considering. So I had to move fast. I set up a few solid ICE walls that I knew would save me a few seconds in case they attacked, and then sent out a prompt through to the runner. It was just a text log, although I did have to think of a good pseudonym in a rush. Ghost, would appreciate if you didn't set off an alarm. The log was quiet, no response given, but I could practically feel the frantic activity of the runner as they double-checked their defenses. The server spiking as programs and demons activated to protect the runner. But I didn't attack. Just waited. Blank, who are you? Ghost, I replied with a smirk. The complete non-answer would be doubly amusing. Blank, asterisk you are at the security server. What do you want, asterisk? Ghost, asterisk I want you to not set off any alarms. Noticed you wanted to access the foreman's computer, asterisk I took a moment to look over and take a picture of it, and added that into the chat. I didn't get a response for a while, but I was patient. Blank you offering? Ghost, asterisk maybe. I know you aren't here against my own gig. But you could interfere, so let's make a deal, asterisk. Blank, I'm amiable to a deal. Ghost, asterisk I don't like working with a blank. That's requirement 1, asterisk. Blank, and I'm supposed to believe you were Ghost? Ghost, that's the name I picked. No response came for a bit before finally the message came through. T-Bug, what else? Oh, I was right. If that was T-Bug, it meant it was far more likely she really was working with Jackie. Ghost, asterisk nice to meet you, Bug. If I'm right, just to confirm, you are working with Jackie Wells at the moment to retrieve the Microtech shipment schedule for the next month, asterisk. Once again it went quiet. She was still there, but I got the feeling she was probably thinking about ditching. Ghost, asterisk I am asking for confirmation. I often work with Wakako. I don't want to ruin his gig, asterisk I added. Hopefully the last bit would make me sound less threatening. T-Bug, I was hired by Wells to get security access, and find him a path to the foreman's office. Ghost, then stand by for access, I added, stepping over to the foreman's laptop and quickly having it access the security server. Considering I had already breached both systems, it didn't take more than a minute. I walked back over to the server and plugged back in. Ghost, asterisk once you have what you came for, go ahead and get out quietly if you would. Please wish Jackie luck on his future work with Wakako. It will be nice to have another merc to tap for work, asterisk. A few minutes later, I noticed the T-Bug took her time accessing the laptop as if she was afraid it was a trap. Once I was sure she was good, I stood up and started making my way out of the warehouse. I used the same trick on the cameras to simply move around the vision of the one outside the door, although just as I was about to walk completely away I noticed it. T-Bug was snooping. I smirked as she took control of the camera and started quick panning it back at me. But I already had the full layout of the warehouse. Despite being on the catwalk on the second floor, I simply leapt over the edge, disappearing far below the camera's line of sight before it could have spotted me. Then I was gone. Sneaking out through the side doors, avoiding the cameras without touching them this time, and climbing up the pallets I had hidden under before and leaping over the edge of the barbed wire fence. I rolled as I hit the ground, stepping back up and wiping the dust off, before casually walking down the street. That had almost been bad. I hadn't expected T-Bug to be able to notice me snooping from the security server. She was better than I had thought. Like really good. I would have to be more careful, but in the end I was satisfied. Gig complete. Sorta. It just wasn't me that was going to complete it. I did check in on Jackie as I walked to the car, noticing that he was leaving the noodle joint. I smiled as he seemed like he was in a suddenly super good mood as he raced away. Considering. I smirked and jumped into the Quadra heading home. I would change into my normal outfit and wait around, because I had a feeling Wakako would be sending me a message soon. I was on point. An hour later, as I was lazing around on the couch, I got a text from Wakako. Asterisk Jackie Wells completed the gig. He is coming in for a meeting now, asterisk. I grinned that Wakako actually did follow through with our deal. I jumped off the couch, rushed out the door, still fighting my boots as I hopped into the elevator. Ignoring the look of my neighbor who had stepped into the elevator just before me as I fought my boots on my feet, and then rushed out the elevator as soon as the doors opened on the ground floor. I only slowed when I hit Jig Jig Street and sauntered happily into Wakako's parlor. The look she gave me told me she was in no mood for my nonsense, and she pointed to a chair and I quickly sat in it. I've been given the report of what happened already. Mr. Wells hired a netrunner he is acquainted with to get him into the building, only they didn't need to, as another netrunner had already infiltrated the building. Wakako started speaking suddenly, and I kept my cool, not letting myself show any sign of nervousness. Wakako was a tiger, after all. They could smell nervousness. So since you decided to get involved in the gig, tell me why you think I should allow Mr. Wells into my employ. If he can't complete a gig on his own? I winced. First, it's rude that you immediately assume that someone with the coolest net handle ghost is me. Even if it was totally me, I offered, pointing upward with a chrome finger. Second, Jackie realizing he wasn't going to be able to finish the gig on his own and getting help using his connections, is the exact kind of thing you want for a merc. If you just want someone who will rush in guns blazing, almost guaranteeing they will end up dead on an important gig, then yeah. You don't want Jackie. Wakako took a drag of her cigarette and nodded, agreeing with my reasoning. Also, I wasn't originally going to help out, but Jackie hired a seriously good netrunner. T-Bug knew her stuff and noticed I was there. So I had to get involved. Very well. I expected something like this when I gave you the information regardless. The gig is complete, and I have the information my client wanted. She offered, tapping out the ash casually into the ashtray. I'd like to work with him on some gigs. Either right away or later. I mentioned, and this made Wakako react. I don't think he will fit your style very well. Not directly, but every infiltrator needs to be prepared for getting caught. Jackie's a good solo, and I could use him on some of my gigs just as backup. It would be nice to know that if I screw up, I won't be alone in the firefight for my life. If you wish to bring him along on any gigs you take, that is up to you. As long as the gig is completed, I don't care about your methods. She said, but didn't say anything about me going along on Jackie's gigs. I let it go, and noticed that Wakako seemed more than ready to ignore me, instead watching the small TV set she kept in the corner of the room. I turned around in the seat to look and ended up actually falling into the pit of weekday afternoon TV. No way Simon makes it this time. This is his third try. I argue, even gesturing with my hands at Wakako. He is scrappy, and he has a great desire. I think he will make it. Wakako offered, taking a drag as we argued about the show she had been watching. Apparently Wakako was really into this weird mix of Price is Right and Takashi's Castle game show. Night City Television was fucking weird. One segment will have these people trying to win prizes in strange games, and the next segment would be them getting their ass beat by a Borg dressed up like a kabuki actor with a massive, only slightly padded kanabo. I was pretty sure a few people had died even with the fuzzy kanabo blunting the strikes. Fucking wild-ass mix of boring American and unhinged Japanese TV show. But it was both kinda interesting and boring as fucking equal measures. I just didn't get future TV. He is here. Wakako offered, glancing up, and I noticed that she knew long before I could hear the sound of the parlor door opening. Someone was keeping an eye on things for her. Sneaky Wakako. I relaxed in my seat with a smirk as I waited for Jackie to enter. I could hear him chatting with the receptionist Wakako hired, and then I realized the gonk was actually flirting with her. Was Jackie flirting just as instinct when he was nervous? I'm pretty sure it was, although I could see Wakako wasn't pleased. But a few moments later he got shot down, and was told to enter the room, and I could barely suppress my grin, instead staying cool thanks to cold blood to keep myself with only a small smirk. Jackie stepped in through the beaded curtain, obviously trying to hide how nervous he was, but Wakako and I could both tell as he rose to his full height. He opened his mouth to speak before stuttering to a stop as he noticed me sitting in the room as well. Our eyes met, and I just kept smirking. Jackie Wells. You completed the gig I assigned, got me the information I desired. Wakako said, suddenly cutting off our little moment. The gig was difficult, meant to see if you have what it takes to work under me. I've decided to give you a chance. She offered, and I could see the energy rush into Jackie at the words. I won't let you down, Wakako, you can count on me. He said, tearing his eyes off me, to focus on Wakako. Smart move. Perhaps. She said, and then she started going into a spiel about what she would be expecting from him working under her. It was interesting because she hadn't done something like this for me. I guess my infiltration talents meant she didn't feel the need. Or I guess Wakako had just not expected much from me at the start, until I actually succeeded and made my skills evident. I focused back on the conversation as she seemed to come to the end of her spiel. You will also be given some gigs to complete in the coming days. I will be assigning one of my agents to assist you during the gigs, and ensure you are as capable as I expect. She may also bring you onto her own gigs if she feels your skills will be useful. Motoko? Thanks, Wakako. I said, smiling, turning to Jackie and seeing the confusion on his face. Soaking in the look of utter incomprehension on his face, but also the desire not actually admit he had no idea what was going on. Ah. That was the feeling of satisfaction of revenge from being underestimated. All right. Jackie, nice to see you again. I'll be expecting you to help me out from now on. I have high hopes for you. I say with a grin and simply delighted in how Jackie's confusion only grew. I look forward to it, Hermana? He said, although his tone made it come out a question. Wakako, anything for him today? I asked, and she shook her head as I rose up out of the seat. Great. Then I'll get him out of your hair. I chirped, standing up and waving for Jackie to follow me, but just as I was about to leave the door I stuck my head back through the beads. Simon failed again. Told you. He hurt his ankle during the previous fall. No way he could make it. Wakako bit back a curse, smashing her cigarette into her ashtray, as she turned back to her show, turning up the volume so it could be heard again. Hermana? What dash? You hungry? I'm hungry. There's a noodle shop in the Cherry Blossom Market that I like, come on my treat. I'll fill you in. I told him with a smile as I happily sauntered down the dark streets of Jig Jig Street, knowing Jackie would follow. Man, messing with him had been so satisfying. Totally worth $2,000. Wait. Fuck. I had literally spent $2,000 to fuck with someone. Okay, new rule. That was dumb, don't do that anymore. Satisfying though. We walked out of Jig Jig Street and down into Cherry Blossom. The atmosphere was brighter and less dangerous. In the end, we settled into the ramen bar and had put in our orders before I started. So I work for Wakako as one of her mercs. I'm an infiltrator. When I offered to help on your gig for Wakako, I wasn't just messing around. I'm not just a kid wanting a taste of being a merc. I was actually really offering to help you. I told him as he took a sip of the drink that was placed down in front of him. My own quickly joined it. Damn. He muttered, and I could see behind his eyes as he was repackaging both our previous interaction and this one. So Wakako trusts you a lot. Ah well. I might have agreed to a pay cut on the next gig so I could be in the room when she met you. I explained, and he blinked at that, before chuckling, slowly at first, but then letting it grow into a belly laugh. I must have really pissed you off then. No, I wasn't angry, more amused than anything. Maybe I wanted to rub it in your face a little. I offered, holding up my fingers with just the tiniest gap between them. Well, you definitely got me, Hermana. I wasn't expecting to see you in there. Thought I was losing it at first. He said, taking another drink, and I couldn't help but chuckle this time. Yeah, it was great. So yeah, let me break it down for you, 'cause I'm sure your head is all over the place. I asked Wakako to let me work with you on a few gigs. Mine or yours? Not just because I want to help you, but because I want you to help me. I'm not exactly a bruiser, and getting into a firefight is a pain in the ass. I would like to know I have backup in case it ever happens. So you want to work together? Well, test it out to see if we work well together? Exactly. If it doesn't work out, you don't need to worry. Wakako will still have gigs for you. But if it works out, I can always use an extra gun on my gigs, so it could be double the work. Interested? This time Jackie was quiet as he took another drink. Wakako wouldn't use you if you don't have the skill, but I'm picky about who I work with. He offered, and I almost snorted, because I remember the nomad origin in the game. Jackie, you'll team up with anyone for the eddies, you gonk. But I didn't say that. Instead, I shrugged. Well, Wakako wants us partnered for the first few gigs. We can see how well we mesh. If everything works out, great. We both have someone to watch our backs. If you don't like me, just say it, and I'll delta. There are plenty of gonks with a gun, and in need of eddies. I said, and he nodded at that. Still a bit awkward about the idea is all. You're so young. He muttered and I nodded. And you're so old. I gasped in faux shock. Before smoothing out my expression. Age has nothing to do with it. You're a merc, you know that a kid can kill just as well as any merc. I said, looking off to the side, just taking in the movement of the bar. I just don't like it. Kids should be boosting cars, or getting in trouble, not risking their lives? I'm not a fan of that either, Jackie. Which is why I would love to have a shooter that I can trust to watch my back. He didn't seem to have a good reply to that, and a few moments later we were interrupted as the server came by. The noodles arriving distracted us, making Jackie and I both happy as we dug in for a moment, but after his first bite Jackie seemed to come to a decision. He reached over and grabbed his beer. To potential partnerships. He offered and I smiled as I grabbed my soda and tapped it to his own. I picked up the tab like I said I would, and after sharing numbers Jackie and I split up. We would meet up soon when Wakako had her first gig ready, and Jackie needed some time to process. On the other hand, that meant I had to figure out what I wanted to work on. I ended up walking around the market for a bit, browsing some of the little stalls, but not finding much that really interested me. It wasn't like there was a mercenary shop among the stalls. I did stop over at the tech repair shop. The lady that I had bought my tool kit from was sitting out there like normal. We both had grown to an agreement, I would ignore her, and she would ignore me. But that didn't mean her stock wasn't useful. I browsed through her items, old tech junk, nothing that really interested me, but I did find some parts and materials I wanted. Buying some feeder items for my printer, I paid the eddies and headed home. A nice jog back to the apartment felt nice, a return to those early days, and then I was there, on the couch feeding the metals and plastics I had bought into the printer, processing it into easy-to-use cubes and pieces. Then I pulled out my box of things I'm not allowed to play with in the apartment. I still had plenty of my own grenades, but Jackie didn't carry them from what I saw. If he was going to be my backup, or vice versa, I wanted to make sure he had the tools. Plus it was good practice. But I did follow the rules, I grabbed everything and hauled it to the car. I would work on it in the net-running basement. That way June couldn't yell at me. I stretched as I flopped into my net-running chair. I had spent the last few hours putting together an array of grenades, and then stored them all in my quadra. It would be a nice surprise for Jackie when we went on some gigs. A bit of extra firepower just in case. I finished plugging myself into my net-running chair and blinked, returning once more to the net. I zipped over to the Dewdrop server. Yoko had told me last time after our practice that she would have something special for me. So I was kinda excited. As soon as I entered, I got a request to enter Yoko's private room, and the Japanese door clacked open in front of me, letting me walk right inside. Yoko. How goes? Motoko. I'm fine, thank you. She said, sounding amused at my normal greeting, despite the situation. Yoko was sitting on a throne in the middle of her private shrine lobby, and there was someone there with her. The netrunner looked like me, with a blank avatar beside the face, and he seemed more interested in an array of neon windows that floated around him that he was tapping away and inspecting. Who's your friend? Walk 3R, this is Motoko. Motoko, this is Walk 3R. Yoko introduced us, but I noticed she was purposefully not telling me what was going on. I quirked an eyebrow at the kitsune and only got a smirk in return. What's going on, Yoko? You told me you had a surprise. Ah. Indeed, I do. Walk 3R is someone who owed me a favor, and I owed him a favor in turn. She said, and that was when I started feeling nervous. Okay? I'm guessing that has something to do with the server information he is browsing? I asked, having read the neon window she was looking over, although reading them backwards wasn't easy. Okay, I cheated. I had taken a picture. Or a screenshot? It was hard to explain, but then I just reversed the image. I was inside a computer at the moment after all. Indeed it does. He said, finally turning away from his screens to see me. I pulled a corrupted server out of a black market auction a few months ago. Haven't had time to clean it up yet, so I went to Yoko, and don't you know it? She has a netrunner looking for training in everything, including deep dives. So you are going to be our guinea pig. I looked to Yoko with a very unimpressed look and she gave me a sultry giggle. Stupid sexy kitsune. Don't be so put out, Motoko. We have both already sent in Demon to look over the server, and it's clear of anything truly malignant. But the data is still locked behind a mess of overactive corrupted demons and mashed together code. So you will go in, destroy the demons, while breaching into the information inside. This isn't just good practice, it's the truest test for netrunners. You want to be more than just a kid playing with scripts? This is what you need to learn. She said and then pointed to her side, and a portal opened. Fine. But if I die, I'm gonna be so mad. I told her, pointing at my eyes and then to hers. Yoko snorted at my words but nodded in agreement, and I slipped into the portal, which was just a connection to the physical server that Walk 3R had set up. Inside, the world shifted. If the Internet of Night City was a city in appearance, then this was simply a mess. Odd shapes and artifacts hung in the air. A display of just how damaged this server was. Unfortunately, my attempt to gather my bearings was forced to be put aside, as the demons that Yoko had mentioned had noticed my intrusion. Just like the server itself, they were damaged, disfigured creatures that charged at me, as they sent odd programs at me. I reacted, throwing up ICE and my barriers to still the assault, while launching a barrage of fire to smash into the demons. The whole thing took on a truly eldritch cast as the server was so distorted the data wasn't translating right. But I ignored it, rapid-firing my programs as fast as my Sicho MKIA could handle. The demons kept coming though. The only reason I wasn't overrun is because their very nature had been damaged. Many of the attacks they sent fizzled out against my ICE, or barriers, without any further effect. The programs they used were too damaged to actually initialize, but that didn't make them safe. Twice a program was launched at me, and instead of being halted, it exploded, seemingly ripping the server apart into an even more convoluted space. Literally dragging space into a twisted shatter point. The program they had used was probably running into some sort of memory leak, or loop that the server was forced to try and handle. I focused on those demons first. But I was being overrun, and I had to fall back on another skill, besides quick hacks. Quick hacks were unique abilities. Programming was magic, altering the fundamentals of the world. Breach was movement. It was knowing how to move in the web, how to bypass the natural traps and pitfalls. The very nature of it being a digital space. Higher levels of breach meant you were close to being a digital entity yourself in a way. So instead of staying on this level of the server, I jumped, breaching into a different section, the damaged IC not able to stop me from basically teleporting through the server. And since I was moving fast, I built myself enough time to actually catch my breath and look around. The new section of the server looked different. Obviously I was now in some sort of personal lobby that no longer existed, and had deteriorated. It looked like the floor of an office building, if the missing roof showing a broken sky, and everything distorted and broken was the norms. In the distance I could see buildings that might have once looked like Night City melted like candles, or had broken into floating pieces, or stretched like taffy. The sky overhead, that I could see through the rest of what had once been part of a building above me, had a massive jagged gash running through it, showing a different time of day within the tear. This space was unstable. Also, why did I feel like I had been transported to a zombie apocalypse world? I shook it off. I only had a few moments before the demons followed, enough time for my Sicho to cool down and let me batter them again. It also gave me time for some setup. With a bit of adjustment, I activated my Hell Flame program, loading it to have a much longer lasting activation period, and a quick alteration to its shape. The fire was not just my strongest offensive hack, but it would be doubly effective against the already deteriorated demons. Deleting data should put them down much faster. Program loaded and activated, and in my hand appeared a sword. A flaming longsword that I was thankful couldn't harm me, because I grabbed it without hesitating. The first demon that slipped into my new section of the server was a broken imp. The demon should have been a ball of light, but wasn't. Instead it appeared as a distorted shape, telling just how damaged it was. The digital sword in my hand lashed out and cut through it, seemingly burning it away, where it struck, and slowly the demon flickered before popping into shards of light. But that was only the first. More demons started popping in, as they took longer to traverse the server. But the numbers were lower. Instead of a single overwhelming horde waiting at the entrance, it took time for the damaged demon to find me, and they came in a trickle instead of an overwhelming tide. I stuck mostly to using the sword to destroy the demon, and my barriers as a shield. I was forced to activate to block the long-range attacks, although for the most part it wasn't needed as I simply cut through the horde, moving fast. If only moving in cyberspace was the same as moving in the real world, I wouldn't be having any difficulties at all. The demons moved like robots. So it was only because I was forced to fight on the digital scape that I even had any trouble. After all, despite me swinging my sword, what I was actually doing was hacking and damaging programs. It just looked and felt like a physical attack. Still, it did feel nice to have a sword in my hand. Again and again the demon came, and despite my skill with a sword, since it didn't translate over, I was struck. The first time it was a fire program sent out by an imp that I hadn't spotted, and I was forced to go fully defensive as I had to IC and counter-breach the overheat quick hack that had just struck me. I winced as my Netrunner chair gave me an update saying I was overheating quite badly. Eventually, I got it back under control, and continued on. Another was a much bigger thug demon that surprised me with a corrupted attack I didn't see coming. The program attacked my connection, giving me a sort of double vision, and a lag spike that left me groaning in pain as I fought the effects, killed the thug and did my best to keep myself defended while I purged the virus that was attacking me. But thanks to my breach skill, I did have the ability to regain my system, pushing out the assault. I would be paying for it afterwards though. An 8-hour nap had my name on it when this was over, because I was suddenly not feeling well, and if the state of my body was translating into the digital, that wasn't a good sign. I shook it off. I would recover after, so I focused on my battle slashing and breaking up corrupted demon after demon. I swung and blasted until it was done. Finally I was left standing in a hellscape. The scattered remnants of the demon's data covered the floor around me, digital viscera, and as I waited, but nothing else came. It grew quiet, but I didn't rush it. Waiting as I let my Sicho cool down from the strain of what I had just gone through. Eventually, I was sure nothing else was coming, I relaxed, and then because I was already here I started exploring. I mean, I wasn't feeling great, but my chair sent me back plenty of biodata so I knew I wasn't dying. The data within the server was a mess, scattered over multiple hubs and lobbies, but I was here to explore, to try and get what I could. So I started gathering. Loading everything that was even semi-legible, and clearing paths to the different data connections. Most of the time that meant me having to destroy data rubble that blocked my path, or even create a path when the section I was trying to traverse was literally just an infinite pit. I was just lucky that the traps that would have slowed me, or even attacked me, were mostly digital detritus. I passed over a spike trap, or at least that was how my eye saw it, but it had been a rather nasty section of black ICE that would try to murder anyone foolish enough to fall into it. The program was still there, hence why I could see it, but the activation subroutine was gone, hence why it was just a revealed piece of terrain I was able to walk around. Honestly, walking through tunnels to reach different sections of the tunnel reminded me of a dungeon crawl. I was a roguelike protagonist now. I giggled at the thought as I reached another room that would have data. The fact the room was sideways, the tunnel I was using to reach it, twisted horrifically at the end, nearly disconnecting from the section of the server, telling about how badly the data had been damaged in this area of the server. But I did notice that inside it wasn't that badly damaged. As I hopped into the lobby, gravity asserted itself and I landed on my feet, actually looking at a rather normal room. I blinked. Everything inside looked fine. Sure, the connections to the room were fucked, but the data inside looked perfectly normal. It looked like a high-end smoking room. Big wingback chairs surrounded a fireplace, everything was dark wood, or at least meant to look like it, and the walls were covered in books. I instantly registered the library as just that, a repository for data done in a visual style. Nice. I walked up to the shelves, the data was still intact. Nice. I poked it, basically doing a check for anything nasty, but there wasn't anything I could see, no traps. No ICE or anything. So I pulled a book off the shelf, about to check the data when the light in the room shifted. I looked up just in time to see something hulking and massive start to crawl out of the fireplace. Something I recognized. How could I not? It was a Tolkien Balrog. A fucking Balrog. Nope. I muttered as I used up every drop of RAM in my cyber deck to IC up the demon and then ran, attempting to get the fuck out of this server. The library didn't have a program trap, it just had a fucking Balrog sitting hidden in the digital flame waiting for someone unregistered to access the data. Fuck. That was sneaky. I leapt, slipping onto the sideways twisted hallway that was the exit out of the room, incredibly grateful that my breaching skill let me slip into the twisted damaged connection port. Yoko. I need an exit. I sent a message out as I leapt into the twisted hallway, but I could hear my ICE breaking as the demon gave zero fucks about my defenses, as it released a digital roar. Fucker. I know that sound. That was Godzilla. I ignored the Balrog using a fucking Godzilla scream.wave file as it chased after me. Its body too big for the twisting hallway, but that didn't seem to matter as it literally bashed its way through the distorted space, ripping the server apart with its power. Probably permanently breaking the ability to access the smoking room. Fuck that. I was desperately trying to find a clear path to disconnect from the server. The demons I had fought up until now were low-level programs. That Balrog was exactly what it looked like, just a single glance told me the thing was a truly massive digital entity. Probably the closest thing to an AI without actually being one. A true fucking monster, and I was the dwarves in this instance. I had dug too deep. Thankfully, while it was powerful, and more than capable of smashing the programs I threw over my shoulder at it, it wasn't able to move as fast as I could. The server architecture slowed it down, as despite being a digital entity, it didn't know how to travel through this distorted hellscape. Plus I was literally just backtracking, using paths and steps I had left behind me. Slowly, I gained more and more distance, its Godzilla scream left far behind me as I reached the initial lobby. Yoko! Stop fucking around! I yelled out. The two netrunners had obviously been watching me dive, and I was right. A few moments later a portal opened and I confirmed it was Yoko and Walk 3R. I jumped in, my sight blurred for a moment before spitting me out in Yoko's shrine. Fuck. I cursed as I sort of caught my breath and didn't at the same time. I could feel my heart pounding, but not. Cold blood was still effective while net running, but my disconnect from my body meant there was still some weird kickback. My relief at not dying was basically ignored though. Well, that's a bust. Walk 3R said with a sigh. I looked up seeing the screen he was watching that displayed the Balrog going berserk in the digital space I had just left. Smashing and crushing everything. It was always a risk. You gained some data, did you not? Yoko offered simply. Yeah, but not enough. Not as much as I could have, that repository could have been, he sighed, shaking his head. What? I asked as I let my avatar flop onto the ground. It didn't feel like I was sitting, exactly, but I really wanted to just be close to the ground for a moment. The Balron you just found destroyed the data as it passed through the server. You tripped a very powerful trap. You are lucky you escaped with your life. Yeah, tell me about it. Balron? Stupid name. I grumbled, taking note of the name she used. Apparently they weren't just calling it a Balrog? Was it a copyright issue? The idea seemed funny to me. Hackers creating demons worried about the Tolkien estate. So everything was deleted? Yes, at least the room you were in is no longer accessible, so it's about the same. Yeah, he was smashing the already broken tunnel to the room. There could be another access point. I pointed out, but only received a shaken head from W3 Laker. Unlikely. That was a secure storage space. No, that was the only path. Can't we build a new one to connect to it? Walk 3R snorted. Not a chance. The data was likely corrupted the moment the pathway to it was fully broken. Even if I could get access again, it would be just as bad as the rest of the server now. Sorry. I offered, actually feeling heartfelt. It wasn't my fault, exactly, no way for me to know about the massive Balrog hiding in the digital fireplace, but I was still the one there. It's fine, kid. The server was a mess, and I doubted I would get anything out of it safely, which is why I agreed to this. Yoko gave me some good stuff to use the server as a training ground. The data would have just been a perk. He offered, and I nodded, looking to Yoko, who was still resting back on her throne. I learned a lot, but I feel like that wasn't the norm when diving into a data server. Oh no. The corruption of the data within made it a very unique experience. But it does resemble in a far safer version what diving into the deep net would be like. Considering I agreed to offer you as much mentorship as I could as a netrunner, I figured gaining such an experience would be worth it. Don't you agree? It was certainly unique. But I think I need to log. I'm pretty sure my brain was half fried when I took that overheat. Honestly, I'm surprised you are still conscious. When the hack struck through your barriers, I expected to have to pull you out. D3LS rig must be better at protecting its user than I expected. Or I should say your rig. Yoko offered, and I shrugged. I was pretty tough after all, so I wasn't all that surprised, but I didn't want to get into that with Yoko. I waved her goodbye as I pulled myself out of the server back across the net to my lobby, and I blinked with my real eyes. Then I blinked again because my face was a mess. Blood ran down my nose, and I think from my eyes as well. The fact my karoshi weren't biological, the only reason they were still working. I was fucked up. I thought about getting up and cleaning up, but I was in rough shape, so instead I decided to kick it down 8 hours. I went to sleep. I ended up having to go home after I woke up. While I did have a sink in the basement, so I was able to clean the blood off my face, my Netrunner suit needed an actual cleaning since some of my blood had caked on. So I was throwing my clothes in the washer back at the apartment, and slumping onto the couch when I thought to check my stat page. I had killed a lot of demons after all, and they did give XP. I started looking through the update list with wider and wider eyes. 250 XP gained. 250 XP gained. 250 XP gained. 250 XP gained. And on, the page of XP alerts just didn't stop. Level up achieved. 1 stat point gained. 1 skill point gained. 250 XP gained. 250 XP gained. I had actually managed another level already. I had killed enough 250 XP demons to gain more than 11,000 XP. That was... Well, okay, it was only 44 demons. That actually fit, that horde of demons I had slaughtered had been quite large. Wow. But that wasn't even the end of my improvements. I guess breaching through a corrupted system had given me a lot of practice. My intelligence had leveled. Intelligence leveled up. Intelligence 9. But even better. Breach had leveled as well. Despite the intelligence level up just happening, breach had shot up as well. I guess navigating that ruined system had been a great new experience. Breach protocol skill level up. Breach 9. I now had a new highest stat. Cool had been my highest level stat for so long, it was kind of weird to think it had fallen behind. Yet that wasn't even the end. Quick hack skill level up. Level 6. Already. I mean, my previous levels with quick hacks had all been with ping, and in the real world, and this time not only was I using much more powerful programs, I was using them on the net. Both as offense and defense, against enemies doing the same. I nodded, it made sense for it to level so fast, but it still surprised me. The influx of knowledge and experience hadn't even been noticed. I had been so busy fighting against the demons. The fact I had suddenly improved had completely slipped past my awareness. I'm gonna be such an awesome hacker. I whispered to myself, unable to stop the jittery excitement flowing through me. Sure, it had been a mess. That server had nearly killed me. Well, I likely would have been okay with 2 other hackers watching my back, but I could have been hurt. Okay, more hurt. But it was still totally worth it for this alone. So many changes just with one dive. Heh. It really was like a game. Go into a dungeon and come out more powerful. I loved dungeon delves. Maybe I could actually find a server that had that gimmick. I bet there were at least a few. There was no way fantasy archetypes died out. I picked up my programming laptop as I waited for my clothes. I was feeling inspired. There had been a gain greater than just higher numbers. I had learned what it was like being in the net, what I could expect, what I would face, and what I would need. It made me want a demon of my own. Not just a demon I could use, because I had a few stored away in my system. Specifically, the neat little demon that would interfere with optics of people I hacked, for example. Cyber Ninja was still a really cool perk. But I wanted to make a demon of my own. One just for me. But first, I needed more levels. Back to the grind. A few hours later, mid-work on trying to streamline reboot optics some more. The door opened and June slumped inside. Hey June. You okay? I chirped as he seemed lethargic, but he just waved a hand holding a XXL burrito at me as he headed to the fridge grabbing a drink and then slumping onto the couch as he started eating and drinking. I ignored him for a bit, he looked tired, and I knew he would tell me what was wrong when he was ready. I was stuck dealing with a total disaster all day. He finally told me, and I nodded as I closed down another line. Looking at it, and deciding it was better than it had been. Sounds tough. Some gonk decided to try to beat up a 6th Saint girl. The girl was the kid sister of someone important. I was the bodyguard of High Take, while he tried to calm things down. It took forever, and I had to keep an eye on things the whole time. It got tense a few times. He said, sighing as he took a big bite of his disgusting burrito. Sounds like it all worked out in the end? No gunfights? Not this time. He muttered, but he nodded and leaned back, seemingly happy that it had all been okay in the end. How was your day? You've been out and about the last few days. I was net running. I told him, which caused a reaction as he jerked up and looked at me in surprise. Wait, really? Yeah? Why is that a shock? I've been doing netrunner stuff for a while. I even upgraded my cyberdeck a little bit ago, remember? Yeah, but knowing how to throw a quick hack, or a little programming error, I mean being a programmer isn't the same as net running. He said, having to backpedal on calling my skill with programming little. June had been smart enough to notice my glare. Yeah, well. I told you that I took over the netrunner's basement and all the stuff to get at his equipment. Yeah, but I guess I hadn't really thought that you really would. Oka-san. She'd be so proud of you, Motoko. She always wanted you to follow in her footsteps. Wow. I guess. He went silent as he sort of stared off into space for a bit. Natasha Kusanagi, huh? I spoke, unable to help myself. I didn't think of my parents very often. Yeah. She was amazing, there wasn't anything she couldn't hack. Jun said with a smile on his face, and I nodded. Well, I'll be just as amazing. I told him, not sure what else to say. So instead I turned back to my laptop and got back to work. June eventually turned on the TV and settled in, as we just hung out together. The level up hit me by surprise. Programming skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Programming 5. EEE. I squealed as the information hit me. The fact I had been fighting my reboot optics quick hack for so long only to suddenly gain something even better? Huh? What's up, Motoko? Ah. I just had a breakthrough. I lied to June, but it was kinda true as well. The info dump as always gave me the chance to look over my previous code and scoff at how bad it was. Even just a single level improvement was enough to make me realize all of my work up to that had been a waste. Wait. The thought struck me, and I looked at my current stat screen with a realization. 1 stat point. 6 skill point. I had everything I needed. Why was I wasting my time grinding out low-level programming when I could maximize it? I hesitated as the thought struck me. I liked grinding, and it was good for me. The grind forced me to produce something, to create. I mean, sure, I could probably rip apart everything I programmed up until now if I really upgraded that much, but it was useful to do it myself. There were other stats, other skills as well. Wouldn't ninjutsu be best to level up more instead? Wouldn't reflex be a good choice to increase, as it makes me incredibly more deadly? Tech? The stat and skills I had worked with the least? Wouldn't they be best to bring up in line? But I really didn't want to fight against these programs anymore. I wanted to make amazing programs. I stopped myself from putting all the points in. I remember the info dump that had happened the last time I had done that. So instead I simply put a skill point into programming. Programming 6. The rush was everything I had hoped for. Increasing a skill by 1 point was a massive increase. Getting another level up moments after? Ah, yes. But I wasn't done. Once my mind processed the level up, I flicked another point in. Programming 7. I shivered, having to use cold blood just to calm my excitement so June wouldn't notice me freaking out. It was amazing. Methodologies, improvements, secrets, tricks, and the experience of knowing when and how to use them flooded in. I had been like a baby playing with a weapon, without the understanding of how to take off the sheath. Of the skill on how to turn a weapon into something truly deadly. But I was starting to see it. That vague understanding of what programming could truly do. I was finally starting to glimpse its true potential. Rake Bartmoss had, with a bit of programming, literally caused an apocalypse. I was going to be just as good in the end. I pushed another button. Programming 8. I exhaled. Programming was now at the same level as my ninjutsu. The skill that had turned me from a street kid with memory problems into a merc with a future. Programming 8 might even be more powerful. I understood how to make rudimentary AI. I could create intelligence. Oh, I had some plans for that. But I could still push it more. I had 3 skill points left. Who says I shouldn't use them? They were mine. Programming 9. So close. I was so close. I could see it, that tiny bit more. I had seen a digital world before, but now? Now I knew what it was made of. How it was constructed. Like humanity learning about the atom, only I could alter atoms. I could program the world and change it. I don't know how long I sat there, as June watched TV staring at a laptop without seeing a word on it. The amount of information was smaller, but the complexity was higher. There was so much I could do now. So many problems I had stopped working on before would now be easy. Simple. Child's programming. No, not even that, good programming from an average person. But I wasn't average. The gamer system made me capable of being a genius, a prodigy, a monster. I was maxed out though. Intelligence 9. Programming 9. I couldn't go any higher. My eye peeked over to the stat point. I had been saving them for my arms, but that wasn't too much of an issue anymore. Right? It was just 1 point. I clicked it, before I could stop myself. Intelligence 10. And then I pushed another button. Programming skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Human limit achieved. Programming 10. I winced, hissing a bit as I rubbed at my head. Maybe taking 5 level ups in a short period hadn't been the smartest thing. My head throbbed, but it was the knowledge flowing in that made it all worth it. I didn't even have to think about it. I could think back to my Reboot Optics quick hack, and remember bad code, bad choices, and ways to fix it. Ways to improve it. And yet, I checked my stat page trying to figure out what human limit alert meant. When I selected it, a small alert appeared. Asterisk human limit achieved. XP leveling has been locked. Stat or skill points required for further advancement asterisk. I read the alert a few times. Trying to understand it, I had come so far. And yet I wasn't at the peak. Level 10 wasn't the max. I didn't even know if there was a max, but since this was mimicking Cyberpunk 2077, then level 20 would be the max level. Right? I was only halfway there. I only had half the understanding and knowledge of programming that I could have. For a moment I just felt like my brain was melting, because the idea that I could still get even better. Being this skilled at something. It almost scared me. No wonder Bart Moss had been so feared. Had been so capable. A monster. A true inhuman being. That is what being level 20 must mean. I stood shocking myself as I nearly fell as I felt woozy, something even June noticed as I stumbled over to the kitchen and grabbed a soda out of the fridge. Hey! June was there behind me, gently reaching out to grab me, which was weird, until I realized he was moving back and forth. No. No, it was I who was swaying on my feet. Motoko, are you sick? No. No, I'm okay, June I just had a surprise, I guess. I mumbled, but I let myself fall into a hug. He obviously didn't believe me, but the soda helped. The cold and sugar was just what I needed. A few moments later, I pushed away from June and my legs held me. Motoko? Do we need to go to Vic's? No, I'm okay, June, really. It's all a bit much. Programming. I muttered, I think I'll take a break for a while, let my brain cool down. Yeah. He grumbled, but as much as I wanted to just think, June guided me back to the couch and very firmly closed my laptop, which earned him a snort, but I was a good girl. I settled into the couch and flopped over onto the armrest, and instead of doing any further work, I just watched the stupid show June was watching. God, it was awful. I ended up falling asleep at some point. Which goes to show just how tired my brain must have been. Okay, Motoko, you fucking gonk brain. No more leveling multiple skills back to back. Give it a few hours at least. I was on the couch, but a blanket covered me and the TV was off, leaving the room quiet, which was rare. I snuggled into the couch for a bit, not wanting to get up just yet. June must have put the blanket over me. He was a good Oni-chan. I would have to do something nice for him, like not wreck his sleep by cannonballing on him? Or something. I'm not a good Amudo. I'll work on it. Eventually, I started getting bored and actually rose up, untangling myself from the blankets, but rather than open up my laptop like my brain was begging me to do, I went to the bathroom and took a shower. The water flowing over me let me process what I had just done. It wasn't stupid. Other than rushing through the leveling. I couldn't have known that leveling up to 10 meant I stopped getting XP, and would have to level through stat and skill points. Was it annoying? Yes. But it was fine. I knew it now. Besides. Programming. God, it was almost terrifying what I could do now. And I still had 2 perks. I snorted. I had gone from level 5 to 10 in one sitting, no wonder my brain had felt like melting out my ears. Although I did have to admit. It felt amazing. Learning something, no more than learning it, mastering it? I shook my head, spraying water around. I wouldn't put myself through that again, but doing it once was neat. Now I just had to decide. What did I do now? The system had told me I was at the human limit. What did that mean? What did that say about me? Was I now the greatest programmer of all time? But I could still level up. The stats and skills went past 10. So what would programming 11 be? 20? I shrugged. I guess I would find out when it happened. Until then, I really wanted to fix my quick hacks. But first I had perks to pick. No point in getting to work without them selected. The first perk was an obvious choice. Inspired programmer, inspiration strikes constantly. Never run out of steam while programming. Instantly, just thinking about my quick hacks brought tons of ideas on how to fix them. Truly, I was inspired. It felt great. The second perk was harder. I went back through the list. It took me a while to find something I felt was good enough to add in. Honestly, I picked it so I might finally be able to complete one of my big goals. AI Whisperer, demons, smart programs, virtual intelligence, and true AI. You don't just create a mind. You create life. I shivered as I picked the perk. Was it the right choice? I don't know. There had been a few about creating better quick hacks in the list too. But my choice was made. I dried off and got dressed in just my leotard as I settled onto the couch. Throwing the blanket June had grabbed for me over my shoulders as I brought the laptop into my lap. Time to see what I could really do now. I plugged into my laptop with my personal link, and opened up the program for ping. I was going to start at the beginning. Instantly I felt literal revulsion. Whoever had put this program together should be shot. Okay, I had been shot before, so I'll give myself a pass here. It was a mess. My own work wasn't good. But it wasn't just my work I was critiquing. Such a simple program, bloated and twisted. I could fix this. But why bother? Instead, I started a new program and started typing, my mental interface helping me adjust settings without needing to stop typing as my hands blurred over the keyboard. There were a few lines in the old program I carried over. A few that had acceptable coding. But I still fixed them. I altered them, smoothed them out. Removed fluff. Despite being a large enough program, my CyberDeck registered something as simple as ping as actually taking up space on the CyberDeck slots. It didn't need to be. It could be tiny, a small efficient program that did exactly what it should do. Hell. The way the program worked at a base level could be completely altered. Right now it connected with the foreign system, and basically blasted the system with requests for everything it was connected to. It was like walking into a server and ringing a bell. Sure, you would get the information, but anyone watching would now know. So I did something different. A little trick I had picked up thanks to Ghost Touch, and with the tiny size ping now was, and the fact system connectivity was by definition less secure data than nearly anything else. I looked up as June pushed my screen down. June? He ignored my question for the moment. Plopping a burrito in front of me with a look. Eat. I'm in the middle of something. I grumbled instantly, especially at the sight of the burrito. Motoko, you've been on that laptop all day. Eat. I blinked, looking out the window. I had thought the dim light meant the sun was still coming up, but no. The sun was going down. Oh. Oh, she says. June grumbled at me, but I had decided to be a better Amuto. So I reached out, despite my fingers desperate to go back to the keyboard, and peeled the disgusting not burrito. It was horrible, but it did fill me up. Hiromi is here. The voice calling out as our front door opened nearly sent me on the floor. Only the fact I was holding my laptop full of wonders meant I didn't end up tossing it to reach for a gun. Hiromi. I snapped at her once again, surprise entrance. I really needed to teach that girl to knock. Motoko. She called back, instantly leaping over the side of the couch, to land on me. My quick reaction to save the laptop, the only thing saving it from fat Hiromi ass, destroying it. Hiromi. Watch it. You almost broke my laptop. Nah, you were gonna move it. Now what's this I hear from June about you going all nerdy hermit? She asked, and I scoffed, looking around the apartment for my brother, but I did visually remember him leaving a while back after making me eat, again. What time is it? June is a narc. I'm fine. I've been programming. Ooh. Let me see? Hiromi demanded, sitting sideways in my lap, as she kicked her boots up on the couch. Hiromi, take your boots off. I like this couch. I told her firmly, and she blinked before looking a little sheepish and did as I asked, although she then flopped back on top of me, demanding attention. Personal space? Don't need it. She replied instantly to my comment, and I rolled my eyes at her, as I reached over her and grabbed my laptop. I've been fixing my ping quick hack. I told her as I opened the laptop, showing the code. Literally just lines of code all organized together. I knew what was going to happen the moment I did so, of course. I have no idea what this is. She tells me after a minute of making understanding noises and looking over the code. Gonk. I told her as I closed the laptop that wasn't any use to my chum. So June called you to come check on me? I asked, adjusting myself a bit as Hiromi continued to lay on top of me. Basically. He told me you were acting weird and to make sure you were okay. So. Want to go party? I'm still mad that last time you went with Malcolm and Ichi without me. You had school. I hate that you actually care about that. She told me, as she sighed and slumped over me even more. Motoku. She whined at me as she flopped against me. Fine, we can go out for the night. Great. I want to ride around all night. I've been stuck in a classroom forever. Motoku. Let's go. She whined at me, and I couldn't help but laugh at my lap full of squirmy, demanding best chum. Alright, let me get dressed and we will go for a drive. Great. I'm DRI dash. No. Ugh. I want to take my bike. I'm not letting you drive again. That's dangerous. Hiromi scoffed at me, before smirking, fine. You drive my bike. She reached out and poked my nose, and I snorted. Your bike is so. Hey. Don't badmouth my ride. If you don't like it, get your own Kusanagi. Maybe I will. I offered back, and then Hiromi smirked at me. Ah. She tricked me. Cool, I want to be there when you buy it, and I demand the first ride. She said, looking proud of herself. I just rolled my eyes. I don't have the eddies for a new bike right now, Hiromi. But I'll put it on the list. I do want a Kusanagi, but just a normal one. I said, finger pointed at her. She just laughed at me, and slipped off, letting me stand to get ready. Finally dressed, I followed Hiromi out of the apartment as she skipped towards the elevator, which I climbed in with. Like normal, her bike was parked outside the apartments on the sidewalk. Normally I would worry about it being stolen, but in this one instance her choice of bike had an advantage. This was a TC neighborhood, and no one lifted a TC-style bike. I mean, Hiromi still had plenty of TC decals on her bike too, so it really was protected. If only it wasn't so stupid looking. Massive swoop back seats? On a crotch rocket. My eyes glaring at the stupid back seat that just ruined the lines of a beautiful bike. Pfft. You are so picky. Come on, hop on, she demanded as she jumped on and made room for me to drive, patting the seat in front of her. I did as demanded. This was Hiromi time. She did deserve some time away from school, so if she wanted to drive around the city for a while, that was no problem for me. She quickly grabbed hold of me tightly, like she expected me to just floor it out of the sidewalk. Which I of course didn't. Waiting for a break in traffic, I pulled the bike into the street and headed out onto the town. Hiromi's moans complaining of me driving like a gonk in my ear. We drove around the city for hours, just enjoying the view and feel of the road. It wasn't something I would normally do. I liked having a goal whenever I went out driving, but in this case Hiromi just wanted some freedom, to escape the cage of school. In this case I could understand, and so I didn't mind that every time I started thinking about driving home Hiromi would notice and ask to go somewhere else. We ended up driving all over. Checking out the sights, we even drove past the old Shinto shrine out by North Oak. We didn't stop to go inside, just driving past it along the windy mountain road. It was just a tourist trap anyways. But the sights of the city from up on the mountains was nice. Eventually, Hiromi finally signaled to let me drive home and we did, but not before I stopped to surprise her with some food. I had heard her belly rumbling as we drove, and so we found a nice little restaurant, and spent the next hour laughing with each other as she shared stories about what it was like going to Arasaka Academy. It was nice. After Hiromi dropped me off at home, it was getting pretty late, but neither of us cared. It was the weekend tomorrow, so she didn't have school, and my life literally had no set schedule. Unfortunately, Hiromi couldn't stay over, she had a thing with her parents in the morning. So free of any chim-shaped obligations, I hurried back into the apartment. Of course, the moment I went inside, I flopped on the couch and grabbed my laptop. Time to finish this. Ping, even the version I was writing was still a big program, taking hours to go through every line and ensure it would be as compact and efficient as I could make it. Even when I finished writing the last line of code, that wasn't the end. Instead, I went back through it, combing over the entire program, finding a few minor errors here and there that I hadn't caught while I was programming, but now that I was fully focused on it, debug's experience coming in clutch to catch the tiniest of errors. Finally, I stopped, staring at the program as it compiled. As my work over the last 2 days flowed into a single efficient effective program. Ping. No Ping 2.0. I unloaded the old version from my cyberware and installed the new one. Laughing that it took up so little space compared to the bloated and efficient program I had before, that it not only didn't take up a slot of my cyberware's programming, it would use practically no RAM to activate. I looked at the TV and pinged it, watching in fascination as the program instantly got a return, as lines appeared on my vision showing me the few pieces of tech the TV was connected to. And then more. The light flowed to the transmitter the TV used to pick up stations, and actually flowed through that. My new design for ping, completely uncaring about the ICE the system might use, as it flowed through and kept pinging off more and more equipment. Every TV in the building was highlighted showing the connection, and when it reached the roof transmitter that connected outward, it started gathering data from that, before I stopped the program. Okay, I might need to add a tiny bit more code to actually limit the spread, that might be too much data return. Well, that wouldn't take more than a minute just to tell it to stop pinging after a certain amount of system jumps. Of course, I would still want the option to go further, so a simple yes/no would solve that. And done, recompile and reinstalled. This is what ping should have been. An hour later, despite it being so late at night, I traveled to my Netrunner basement. I had to admit I was so proud of my Ping 2.0 that I wanted to show it off. So I hurried over to Drop In after logging into the net and raced around to find Yoko. The inn was unsurprisingly super active despite it being so late. What's that? Hackers staying up all night and sleeping during the day? Or not sleeping at all? Color me shocked. I stepped into the riot of color that was the Drop In lobby, and looked around for my target, but I didn't see any big kitsune hanging around. So I took a seat in a quiet corner and sent a message to Yoko. I got an instant response, telling me Yoko was in a meeting and would reach out to me once she was done. I groaned. My desire to show off my program made me impatient, but nothing else I could do. So instead, I decided to people watch. Hackers were an interesting bunch. Some gathered in groups, some were on the dance floor showing off their purchased or made dance routines. I knew they were emotes, though I don't think any of them were showing their actual dance ability. But that was what the net was like. It didn't matter how you were at something physically, if you could hack or program yourself with the skill, you could be a master. It was certainly interesting to watch. In the end, it was someone sliding into my booth that broke me out of my people watching. I guess I should have marked the booth private or something, if I didn't want to be bothered. If I knew how to do that. I had seen a few of the booths with the message floating over them. Hey, I don't recognize you. Name's E. You can just flag me as X though. New around here? He asked, and to my surprise he didn't sound flirty. Thankfully. I looked over his face, the only part of his avatar I could see just like everyone in the server, and was doubly glad. He had to be in his 20s at the youngest. Not my first time, but I don't usually hang out here. Just waiting for a contact. I offered, and unfortunately he didn't take the hint that I wanted to be left alone. Well, it's always nice to see a new face. How's hacking been? Run into any trouble? I know a lot of people with a lot of connections. If you need some info, or backup. He offered with a smile and I shook my head. I'm good, thanks. I'll listen, I'm trying to help you out, kid. You're obviously new. I'm part of a Netrunner collective, we help out newbies, give them gigs that can put their skills to use, you should dash. X? Thanks, but I'm good. I denied cutting him off. I wasn't really looking for Netrunner gigs. I would make my own gigs here on the net. X sighed and stood up. Well, good luck then, kid. But don't think it'll be as easy to join up in the future if you end up needing help. I doubt that will be an issue. A third voice intruded, and I didn't sigh only because I was too annoyed with X, at the sight of Yoko standing at the end of the booth. Yoko. How goes? I greeted her, sounding relieved at her appearance. Fine, Motoko? You wanted to chat? Ignoring the other hacker, I nodded, now smiling from ear to ear. I got something I think is pretty preem, I wanted to show it off a bit. I told her as I twirled a finger pulling a copy of Ping 2.0 into a visual medium showing it as a glowing shard over my finger. I offered it to Yoko. I could see the interest in X as he looked like he was trying to peek, but Yoko's own ICE slammed up a moment before my own. Yoko was quick. That was a pretty insane processing speed. Made me wonder what her cyberdeck actually was. But a moment later Yoko had touched the shard file and accessed it. I couldn't follow along because I couldn't see the screens she was no doubt seeing visually in front of her face, but I could tell that she was impressed because she went from her normal sensual smirk to a flatter, more focused look as she looked it over. Where did you get this? No, wait, don't answer that. She demanded suddenly and waved a hand. I got a transfer request and accepted, leaving the booth, and Yoko and I both appeared in her private lobby instantly this time. Last time Yoko had always used a gate to let me access it myself. It was a weird feeling to be moved like that. Motoko, where did you get this? I made it. I told her with a fox-like grin of my own. Her neck jerking towards me as she focused on me told me everything I needed to know about Ping 2.0. It was good. Way better than something a 14-year-old should be capable of. I kept my smirk as Yoko seemed to consider whether she would believe me or not before seemingly deciding not to argue. I've been working on my programming for a while, but in the end Ping was just too messy for me. So I rewrote my own basically from scratch. It's more of a stealth hack than the original. I offered and Yoko nodded. I've had a chance to see the best of what Ping can become, and while you don't hit everything that it is capable of, this is different. It's not the same program at all. Yoko offered, sounding delighted. Like I said, I wasn't happy with the original, so I wrote my own. I'd like to trade for it. The ability to trade copies as well. She said suddenly and I blinked. What? She gave me a smirk this time. I work as a trader, Motoko. New programs, hacks, and information are all things I trade in. Something like this has real value. I nodded at that. It was true, but did I want to go down that route? Right now, Ping 2.0 was completely unknown, no one could develop a counter to its stealth nature because no one knew it existed. But in the end I shrugged. Alright, but it won't be free. I offered and instantly Yoko scoffed. Of course not. I'll open up my stores for you. Let's see if I can't find something that catches your interest. She offers with a smirk and I couldn't help but feel a little excited. It would be nice to see what sort of things Yoko had collected. What valuable programs she had found over the years. Excellent. Now before that, I have to ask about the coding here. She said, causing a screen to pop up and show the lines of code on the program. Oh. I grinned as Yoko asked me code questions. Was I going to geek out about my code with Yoko? Yes. Yes, I was. In the end, I did agree to a trade. Yoko would owe me multiple favors, and a few quick hacks to be able to sell out my Ping to netrunners. Picking up a few quick hacks that I wanted to fill out my cyber deck really did make it worth it, even if the future favors that Yoko now owed me would probably be more valuable in the long run. But more importantly than that, the pure excitement that Yoko had shown as we got into the programming, as we dug into the whys and hows made my night. Totally worth the few days it took to fully program the thing. Geez, just the fact I was able to remake Ping from the ground up in just a few days of work made me aware of just what programming 10 really meant. Between the massive amount of experience and knowledge I had, and the perks keeping me completely invested, and able to find and debug errors nearly instantly, I was a monster of a programmer. It was amazing. Yoko had kept me in her lobby as we talked for hours about programming, but eventually I escaped. As I drove home long after the sun had come up, I was forced to wonder once again. What would programming 11 look like? If I was already this good? I could already basically write an entire program in one sitting, no wasting time coming up with what I needed the code to do. I just wrote it, already knowing what the best way to code it was. In the end, I would find out. As I drove through the early morning traffic, through a city that never sleeps, but did wake up from time to time, I knew that I would find out. Because this world? This life? Was just too much fun. I was still practically buzzing when I got home and flopped on the couch. June was out, probably doing more TC work, but I finally felt that urge, that need to code satisfied at least for now. Sure, I have even more quick hacks I wanted to play with, and there was of course the big project that I wanted. And the music box. I blinked. Okay, fine. Time to finish my music box. I pulled up my coding laptop and opened my old work on it. Then I deleted it all. And started fresh. I needed a system capable of handling the sounds I couldn't make with a guitar, but it was more than that. I wanted it to be me still. I didn't want just bad recordings, I wanted my own music to be part of it. So I got to programming. This time I was inspired. The programming of the box was a few things. First, it was a sound system. I would be able to literally write songs, and add tracks and sounds to it directly. The programming for that took a while, but when I finished I realized I would need even more hardware to handle this. It needed a bigger hard drive, basically. So I went back out and hit a computer parts store. It was less Netrunner stuff, and more home system use, but that was fine. I shelled out a good amount of eddies for a large modern memory storage, and installed that into my incomplete memory box. Motoko. Have you eaten today? June demanded suddenly as I blinked and he was in the house. Ah. I might need to stop getting so hyper-focused when I worked. I think so? Eat. He demanded, handing me a XXL burrito. Was this punishment? If I forgot to eat, would June force me to eat one of these? This is cruel and unusual punishment. I complained, but June was in no mood. Watching as I scarfed down the burrito, so I tasted it as little as possible, and then he nodded. Come on, we are going out. What? Come on, June. I'm in the middle of something. Have you even left the house today? He asked instantly with a glare, and I returned it. I have. I got home early this morning from net running. I then went to the computer store. Just because I'm getting distracted with this, doesn't mean you get to treat me like a child, June. He looked like he was going to explode for a minute, but then he took a deep breath and let it out. Okay. I'm sorry. He said, and I blinked surprised at the sudden shift. You have me worried though. You got sick the other day because you didn't do anything but work on your program. Okay, yeah, I wasn't at my best, but it wasn't because I got. Okay, fine. I'll set an alarm, and if I don't eat or something I'll suck it up and let you treat me like an idiot for a while. Deal? June seemed just as surprised at my words as I had been at his. Then his lips quirked up. Deal. He reached over and despite my attempts to keep it away his hand patted my head for a few moments. How about we head out anyways? We haven't really done anything besides hang out around the house in a while. We could go hit the gun range? Or visit Sensei. He bugged me the last time I was at the dojo that he hasn't seen you. I blinked. Wait, Sensei wanted me to come to the dojo? I asked, actually surprised. Honestly, considering how often he had put me in timeout, I had the impression the guy hadn't liked me very much. Motoko. Sensei thought you were preem. Hell, I think you're preem. You fought off Borgs with a katana, while adapting to brand new cyberarms. Remember? He asked, looking at me like I was a dunce. I lost. I reminded him how our fight had ended up. Akari had beat my ass, and June and I had ended up. Well, roughhousing was the kindest way to put it. You survived. Come on. Grab your katana as well, Sensei will be glad to see you, but he's definitely going to force you into some kata. June, I don't want to deal with that right now. I grumbled, but he was smirking at me, and I didn't have the heart to get into a fight to remove it. Jerk would just sit on me again anyways. Fine. But I demand noodles for dinner. We'll eat after we see Sensei, it'll work up an appetite. He told me, smiling brightly, and I sighed as I got ready. Walking up to the dojo for the first time in a while was weird. It didn't look all that different, although it was a lot busier than it had been during the war. June had driven this time, refusing to let me drive him in the quadra, so I was riding on the back of his Kusanagi. He parked out front right next to the 12 other Kusanagi, all parked in front of the gate. Like I said. Busy. Once again, the fact I wasn't wearing any TC memorabilia, or had the tattoos meant that as I followed June through the gate, he was getting nods of respect, while I was getting weird looks. We walked into the entrance of the dojo, funnily enough a room I had never been before, but June walked right past the little reception, taking me around to the side which opened up to the dojo itself. It was filled. TC guys were all training, some with Bok-ken, some with the exercise equipment laying around the area. But June walked confidently to the one person in the room I actually knew. Sensei. June offered, holding a fist with his other hand and bowing. Kusanagi. And Kusanagi. He greeted us both. I didn't bow, but I did give him a smile and a wave. You look well. Have you kept up your practice? He asked me instantly, probably already knowing the answer. Dang it. June was purposefully not looking at me. Had June sold me out? No. I haven't had a chance to draw a blade in a while. Then you will need practice. Kusanagi, go, you know what training is needed. He said, looking to June before turning back to me. You come. Let's see how much you have lost. I didn't groan. Audibly. I followed Sensei as he led me over to an open area, a place not to battle with another student, but just a practice area. He grabbed a Bok-ken off the wall and handed it to me. Begin. He demanded, and I nodded, remembering the stances and swings he had liked. So I exercised. It wasn't all bad. Swords were cool, but this still felt like a betrayal from June. Now I know why he had agreed to noodles so easily. The bastard. Who's the kid? I heard whispers among some of the TC guys that were practicing under Sensei's watchful gaze. No idea. Sensei put her in the corner, she one of us? No idea. They thought they were being quiet, but the room was mostly quiet outside of soft grunts, and my ears were pretty good. I didn't care though. If I was going to be stuck practicing sword forms, I was going to try and wrangle another blade's level up out of it. Or at least try. But I wasn't going to be left alone. Finally someone cracked, their desire to try and figure out who the weird girl in the corner was overrode Sensei's wrath. It made sense. Gangbangers weren't known for their patience. Hey, girl, who are you? One of the men said, having stomped over towards me. Motoko. I said, but ignored him otherwise. I could see Sensei watching, and I knew how that man thought. If I stopped swinging, he would be over here in an instant to berate me. Even if someone was interrupting my practice. Never seen you before. What are you doing here? Practicing. I said, just restraining myself from rolling my eyes. This answer didn't seem to please the man. Fine. Then as your senpai, I'll give you a lesson. He said casually, at least trying to sound nice, but it was obvious the guy was looking for trouble. Considering June wasn't in the room at the moment. He had gone downstairs at one point. That was probably the only reason the guy wasn't a smear on the tatami already. I'm good. I answered instead, focusing on my blade work. Sensei was watching. I insist. Everyone who comes here has to get used to the way we do things. He said, firmly standing in front of me, forcing me to stop swinging. Then he took a few steps back and raised his own Bok-ken up. Really? I couldn't help but ask. You really want to do this right now with Sensei watching? Sensei hasn't stopped me. If you were one of us, you would understand the rules of this place. Tsukun. He said with a rather nasty smile before his face flattened, and he swung. Did he just offer his name and attack? What a weeb. He was strong. I noted, not Borg strong, but he was a taller guy and he obviously worked out a lot. Everyone's picking on the teenage girl today. My eyes narrowed and I decided I wasn't having it. My Bakken instantly flashed out, startling him as I went on the offense, swinging for his neck and face each time. It was only a Bakken, and swinging for the chest might make him ignore a swipe to really slam into me, but a face strike? No one wanted to get hit in the face. So he blocked, and that let me put him into my pace. He might be stronger, but I was faster, and I think I was better with a sword too. He blocked a retaliatory swipe of his own Bakken, trying to force me back, but I just turned that into another swipe. No, I confirmed. I knew I was better. We continued with my blows constantly raining down. He was just good enough to block them, just good enough to stay alive under my assault. I could see the moment his face went from confident blank to actually worried. The moment he looked at his chums and then refocused on me. I was pushing him nearly up against the well when I felt it. An intrusion. Someone was trying to quick hack me. My own defenses were holding them off, but that wouldn't last forever. I tumbled backwards, flipping a few times to make room, and glared. That one. The guy with the stupid face was trying to hack me. I attacked him viciously. A breach slamming into his personal ICE and a quick hack right behind. Where he was taking time to break through. I had no such problems. His eyes shut down, causing him to cry out, which was right about the time I checked my Bakken, letting it spin end after end until it smacked right into the now blinded netrunner's face. His quick hack ended just as abruptly. Unfortunately, I couldn't enjoy my time. I spun, smacking the Bakken, striking down at me away with a backhand. Sukun, the fucker, had tried to sneak attack me. I rolled backwards until I reached the wall, and then I rearmed myself. 2 Bakken were in my fists, and I twirled my left hand one. I was gonna beat this gonk black and blue. What is going on here? June's voice suddenly cut in and everyone stepped back. Sukun might be a tall kid, but he was practically half of June's size after all the chrome June had chipped in. There was a reason just his fat ass alone was enough to hold me down. Ah. Kusanagi-sama. Sukun called out, looking surprised. Kusanagi-sama? I couldn't quite hide the snort and snickering I let out. June turned to me with a glare that I was trying to hide my giggles from, but they were looking at June like he was some big important guy, and not the teenager that literally ate burritos for all meals of the day if I let him. What is going on? June asked me, and I couldn't help it. June-ni. These big scary meanies were bullying me. They made me fight, and even tried to quick hack me in the middle. I whined, purposefully using siren song to make my voice as childish as I could. Which might have been too effective as June's nose wrinkled at me. Ni? Sukun asked, sounding a little faint as he realized what he had just done. I was smirking, looking at the older guy, the guy who was standing next to my testy bored brother. I was so ready for June to start growling. Motoko, don't bully people. June said, suddenly cutting through my schadenfreude. Wha? June. They were bullying me. I was minding my own business, doing the practice sensei gave me. Sorry about my sister. She's kinda a gorilla. June absolutely bashes me. How dare he? Of course I retaliated, walking over and punching him right where his kidney would be. Unfortunately, his stupid chrome meant he just grunted a little at my strike and ignored me after. Of course, Kusanagi-sama, I didn't know she was your sister. Sukun bowed to June nervously, but I was more focused on glaring at my jerk-ass brother. How dare he not take the side of his shy sister getting bullied by a bunch of gym brothers? Good, I'm glad. And one last thing. June suddenly moved, and his hand was wrapped around Sukun's throat. I had stepped back, Bakken raised instinctively at June's sudden aggressive action. But I relaxed. June wasn't a cyber psycho right now. It would be fine. Poor Sukun, of course, didn't know that, lifted off the ground by my bored brother, his feet wiggling as they reached for solid ground. If you ever bother my sister like that again, I'll make you regret it. To my surprise though, Sensei wasn't getting involved. The older man was just standing back, watching it all take place. Finally, June let the guy go as he flopped onto the ground, gasping for air. Come on, Motoko. Sensei wants you. June offered, returning back to the calm air he had just before. If you were gonna scare them, at least don't throw me under the bus first. I grumbled at him, but June just reached out and ruffled my hair as we walked over to Sensei. Of course I batted his hands away, now wasn't the time for head pats. Kusanagi. Spar with Keto. Sensei said as we finally approached, pointing me at another man that was probably a decade older than me who looked just as surprised. At first I thought he was talking to June, but June and Sensei instantly walked off back towards a corner. Irritating. Hey. I offered with a weak wave of my Bakken. Keto. He introduced himself, and then took a swipe at me. I guess it was a good thing I was still holding the 2 Bakken I had picked up. I blocked, and started my own assault. 100 blades XP gained. 100 blades XP gained. 100 blades XP gained. I was reading through the alerts I had gotten after everything, clutching onto June as he drove us to a noodle bar. He had promised after all, and he was right. I was now very hungry. Stupid Sensei made me keep sparring with people whenever I beat one, or was defeated. I would need to nap when I get home. I had bruises all over my body. Unfortunately, while the alerts were good, I didn't get an actual level up. I would have to spar more if I wanted that sweet blades level up. Sorry about that. June mentioned as we pulled into a space near Cherry Blossom Market. I guess the noodle shop there was June's favorite. About what? I grumbled at him. I hadn't exactly planned to get dragged into a sword fight with everyone in the dojo. You know what? Sorry. I should have warned you a bit, the students at the dojo are very territorial. I think Sensei wanted to see how you handled them as well. Sensei can suck a full bag of dicks. June snorted before gently bopping me on the head. Be respectful, he helped both of us before. But yeah, he can be a dick about it. You were having fun though. You were smiling while swinging those Bakken. I gave June a deadpan. I was forced to fight every gonk that wandered around, of course I took the small pleasure I could by hitting them in the face. I told him as we walked through the market. I'm glad you weren't hurt too much. You've gotten pretty good with a blade. I'm proud of you. Nah. You don't get to be proud of me after throwing me into a weird winner takes all training session. Noodles first, and maybe after I'll forgive you enough to let you be proud of me. I told him, and June actually laughed, an honest real noise escaping him as he leaned over and threw an arm over my shoulder. Deal. Ringing. I blinked. Feet stopped as a call came in. A call from Wakako. Hold on. I told June instantly, as my eyes went gold. Wakako, what's up? Asterisk stop by. Wells is already on his way. I have a gig for you. Asterisk the call ended, and I sighed long and loud. Then when I ran out of air, I took a deep breath slowly, and then sighed again. Rain check, June NII. I have a gig from Wakako. I told him, and he gave me that little frown he did whenever I went and did something dangerous. That was fast. Wakako likes to hang up on people. It's one of her things. I mentioned, and June's eyes narrowed. Maybe you should stop working for her, Motoko. If she isn't treating you right. I scoffed at that. Wakako is just grumpy. We spent like an hour watching some weird show last time I visited. It's cool, June. You watched TV with Wakako. The fixer Wakako? June asked, looking at me like I was crazy. Yeah? She has shit taste in TV too. Gotta go. I told him as I turned and headed through the market towards Jig Jig Street. First gig with Jackie? Interesting. Fine. Call if you are going to be out late. June demanded like a mother hen as I was walking away, and I just nodded and waved behind me. I walked into Wakako's parlor to find Jackie not there and Wakako greeting me with a point towards a chair. Her eyes were on her TV again. Huh. Wakako really liked her shows, huh? I just shrugged and settled in to watch it with her. She would tell me what was up when Jackie got here. And it wasn't more than 20 minutes later that Wakako reached over and shut off the TV, just as Jackie Wells walked his bulk through the beaded door. Ah, Wakako, I hope I'm not late? He asked, having noticed me already sitting there. No, Motoko was simply close by when I sent out the call. Wakako offered, and Jackie gave me a nervous smile. We hadn't talked since our noodle outing, and I had honestly been surprised it had taken so long since to get a gig. Here are the details. Wakako offered sending a message to both of us, and as we pulled open the files I was a little surprised. This seems a little incendiary. I mentioned as I read who the target was. That is why it is going through me, and mercenaries are handling it. If you think just because peace was declared that it really matters, you are naive. Wakako offered, and I nodded. The gig was to kidnap a 6th Street enforcer. A guy that had killed the family of a TC member during the little skirmishes during the war. The Tiger Claw client wanted the man who killed his family dead, but couldn't go after them directly anymore with the new peace. So Jackie and I were to kidnap Arnold Henderson for him. Kidnap. Not kill. Motoko, make sure you are wearing something other than your normal gear. Wakako offered, and I understood why. Can't have this gig be done by Motoko Kusanagi, who could be ID'd as a member of the TC. Even though I wasn't. They just thought that. It wasn't true. But 6th Street might think it was true too. That's fine. I'll wear my Section 9 outfit instead. Jackie? I asked him. The big man had been reading through the details in silence, but he jerked a bit as I called out to him. Yeah, Hermana? Questions? Problems? Things you've noticed? I asked him and he shook his head. Not a problem. Not the first time I've kidnapped some poor pendejo. He said with a smile, and I nodded. But I didn't just rush forward. I had been burned a few times recently, due to my own planning falling short. Hiromi having to bail me out once I realized I had no place to put the net-running equipment sprung to mind. So I thought. How would the gig go? What would I need? Transport for the target? I will have a car nearby for pickup. Wakako offered as she took a lazy drag on her cigarette. Then I don't think we'll have any problems. I offered, but Jackie didn't seem to back me up afterwards. Wakako didn't care though, sending us both out of her office. Standing out on the street in front of Wakako's parlor, I looked to the bigger man and decided we needed to talk before this all went down. My apartment is nearby, I'll need to grab some gear. You need anything from your place? I've already got everything I need. He offered, patting his jacket, where I noticed a bulge of a big pistol. Big, but not very big. Come on, we should probably talk a bit too. I told him as I guided him back to the apartment. You've been weird since you came into Wakako's office. What's up, Jackie? He was silent as we walked, but finally he sighed. I still don't like it, Hermanita, he said, surprising me with the changed word. My Spanish unfortunately not good enough to translate. That you are teamed with me? Not. You're just a kid. I just don't like the idea of me being responsible for keeping you safe. He revealed, and I was silent for a while this time as we walked into my complex. Jackie looked around a little interested as I led him to the elevator. Only when the doors closed did I speak. I said before, let's team up for a few gigs and get a feel for each other. And I get this is our first time working together. So I get the confusion and the hesitance. Not every day you see a teenager do our sort of work. You trying to say I should shut up and see for myself? He asked with a side smile. Heh. I snorted at Jackie's instant rejoinder. Yes, but no. I'm saying I get it. I'm still a kid. Listen, we have a gig, let's do the gig, and afterwards you'll see I'm capable. Jackie sighed but nodded. All right, Hermanita. Let's go grab this gonk then. I nodded as the elevator opened and I motioned for Jackie to follow me into my place. The door opened and June was there. June, who was looking mighty concerned about the fact a big Valentino guy just walked into the apartment. June, this is Jackie, this is my brother June. I introduced the two of them as the tension seemingly ratcheted up. Thankfully it seemed mostly on June's end as he was glaring and starting to square up. Jackie was reacting, but mostly looking pretty uncomfortable. Ignoring the byplay, I walked up to June and slugged him in the stomach. It was really annoying that I could barely make my brother flinch when I did that. I was going to need to upgrade to some gorilla arms or something, so I could properly gut punch him. Don't mind June, Jackie. Why don't you take a seat for a bit? We have drinks in the fridge if you're thirsty, I just need to armor up. I told him as I left the room. As much as I wanted to stay and keep any friction down, it would be best if I just hurry up and get ready to go. I could hear the quiet voices in the living room as I rushed through putting on my armored clothes. Although I did leave the ninja mask behind. Suited up, I headed back into the living room. Both June and Jackie were still standing around sort of sizing each other up. Okay. All set, let's hit the road. We got gonks to deal with. I called out, and while Jackie looked to me, June was still glaring. Sure, Hermanita, let's go. He muttered, backing out the door, while June just glared at him. I took a moment before I walked out behind Jackie to turn to June and give him a what the fuck gesture. He just continued to scowl, but eventually at my refusal to stop glaring back, he shrugged and just waved me on. Stupid Oniai-chan. I told him, earning a scoff, and then I refocused on Jackie. Time to get to work. Jackie Wells. You didn't tell me your brother was the damn Oni of Kamikaze. Jackie finally spoke as they walked into the sunlight on the street. Huh? Yeah? Does it really matter? The kid asked, turning back to him. Her face showing her honest confusion only made Jackie wonder what was wrong with this kid all the more. He's a step away from, you know. They all are, and I'm hanging around his kid sister. Maybe a warning would have been a good idea? The purple-haired girl cocked her head to the side as she seemed to process what he had said before she snorted loudly. Come on, you're way too old for me, and June knows that. He just doesn't know you. I'll tell him about our gig together after, and he will probably be a lot nicer next time he sees you. She offered with a smile and a wave back and forth of her chrome hand. Next time, she says. He muttered, shaking his head. The look that kid was giving him? Yet Jackie wouldn't want to run into him in some dark alley. What the fuck am I doing? Jackie shook his head. This wasn't what he expected when he got in with Wakako. It didn't feel right running with a teenager. Is this all he was? Equal to a teenager in the grand scheme of things? Jackie shook off the downer thoughts. No. He was a merc, good enough to work with Wakako. It's just this girl was just as good. Maybe? So want to ride with me? She asked as they were both standing on the sidewalk. My quadra can fit us both. He blinked. You drive a quadra? Yeah, Type 66, I looted from a wraith I flatlined on a gig. It's preem. And there she goes again, saying something that makes Jackie have to rethink everything. Sure. Hermanita. I only brought my bike anyway. Cool. She chirps and leads him across the street, leaving Jackie with his thoughts about what he was getting into. Was she skipping? Mierda. What the hell was his life? Inside the parking structure, she led him over to a pitch-black quadra. A desert runner. She was right, it was a preem ride. Jump in. She called as she climbed into the driver's seat, and Jackie followed, sliding into the seat, although having to adjust the box that was on the passenger floor. Oh, I forgot about those, just push the box under the seat. Or take a few if you want. Grenades can be fun. Jackie very carefully pulled open the case on the floor, showing an array of grenades resting inside. There were indeed a handful of grenades in the bottom of the box. You keep grenades in your car? I made them myself. Or at least some of them. June got mad about me keeping them in the apartment, so they are stuck in the car now. I really need to make some time to make another batch. Make? Yeah? It's easy. You just throw some stuff together, make sure you keep the trigger secure, and boom. Grenade. Well, not boom right then. You only want them to boom afterwards, you know? She said, and then chuckled a bit, making Jackie realize she was telling a joke. He couldn't help but chuckle a bit in return, although it might have been nervous laughter. Homemade grenades, between his legs. Mierda. Motoko finally reached the street as she had taken forever in his eyes to pull out into a gap in traffic, and then to his surprise, she drove. Well, she drives like an old granny. He blinked as she used her turn signal, stopped at the lights instead of blowing through them. He had never seen a teenager actually follow traffic laws. Hell, he still only sometimes followed them himself. What a weird kid. So plan on how we handle this guy? She asked, never taking her eyes off the road. Jackie had to think about it. He wasn't usually the planning sort of guy, but he was with a kid. Couldn't go in guns blazing. Well, Wakako gave us his current location, but that could change. We wait and see. If it's an easy smash and grab, that would be good, if not we follow him home. Pick him up in his sleep. Okay, I'll be able to get some intel, hopefully. Doubt a place like this has a runner watching the system. she mentioned, and he relaxed a little. At least the kid was smart enough not to want to rush in guns blazing. That was Jackie's normal method, and not one he would want a 14-year-old copying. As they pulled into the neighborhood, Jackie got the first look at the place. It was an old garage, now used as a drug lab from Wakako's records. And their target was the owner. A mid-level boss in 6th Street. That's plenty of cars. Jackie muttered and Motoko nodded, frowning as she drove past the place. The parking lot had a good handful of cars all resting in it. I'll park somewhere, close, and sneak up to check their security, Motoko said, and despite Jackie's desire to stop her, he just nodded. Wakako had said she was an infiltrator. She would have to be good. So he watched as she parked down the street, stepped out and meandered her way towards the garage, slipping around the fence that cut off the place's lot from the business next door. And Jackie waited. He did end up pulling out his new. He wanted to be ready in case a gunfight broke out, so he checked his gun, making sure she was loaded, and he had the extra magazines on his hip. Then a call came from the kid, he accepted it. Jackie. I'm in their security. They really need someone who knows what they are doing. I'm gonna bounce the cameras to you so you can see what I'm looking at. And a moment later a video request came through his agent. And then a window popped up in his eyes, and although it was blurry and a bit laggy, he was looking at the interior of the garage. Found our guy, he is hanging out on the ground floor, looking over the drug production, she said, but Jackie had to squint a bit, not that it helped at the picture before he was pretty sure that blur was the guy. I think I see him. Think? Connection is low res and laggy, he muttered as he checked over the video, at least he could make out how many guards there were. What? That doesn't. Your optics, they any good? No, he replied, laughing over the line. His optics were old, Vic kept bugging him about them, but he didn't have the eddies for a good upgrade, besides they looked good, and that was half the reason he kept them. Made his eyes look all soulful. Always got the ladies to cut him some slack. Gonk. Okay. I'll stop sharing then. I'm pretty sure that room upstairs is his office and bedroom. Wakako did say he lived here. So we could kidnap him right out of his room. I've already taken over the security system. The cameras won't send him any alerts. Damn. You can do that? Jackie asked, surprised. He hadn't worked with a netrunner that could do that before. Yeah, it's hard to do most of the time, but the security this guy set up is shit. Old NISA protocols, stuff that would have been solid a decade ago, but it's already been solved. I've already taken their entire system. Well, we are getting somewhere. How many guards do you see, Hermanita? Other than our target, there are 4 on-site guards, and 3 workers. We will still have to treat the workers as threats though. Yeah, people won't want to lose a gig that pays in eddies like gang work. He agreed. He had been attacked by plenty of staff at places to know that. Alright. Hey Jackie. I've got an idea. Under the seat, a few of those grenades are flash grenades. We go in hard, stun everyone, and secure the area. I can reboot the optics of anyone that causes any trouble as well, since I'm already in their system, and then we're gone. Jackie considered it. He wasn't normally a sneaky type, and knowing where everything was made it a lot easier. He took a moment to actually consider it. He didn't want to risk the kid after all. Then he nodded. If they hit them hard it would work. You sure these grenades will work? Oh yeah, they are preem. I'm ready when you are. He nodded quickly, checking the box carefully and pulling 2 of the flashbang grenades out of the box, before realizing he had nodded. Alright. On my way. He said, taking a deep breath and stepping out of the car. New in one hand, and grenades in the other. Time to work, Jackie. He hurried down the street, jogging but moving confidently as he came up on the garage. Window right next to the door leads to them. Break it and toss the stunners, Motoko informed him, and he nodded, quickly holstering his new, and popping the pins on both grenades. Sending them now, and then he slammed them through the window. A moment later, 2 very loud bangs went off. Jackie was already kicking in the door, his new in his hand, as he rushed in. Ready to knock some gonks around. Which he did instantly. A worker was stumbling around and Jackie gave them a quick left to knock them out of the fight. His feet moved as he rushed his target, who was trying to escape as the man stumbled around trying to find the exit. Jackie slammed into him, smashing him against the concrete with his bulk, sending the poor bastard into unconsciousness. "Bastard!" a voice called out, one of the guards. Jackie raised his new, but he hadn't needed to rush. A moment later, the man's eyes crackled with electricity, and he cried out as he suddenly went blind. Kid was fast. Fuck. A scream called out behind him, causing him to look up. Right outside the office, one of the guards stood, weapon in hand, desperately looking around blindly as his eyes had stopped working too. Then a moment later, a loud bark of gunfire and the guy slammed into the stairs, and blood started dripping down the metal. Damn, that was a big boom. "Two more still, Jackie," the voice reminded him, and he rose up, marching across the garage floor to the other two guards that were trying to hide while recovering from the flashbang. Jackie simply slammed into them, punching and slamming them into the ground. They didn't get up after a few moments of his attention. The workers are cowering. "Grab the target." "I'll cover you," Motoko whispered in his ear, and he did just that. The girl was good overwatch, Jackie had to admit. He rushed the unconscious Gonk and grabbed him, throwing him over his shoulder as he ran for the main door. Jackie. "Stop," Motoko's voice in his ear, sounding loudly, sent his feet skidding on the concrete. Another car just pulled up, more 6th Street turnaround. "Out through the back." "I'll keep them distracted," she demanded, and while Jackie wanted to hesitate and argue, he hadn't seen the girl once since the fight started, despite her making her presence known. So he turned and rushed the back door. It gave way to his shoulder as he rushed out into a back lot that was nothing but an overgrown lot. He closed the door behind him just in time to hear the loud yells of someone realizing something was up. "Get over the fence. I'll make it so they won't be able to see you until it's too late. Go." He went rushing across the yard towards the fence that was looming over him. Getting over a fence wasn't hard. Doing it while carrying someone was. But before he even reached the fence, Motoko was running beside him, her eyes glowing gold as she was still on a call with him. "I'll go over first and lift the Gonk," she tells him, and he nods. Watching as she races ahead and scrambles up the fence like it was nothing, then one leg over it she reaches down and he practically throws the Gonk at her. To his surprise, she didn't struggle much with holding him up. He expected her to have a bit more trouble with it, but it let him climb up beside her, and between the two of them, they heaved the guy over. Ignoring the groan he gave off when they dropped him down the other side. He hunkered down, looking through the fence, expecting to see a horde of angry 6th Street, but there was nothing. Did they not see us? Kind of hard to see anything when your whole group's optics turn off one after another. "Come on, let's get out of here, before they can see again," she told him, and Jackie nodded, grabbing the guy and running. In the end, they ran a few blocks down and waited for Wakako's car to pick up the poor bastard, once he was safely in the trunk. Motoko's Quadra came rolling down the street and they both slipped in. That went pretty well, actually. After getting confirmation from Wakako that she had the target, we both got wired the eddies as I was driving back home. "So what did you think?" I asked. Jackie had been quiet for a while, mostly just smiling to himself at the reward for the gig. "You're certainly the best Overwatch I've ever been with. You helped every step of the way." Jackie muttered quietly, obviously the big man was thinking. "Yep, and I couldn't have done it without you. Trying to haul that guy out by myself would have been a disaster. Like I said before, I need someone to work with. I'm best as either outright infiltrator or an Overwatch position. So want to keep working together?" "Heh. Alright, Hermanita. You've proven your point. You know how to handle yourself, even if I still think you are too young. What is that cannon you are packing, by the way? When you fired that thing I thought my head was going to ring." "Ah. My Beria," I mentioned as I pulled her out of the holster and passed her over. "That's a big gun," Jackie said, looking surprised at my girl. "Huh. I don't go anywhere without her. Anymore. Never know when you'll come face to face with a Borg that needs something with oomph. Never needed anything bigger than my new personally," Jackie said, slinging his pistol out and even twirling it on his finger. "Gonk." But I was smiling even so. New are good guns. Honestly, if I came across one while on a gig I would snatch it. But my Lexington is nice, it balances my Beria. I got the big loud hand cannon for big stuff, and the automatic pistol for small fry. Ha, smart. I'm surprised you can even shoot this thing. I mean, I've heard horror stories about gonks trying it without the right chrome. I know you got your arms, but is that enough? Honestly? No. But when I first got it, I nearly broke every bone in my arm firing it. Don't tell my brother I told you that, he still doesn't know. Anyway, I figured out a trick on how to handle the recoil so I can actually use it. I sort of rolled my right wrist showing Jackie. It's all in how you lock your joints and the give in your body. Huh. He mentioned looking at the barrier with a glimmer in his eye that I couldn't help but laugh at. If you want to give it a try, I don't mind, but before you go buying more iron, how about some new chrome? Those optics you got could use an upgrade, what even are they? My scan says Omicron Zeta something or other. I mentioned earning a chuckle from Jackie. Yeah, my OZ Soul 3.0 they aren't the best optics on the market, but they got the best soulful look. You'd be amazed at how many times these eyes got me out of trouble. Just a minute of my soulful stare works wonders, every time. With a bit of old boy politeness of course. He said, chuckling. Gonk. I could help but laugh. I'm pretty sure a pair of karoshi would serve you a lot more. And maybe. I'll ask Vic about it sometime. He said with a shrug and I let it go, we weren't really partners yet. No point in trying to push things. Alright, this is our stop. I mentioned as I pulled into the parking garage of my apartment. Sure you don't want to celebrate our gig with a meal? Next time, Hermanita. Jackie assures me as he reaches over and shakes my shoulder. I've got plans already for tonight. Got a date. He offers laughing and I smile. Oh? Girlfriend? Of course. Camilla has been on my ass all week about going out on a big date, and I finally got the eddies. Have a good night, Motoko. He offered as he stepped out, but I was too shocked. Right. Jackie wasn't dating Misty. They weren't even friends yet. Oh. I really didn't want to get involved in getting a gonk like Jackie dating his true girl. It'll sort itself out. Right? Welcome back. June called out as I entered the apartment. Hey June. You still around? No work until tonight. You good? Your gig go well with that gorilla? Pfft. I burst into laughter. What is it with you and gorillas recently? You called me that too. It just fits as all. He said as I joined him on the couch. He had been watching some TV show, his feet up on the table. Letting me see the way his feet were covered in that grayish plastic that meant it was chrome, but hadn't been covered in real skin. Alright, but out of the two of us only you look like a gorilla. I teased him, grabbing his attention away from the TV to give me a grumpy look. I might look like one, but you have the personality of one. June said bluntly and then turned back to the TV. That absolute asshole. I punched him in the side, which he ignored. Stupid Borg. I punched him again, and again, tenderizing his side until finally he got annoyed and grabbed at me, which led both of us wrestling on the couch. You are proving my point. He growled at me, but I ignored his words. In the end, June won the wrestling match and I retreated to my room to lick my wounds from once again being defeated by my stupid brother. It wasn't fair. Flopping on my bed, I looked around the room, at all the stuff that I had collected. The stuff that sort of sat on top of the old Motoko stuff. Old tiger claw junk hidden under guns or equipment I had nabbed. I even reached under the bed and patted the Urigan case. Just making sure it was still there. What was my next goal? Probably jump back into programming again. I thought. I still wanted to upgrade my reboot optics and weapon glitch hacks. If I could get both working, being able to interfere with multiple people at once, I would go from only being able to disable 8 or 9 gonks back to back before my poor Sicho couldn't handle it, to dozens. Of course my programming laptop was out in the living room, so I got back up off my bed and headed out. As soon as I appeared, June noticed and raised both hands in knife hands as if he expected me to attack him. Gonk. I told him before ignoring his presence and grabbing my laptop. Ah, so you calmed down good. Wild gorilla oof. He grunted as I didn't punch him, just chucked a pillow into his face. Stop instigating. I have work to do. I told him as if I was the adult and he was the child. He huffed and ignored me, though going back to his show. while I dug into the program that I had found incredibly useful. Reboot optics. My previous work on it made me cringe as I looked at it. I could do better, so much better. So just like Ping, I decided to just start from scratch. Reboot optics at its most simple was a virus, infesting optical systems and causing them to reboot, or overload, depending on the Chrome. It worked, but it could be better. There was something I had learned from using computers in the past. Most users had no idea what the tech they were using actually did, or how it worked. They knew enough to use the basic functions they were familiar with, and that is it. Any actual in-depth knowledge was completely beyond them. So rather than attacking the system, causing it to reboot, which was a pretty common method, I wanted to hit them with a double whammy. It wouldn't work on every optical system, but the idea had hit me as soon as I started writing the program. Inspired programmer, coming in clutch. Instead of the virus just causing a reboot, it did one other small change into the system while it was rebooting. It was going to set the visual brightness of the Chrome to 0. I hadn't been surprised that dimming effects on optics were very popular. Being able to dim your eyes when things got bright was a common enough feature in most optics, and those that don't have it still had settings to adjust how the brain processed the image. All I had to do was make it so the system when it rebooted would still show nothing but a black, or incredibly dark picture to the brain. The normal gonk would freak out when their eyes suddenly rebooted, only to then still be blind when their system starts back up. Sure, all they would have to do is go into their settings to adjust the vision. Their HUD system would still work as normal. Unless I adjusted the color of the HUD to match the dimmed visuals. Heh. But I would bet money that most people didn't even know a settings menu existed in their optics. It wouldn't work for long against people who knew what they were doing, but it would still take time to fix their eyes themselves. Time in a gunfight that could prove lethal. Sure, the program was going to need to be completely remodeled to do the double load, but that just required a bit of work. It's what good programming could do. Instead of ballooning the program too much, when I was done, my reboot optics would hopefully be even slimmer than the off-the-shelf shovelware I had been using. And it could affect multiple people at once. Of course, unlike Ping, which had only taken a couple of days to program up. Reboot optics was going to take a while. There were no quick shortcuts here. Each piece of the coding would need a lot of attention to make sure it worked. But thanks to my perks, not only was it doable, not only was it going to be amazing when it was done, but it was actually really fun. Watching my coding turn into a weapon. That image so long ago of me crafting a magical sword was stuck in my head. I guess inspired programmer knew what I needed to stay engaged, because I was going to make the best magical eye-gouging digital sword I could. Hey. June interrupted me, waving his hand in front of my face, making me look away from my line of code with a glare. What? Been calling you for a minute. I'm heading out, got some easy work. Don't stay up all night, and get some food and stuff. I don't want to see you totally spaced out in the same spot again when I get home. He ordered, waving a finger in my face. Like all teenagers everywhere, I rolled my eyes, but did set an alarm in my HUD. Alarm is set, I'll eat and sleep. Be safe. I demanded in return, and Jun smiled confidently before patting me on the head. I'll see you in the morning, Motoko. Jun offered, and I threw up a thumbs up in return, which he chuckled at as he walked out of the apartment. I quickly got up and stretched a bit and headed into the kitchen. A can of something sugary and carbonated was collected and opened. Time to get back to work. I did end up going to sleep when my alarm went off, if for no other reason that Jun would bug me if I didn't. But before I could get back to programming, I got a call from Hiromi. Motoko. You busy? Not overly, I said, looking at the laptop that was just begging me to come and finish more work. Great. Meet me at the Straight Lane Apartments, What? You okay, Course. But I need to talk to Richard, and I would rather have my favorite bodyguard with me, Hiromi teased, but I laughed because honestly it was pretty true. Alright. I'm on my way, Like before, the apartment didn't have close parking, so I ended up parking half a block away and having to walk. When I got there, Hiromi was already waiting outside. She wasn't alone though. The girls that had bothered me the first time I had returned to the apartment were surrounding Hiromi, and I narrowed my eyes. I remember how aggressive they had been to me, but if they were threatening Hiromi, I was gonna have to give a beatdown. I went cold and snuck closer, my boots going utterly silent on the concrete as I approached from the girl's blind spot. Hiromi of course spotted me, and I could spot how her spine straightened a bit. As I stalked closer, I could hear Hiromi speaking in a rush. Not interested. Richard and your gang are a good contact, I'm not interested in putting out orders. Not my style. Yeah? Well, it's not my style to listen to some corpo rat either, and don't think I don't know that, you got the stink of a corp all over you. The smaller of the two girls muttered, her shotgun in her hands, in a way that made me twitchy. Besides, Hiromi actually looked hurt from that. She was still sensitive about it, despite her origin not mattering. Hiromi is Hiromi. So before she had to open her mouth and defend her birth, I was there. Chrome hands gripping harshly on the barrels of shotguns and holding them down firmly. Wha? Hey. I think that's enough. Mary, right? I asked the taller girl, the only one that had given her name last time. Hey. Bitch, let go. The smaller girl was fighting my grip on her shotgun, but she may as well have been a child. She was a lot smaller than me, and I had weight and chrome on my side. And an athleticism that put me far over the average teenage girl. No. You were bothering my chum, so I get to interfere. Hiromi? You cool? Despite the seriousness, Hiromi snorted at me. I'm cool, Motoko. She assures me, purposefully smiling at my words. Cool was still cool. You can let go, we weren't trying to threaten her. The taller girl, Mary, said, despite glaring at me for holding her gun down. All right. I agreed and let go of both barrels, although I kept my hands close to my chest. If I needed to quick draw my barrier, I could fire before they bring the barrels up. I was sure. Fuck. Spooky quiet bitch. The short girl hissed as she backed up, but seemed to look to Mary, who just shook her head, and despite seething, she didn't attack. Why were you messing with my chum? We weren't messing with her. Just making sure she understood we aren't her toys. I never said you were. Hiromi argued, obviously irritated as she growled a bit. I told you, I'm just gonna be helping you guys get gigs, like a fixer. Richard is still your boss, you know, the guy that agreed to work with me, and is expecting me for a conversation, that Richard? Whatever. Just remember what we said. Mary offered and turned to walk into the apartment. I glared at them as they walked to the elevator. Considering I had control of the system, I had to stop myself from stopping the elevator somewhere and just getting them stuck in there for a few hours. Thanks, Motoko. You saved me again. Hiromi offered as she leaned in against my shoulder for a moment, seemingly taking energy from the contact. Yeah. Don't come here alone again. I don't like those two, they tried to threaten me too. I think they are Richard's girls. Or at least the tall one. Hiromi offered and I nodded, taking in the information. They don't like that we are girls? Yep. Hiromi shrugged. They'll get easier to deal with as long as we don't flirt with their guy. She said, and I snorted at the very idea. Richard was way too much of a gonk for me to be interested. And Hiromi was way too good for him. We ended up waiting for the elevator to come back down, as of course, the girls had gone up to the 5th floor where we were going. The 5th floor, the level that the gang had completely commandeered for their own. I hadn't been there yet, only seen it through windows on the outside, or from the cameras that were around, and I hadn't yet found out why they chose that floor. But honestly, it didn't matter. It wasn't any of my business. We rode up mostly in silence. Hiromi was psyching herself up, and so I was just quiet support. There to make sure she was safe. The door opened into a pretty standard apartment hallway. Trash was growing up the walls in places, but that was the norm for most apartments. Waiting for us were the two girls, both looking irritated, and as we stepped off, the shorter one spoke. Follow us, Richard is waiting. She grumbled, obviously annoyed at being the one to guide us. Hiromi and I followed down the hallway. Most of the apartment doors were open, not that it mattered, holes were in the walls, letting anyone see inside. Or out. Kids were all over the place, but so were adults. One of the apartments had an old lady in a chair, watching the TV, ignoring the group of kids in the apartment playing some sort of game. Or the man that was in another hunched over a desk and working on fixing something or other. I guess while Wakako's original brief that the gang had kicked out everyone on the floor wasn't entirely accurate. We were led to a doorway that had been entirely busted down, the stupid bead curtains the only protection for it, and inside was, well, a throne room wasn't quite right, but a gathering place. Richard was seated in what had once been this apartment's circular entertainment bar. But stools and tables surrounded the room, and many of them were filled. As we approached, Richard waved for us to join him in the circular couch, which was empty except for him, and now us. Well, Hiromi, I stood behind her instead, just like the girls we followed had moved to stand behind Richard. You said you wanted to talk. Hiromi offered, instantly leaning back, trying to pull off the badass fixer vibe. Considering these were a bunch of teens, I think it worked. I did. Richard confirmed, and I noticed all of a sudden that the amount of people surrounding him was a lot smaller than it had been that night on the roof. Shit hasn't been great since Morgan and V3L died. I've had a lot of people just delta on me, and some who have stolen from us. That last part is a problem. I want to get back some of the stuff that belongs to us. And that is where we come in? Hiromi asked bluntly, not sounding very interested. Right, yeah. The problem isn't just that they stole from us. We can ignore some weapons going missing, I'll consider that stuff square. But someone stole something a bit bigger. A vehicle. Morgan's old car. I had taken it for myself, but it went missing, and Carter clept it. Had someone get eyes on him driving it around. Richard sounded pretty pissed at this. Wait. Was this entire meeting because of street gang politics? You expect a gig like that to be on our radar? Come on. Hiromi almost mocked as went from relaxing back to glaring and sitting forward. Why would we care? Because. Your chum, Motoko, you wanted protection. Being able to leave your stuff in the basement and trust none of us mess with it? I can't be disrespected like this and still be the leader. He says, just as blunt. Unless I do something, and soon, the gang will splinter even more, and then any deal you have with me won't matter much to whoever takes over the straight lane apartments after. Sounds like blackmail. Hiromi said, not smiling, which was rare for the girl. Call it whatever you want, but I'm being serious. That's what will happen if something doesn't change. Why not go after it yourself? You have weapons, people. Hiromi pointed out, sounding annoyed at the situation, probably more than I was. Carter went and joined another gang. He said with a scowl. I don't exactly want to piss of the claws. Richard said, scowling, and I was surprised to hear that. No way this Carter guy managed to get into the TC in any respects in such a short time. Hiromi argued, being a former TC wannabe, Hiromi understand exactly how difficult it was to actually join the TC. Unless he showed up with high-end weapons, an expensive car, and a group all willing to follow him. Richard said, pointing out that Hiromi was wrong. How many weapons did he steal from you? I asked, interrupting for the first time. A crate. Some of the good stuff. Richard said, scowling and looking away, unable to meet our face. Must be pretty embarrassing to have your gang splinter and get a bunch of stuff stolen. Then what do you think we can do about it? I'm not planning on picking a fight with the TC either. Hiromi offered, and Richard scowled. I don't know. But that's what's going to happen, and since you went to so much effort to protect your stuff in the basement, I figured you should at least be told. Maybe you could do something about it. Hiromi sighed, looking towards me, and her eyes went gold as she called me. What do you think? I think that we either need to find a new place to set up my net running gear, or we need to get this skunk his car back. Asterisk from the TC? They won't like that, asterisk. Asterisk, well, we have a few options, I guess. We could just try talking to this Carter, or the TC he is with, asterisk. No way some street kid gives up a preem ride Motoko. Then we could always just clep it. That could lead to the TC getting pissed with us. If Carter did impress enough to get in, then stealing his ride would be like stealing from the TC. Asterisk sounds like we need info. We should go talk to Carter and his boss. Figure out what the situation is, asterisk, I offered, and Hiromi nodded. Richard, we will look into it, but no promises, but if we do return your car, let's talk about payment. And we don't come cheap. Hiromi said with a sinister smile. Hiromi was going to leave this kid destitute. Hiromi and I left Richard at the apartments, the two of us piled into my car, and I was driving a few blocks over to a Tiger Claw friend operation. From what Richard had said, it was actually a drug distribution center, but it pretended to be a tattoo parlor. considering how big tattoos were with TC members. I was sure it was also a fairly active tattoo parlor. I pulled up into the parking lot and couldn't help but shake my head. There were times I could forget that the world I was in was a cyberpunk world. When the sun was out and shining, and the streets weren't covered in homeless squatters and trash. I could think I was just in a big city from a century ago. But then moments like this hit me. The parking lot was full of bikes. Mostly Kusanagi, but not every TC gonk drove one, they were expensive after all. The neon of the entire strip mall was bright, covering the slightly rain-soaked pavement in a neon array of color. There were people sitting around outside. Some were TC, some were Joy Toys, or just girlfriends of the Claws. A wild array of colors and skin. Cigarette smoke blew around them, creating trails of gray across their bodies. I found a spot and parked, but I had done it all on autopilot, because I was completely distracted at the sight. I actually stopped and took a picture of the scene. That was how picturesque it was. Motoko? I'm okay, Hiromi, just distracted, let's go find Carter. I said, stepping forward and leading the way up to the open door of the tattoo parlor. I could tell that we were getting plenty of attention, eyes from all along the street were on us. Some disinterested, some watchful and guarded. In the end, it wasn't uncommon for teenagers to come to a tattoo parlor, but the fact we weren't wearing TC colors or gear set us apart. I ignored the couple of gangsters that were hanging around on each side of the door as I stepped in and made sure Hiromi was behind me. The insides were covered in smoke and dark lights, the faint noise of the machines that were used to install the neon tattoos the TC loved buzzing in the background. Yo girlies, what can I help you two for? A large man with a smiling face called out. The fact he was covered in glowing tigers made of fire, and dragons swirling around on his skin, the neon tattoos actually moving on his flesh, was a little distracting. Thankfully Hiromi was the one doing the talking. I was just the muscle. I need to find one of the boys that works here. Carter? Should be someone new. Hiromi offered with her best smile. Of course, asking about a single member of a gang? Coming from two girls? Listen, if you need to speak to your boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend, this ain't the place for it. The older man offered, trying to keep a big scene from happening at his shop. I could feel my own nose scrunch up and Hiromi looked about as disgusted. Yeah, not what this is about. Hiromi offered with a look of disgust. He clept something he shouldn't have. I'd been asked to get it back. Considering he went and joined up with the TC, I wanted to keep it above board. So can I speak with Carter, or whoever his boss is? Hiromi asked, trying to sound professional and confident. But I could tell she was nervous, there were plenty of TC guys all surrounding us. Huh. The older man said after a moment. He reached up and rubbed his chin, processing what Hiromi had said. Can't say I've ever seen something like this before. He offered before shrugging. But Carter is one of us now. If he clept something, it's now ours. He said with a shrug, and I could see some of the boys hanging around starting to loom over. Hiromi of course noticed as well, and I could see her wavering a bit. Hiromi still wasn't great with actual violence, even with me at her side. I just want to talk to the gonk, get the car back, and we can get out of here. I'm even willing to throw in some eddies or something else for the time. Not like we care about the weapons he also clept. Hiromi offered, trying to throw out a lifeline. No, the man said bluntly with no wiggle room. Now get lost. This ain't the kind of place you two are welcome in. He said, giving us a chance to leave, and honestly I moved to grab Hiromi to bail, but Hiromi had other ideas. Don't be a gonk ass. Just let us talk to Carter so we can get the car back. Then we can Delta. No need to be such a schizo. She cursed at him, her anger obviously overriding her common sense. Hiromi was quite used to yelling at gangsters after all. I don't much like a couple of kids walking into my shop trying to cause trouble for my boys. The man jerked his head and the door slammed shut behind us. Hiromi went suddenly quiet. I realized what was off. These guys weren't seeing Hiromi as she used to be. Covered in TC gear. They just saw some corpo kid trying to cause trouble. She looked at me, obviously growing concerned. I just frowned, confused as hell. Were these idiots actually going to what? Attack us for coming to have a conversation about a stolen car? Fuck. The temptation to start firing was there. It might even be the right choice, but I had multiple things I needed to consider. Hiromi being right there next to me in the line of fire. Future dealings with the TC going pretty bad if I shoot up one of their drug distribution sites. So I shook my head to her. Just play it cool, Hiromi. I told her, as I closed my suddenly golden eyes, quickly sending a text. Once I was done, the guys were already on us. You're joking, right? What are you trying to do? Kidnap us? You have no idea who we are. We've been perfectly reasonable with you. I interrupted, trying to put the focus from Hiromi onto me. A couple of arrogant kids walks into my shop and starts making demands? I should be asking you this, bitch, who do you think we are? The boss asked, glowering as he stepped up, trying to loom over me, his face bending down close. Some TC mid-level boss. Hey. You're gonna want to be careful here, chum. We came in above board, you won't like what happens if you do something stupid. Make sure wide dash. I was trying to tell the guy not to hurt Hiromi. I mean, Arasaka parents wouldn't be happy to learn Hiromi had been hurt by some TC stooges. But the man stepping forward and punching me in the face shut that up. Don't tell me what to do in my own business. Chum. He said, pausing and enunciating the last word mockingly. That was rude. I told him, wincing as my cheek pulled. He hadn't hit me super hard. I guess being a teenage girl did have some benefits, but he certainly wanted to shut me up. Put them in the back. He ordered, but I cut him off. Just so you know. I have connections with the TC. You don't want to do anything stupid. I called out before he could walk too far away. So he turned and slugged me again. Okay, fine. Play it that way. Hiromi was looking a little panicked after I had been hit, but I turned and gave her a wink. I messaged June. I told her, and she looked a little dazed for a second, trying to process what I meant, before it struck her. She almost was able to smile at my words, although her nervousness won out. Yeah. They searched me, pulling out my weapons, including my barrier. I would be getting that back. Of course, the sight of my hand cannon got some looks as they disarmed me. Upping my threat from teen to what the fuck. Then we were both pushed into a back room, which was basically just a storage room, and thrown into a set of chairs. A couple of thugs hung around the room glaring at us, but we weren't left alone for more than a moment before the leader stepped in with a younger teenager behind him. Ah, there is Carter. I said in greeting. Hiromi and I had been given a picture of the kid from Richard. The fuck are you? He demanded, glaring at the two of us. I don't know these bitches. They said they came for your car. The boss offered, and Carter went from irritable to ballistic in an instant. Bitch. You won't touch my ride. He roared, stomping up to Hiromi and I. Instantly I got his attention to keep him from looking at Hiromi. I really would have to start killing if they touched Hiromi. Technically, it isn't yours. It's Morgan's. I said, and got the kid's eyes to lock onto me. The fact he had them glowing red to look more intimidating, along with a TC-style jacket opened on his back, with a bare chest showing off a pretty complete lack of muscles, made the whole situation more amusing than anything. Bitch. It's mine. Fuck you. How eloquent. I commented, which to my lack of surprise, caused the boy to react. Fist flung back, I breathed out and tensed my stomach as his fist slammed into my stomach. It wasn't too bad. I coughed and overacted, but it had barely done much to me. That's what you get, fucking cunt. Carter. You don't know these two? Nah. I thought they might be that prick Richard's whores, but I don't know these two. Surprising. I mentioned as I stood back up after fake coughing. I guess you weren't there that night I killed Morgan and V3 Locity. I told him. Carter looked confused for a moment before it seemed to hit him. Purple hair. That's right. The bitch that fucked up the shooters. That was you, huh? Yep. Heh. He chuckled before predictably punching me again. Motoko. Hiromi called out in horror as Carter punched me across the face. That hurt a bit. My cheek was already stinging from before. I'm fine, Hiromi. I told her firmly as I rose back up to glare at the kid. That's for fucking up the gang. I was making a ton of eddies there, you know? He said with a glare, but I looked towards the boss. A punk kid that jumps to a new gang the moment the eddies run out. I wonder how reliable he is? I mocked a bit. Enough. I didn't bring you here to fuck up the meet. The boss yelled just as Carter cocked back to punch me again. Well girls, you wanted a chance to talk to my boy, are you satisfied with the conversation? He asked with a laugh, and I just shrugged. My lack of fear thanks to cold blood was probably odd, and fearless chill was in effect. I was kinda of curious what their mind was telling them when they realized how utterly unafraid I was of them. That was when the boss got a call. I could tell as his eyes lit up gold for a second. Then his eyes flicked around as he obviously spoke internally. Then he went pale. Looked to me. I purposefully gathered some spit in my mouth and hawked the bloody spittle onto the ground. Bastard cut the inside of my cheek. The room was quiet for a moment as everyone was waiting for the boss to act, but things stretched on, as he seemed to be in a conversation. Considering everything. If that's Fujimura, tell him hello for me. I called out, interrupting the boss's conversation, and the way the man jumped like I just stabbed him, I was right. I relaxed back, crossing my arms over my chest and throwing Hiromi a big smirk. Although the fact I was probably bruising up a bit from being punched diminished the comfort it brought. So instead I just walked over and put my arm over her shoulder. That seemed to help, a little. Fujimura-sama is sending someone to properly resolve this incident. The boss says, looking a little pale, and I nod. Probably June. My brother. I tell him, and that makes the boss wince even more. I would very much like my gun back. I tell him with a bit of threat in my voice, and he jerks his head, causing his goons that had mostly been watching with sinister smirks to slowly walk over with my equipment, and the stuff Hiromi had on her, of course. Holstering my Beria and Lexington, I felt much better. I did warn you that I have TC connections. I told the man, and he nodded quietly before rising up to this full size and bowing his head. Apologies for this mistake. I just snorted. Let's just wait a bit. I'm sure June is going to be so happy seeing me all bruised up. You're all just lucky I don't go out of my way to murder TC gonks myself. I grumbled, although only Hiromi understood just how much danger my words actually represented. In the end, Hiromi and I were seated back in the shop in comfortable chairs, and the boss had even had some men go out and get drinks for us. The whole atmosphere was tense, and I was just willing to wait for June to show up. Seeing June tear these gonks a new one would be pretty entertaining. Hiromi was regaining her spark, and I made sure to keep an eye on Carter, who was looking pretty nervous now that the situation had so completely altered itself on him. Finally a vehicle roared into the parking lot, and it was moving fast enough I bet it was June looking towards the door along with most of the people inside. I felt my smile slowly disappear into an irritated frown. Hey Akari. I grumbled out as the kamikaze Borg woman sauntered into the tattoo parlor. Hey Motoko. She called out with a big grin. Damn it. I had wanted June. And you? Kato-san. Yes. The boss of the place greeted the Borg woman as he rose up and bowed to her. You fucked up. She said happily and then slammed a fist into his cheek. Ah, that was Akari all right. Boss. The men around us called out, shocked at the sudden violence happening to them. You touched something that doesn't belong to you. Motoko Kusanagi works for Kamikaze. She has Boss Okina-sama's favor as well. For saving his life during an assassination attempt. Akari walked over and to my surprise kicked the man as he was trying to get up. The hell? You bitch, the food dash. Shut up. The boss roared at one of his boys that was moving forward to try and defend him. Don't interfere. Moron. Ah, see, you do have a brain in there after all. Akari said, smiling with her plastic face. Motoko? You alright, kid? I'll live. They got a few licks in, but I'm mostly irritated that they tried to kidnap us or something. Plus they did this to Hiromi. Can't just let that one go. I said, and Akari just nodded happily. As usual, the woman did things in her own way. You should all be really happy. The Oni was so angry when he got a text from his sweet little killer Minamoto that he almost raced right over. I got sent instead, saving all of you from having your heads ripped off. Akari called out, laughing a bit like it was a joke. It was not a joke. June had ripped that Borg's head off after all. I had even been there. Of course the room was chilled at Akari's words, but the boss was still coughing as he slowly rose back up. Kotoniki apologizes to In-san. He offers going back into a bow. It took me a moment to remember that Yakuza used sister and brother to talk about each other sometimes. Pfft. It's not me you have to apologize to. Motoko here is kamikaze, you caused some serious trouble. Last I heard, Katsuragi-sama is getting a call from Fujimura-sama about this. Fujimura-sama doesn't like people touching things that belong to him after all. Akari said, and while I scowled at being called kamikaze, I would let it go this time. Katsuragi-sama? What do you think touching a kamikaze wouldn't get your boss involved? Akari asked, sounding amused. But that's not important to me. Motoko, you ready to go? Not quite. I said, standing up and tugging Hiromi up too. Walking her over to Akari. Hiromi, Akari. She's a bit crazy but cool. Akari, Hiromi. She is my best chum, and her parents are Arasaka. If anyone so much as scratches her, I kill everyone in this room. I say rather bluntly, pointedly looking at Akari and her tendency to poke people. Keep an eye on her for a second. Then I turned and since things were cooled off slammed a fist with all my might right into Kotaniki's face. The boss hadn't expected my own retaliation. Nor had he expected a 5'5" girl to hit like a truck. Thank you Body 7, Street Brawling 6, and Chrome Knuckles. He went down in a heap, and unlike when Akari hit him he didn't get back up. Then I took another 3 steps before anyone could react and slammed a fist into Carter's stomach. The kid had been standing nearby, obviously too nervous to do anything until now. I wasn't feeling very gentle at the moment. I grabbed Carter by his ears and slammed his face into my knee. A crunch echoing out as that dropped the kid to the floor. I wasn't breathing heavy. I wasn't gritting my teeth. As far as anyone could tell looking at me, I was completely calm. And in a way I was. That didn't mean I didn't bend down and punch Carter in the face again. That's for calling me a cunt. I grabbed his stupid jacket and wiped my knuckles free of his blood and stood back up. One more thing. I called out to the room. Where's the car this fucking gonk stole? It's mine now. I demanded, and the room went quiet as everyone sort of wondered what to do, most of them looking to Akari. I don't know why you gonks are looking at me. Motoko asked you a question. Akari said with a deadly smile on her plastic face. Out back. I can show you? Good. Come on Hiromi. Let's Delta. I grumbled, following the man out behind the shop where there was a back alley that had a line of cars lined up. I recognized the car that Richard wanted and nodded. The Thornton Colby Butte wasn't exactly what I would consider an expensive vehicle. But I guess it made sense. The back end of the normal Colby was removed and turned into a truck bed. Probably how the SLS had originally stolen all the shipments that they were so proud of. I popped the door, not surprised the alarm was broken, and after a few seconds found that Carter or the other kids had already hotwired the damn thing. With a roll of my eyes, I got it running. I didn't even need to actually rely on my limited tech knowledge. The hotwiring job was obvious and shit. But not my problem. Hiromi slipped into the passenger seat quietly, but before I could take off, Akari was leaning down into the window. Lot of trouble for a piece of shit. Tell me about it. Thanks. I didn't really want to murder a bunch of gonks. Yes you did. Akari said with a knowing smile. Jun-kun will fuss over you, and Fujimura-sama will want a meeting. Great. I grumbled and Akari chuckled. Go on kid, I'll deal with the nonsense here. We'll meet up again soon. Probably sooner than you'd like. She said stepping back, and I frowned but nodded as I drove back to the apartments. Sending a message for my quadra to head there as well. Hiromi took care of giving Richard the car back. I hadn't wanted to talk to the gonk after everything, and in the end I drove her home. Both of us were pretty quiet on the way, but to my surprise Hiromi didn't just get out when I reached her home. Come up with me. There's something I still need to do. She demanded, and I looked surprised at her sudden aggressiveness. Hiromi, I'm Dash. I know. You have to go talk to June and deal with Fujimura whatever. But come up first. She demanded, and I sighed and ended up following her up to her high-end apartment. To my surprise, unlike before, it seemed empty now. I guess her parents would be back at work with the gang war over. But she dragged me into her room and pushed me into a chair before heading into the bathroom. Coming out with a medkit. I almost snorted, but Hiromi was looking so serious, I kept my amusement hidden as she sat beside me and started fussing over me. You don't have to do that. I told her, but she just shook her head, her hair flying around at the harshness of the motion. I do. So just sit there and let me make up for my screw-up. She ordered, and who was I to argue with Hiromi being this serious? I didn't need much really, I was mostly bruised on my cheek, and probably on my stomach, but Hiromi sprayed some sort of gunk on my cheek anyways. It did numb my skin, so that was nice, but not really needed. I didn't even notice the pain. I messed up, got hot-headed, thought it was like it always had been, that I could just mouth off to the stupid claw gunks and get on with it. I didn't even think that you wouldn't want to start killing them. So I mouthed off. They were being idiots. Trying to intimidate two girls that were there for business. It was dumb. I added my own frustration with the whole scenario coming out. They were just acting like people act. I wouldn't be happy if someone came up to me and started demanding you give back the net running gear or something. She said, playing devil's advocate. Hey. I looted that clear. I know you, gonk. Hiromi said, shaking her head as she worked on putting a bandage on my cheek. Silly Hiromi, I didn't need a bandage for a bruise, but she was fussing, so I allowed it. But I mean, I walked in not thinking, and then got frustrated. I guess I expected them to treat me like they always did. Just another TC hanger-on, but I'm not dressed like that anymore. I came in looking like an enemy. They shouldn't have done that anyways. You don't conduct business by messing with people like that. I argued, shaking my head. We'll just make sure we have more muscle or something next time. Yeah. Hiromi offered, nodding, and then she reached out and double-checked my bruise. Sorry. It doesn't even hurt. Besides, it gave me a good excuse to punch them back. Very satisfying. My joke managed to earn a giggle from Hiromi, and it seemed to help her finally calm down. Want to come over? We could do a sleepover. I offered, considering her parents weren't around, Hiromi might not want to be alone at the moment. She hesitated before nodding. I have some school stuff I have to do first, so give me a few hours and I'll come over. Sounds preem. Of course, hanging out with Hiromi had to end eventually. I headed home, expecting to see Jun already there. I had texted him that Akari took care of everything and we were good during the earlier drive, but when I got home it was empty. So I shrugged, sent Jun a text telling him I was home, grabbed something to eat and decided to do some programming while I waited. Reboot optics was definitely more complicated than ping, and the time it was taking for me to fix it was definitely proving that. The lines of code were filling in pretty quickly in the grand scheme of things. I mean, most modern hacks are probably designed by committee in some corp rather than being free-range like what I was doing, but while they could get things done faster, I could do it better. Maybe. Probably. I was still only at level 10, and I was still going under the assumption that level 20 was the max. So I was only halfway there. But I was still an amazing programmer. Level 10. The human peak. My fingers blazed across the keyboard. The lines I wrote were clean, and the few errors I made were easily caught and fixed with debug. I was never stumped. I never hit a point where I had to wonder what the next line of code should look like. It all came to me before I was even ready. And so spent a few hours creeping closer to a finished program. The door opening made me glance up, my voice already about to greet Jun, but it wasn't Jun. Hey Hiromi. I called out instead, realizing that it was getting late, and Jun hadn't come by. Weird. Motoko. Hiromi greeted with a smile, seemingly much recovered from the scare. Whatcha doin'? Programming. I'm working on streamlining a quick hack. I explained, showing her the laptop screen, which was just displaying line after line of code. That's preem. I have no idea what I'm looking at though. It's fine, I should take a break anyways. I've been pretty good about hyper-focusing on my coding. Want to put on some terrible TV? Yep. I brought snacks. She chirped, showing a bag full of all sorts of random stuff. And so thanks to horrible TV and snack food, everything was good. Hiromi was passed out snoring on my shoulder on the couch. I had muted the TV but left it running for the extra light. The ability to skip sleeping was still one of those super useful side features of the gamer system. I had pulled up my programming laptop to work with after Hiromi fell asleep. I hadn't been in the mood to sleep myself, so I worked instead. It was to this scene that June suddenly walked into. I blinked. It was nearly 3 in the morning. I expected June to have slept wherever he was, like he tended to do when he didn't come home. We both looked at each other. June looked like he wanted to say something, but after noticing Hiromi he just nodded and didn't speak. Instead, he walked over quiet as a mouse, thanks to his lynx paws, and knelt down gently patting my head as he looked me over. I could see the anxiety on his face, that look of anger and frustration. But I wasn't going to let June just walk away. So I called him. Literally. My eyes went gold as I could hear the ringing in my head. I'm okay, June. So is Hiromi. Thanks for helping us out. I didn't really want to murder a bunch of TC guys. It would have caused trouble. You should have killed them. All of them. They shouldn't have touched you. He responded back without hesitation, his face angry. I shook my head, reaching out and patting him on the head in return, just like he had just done for me. There were better reasons not to jump to murder. What's his face? Was a jerk, but it's fine. I hope Fujimura didn't cause you too many problems. I was sent to Sensei to cool off. Fujimura wasn't happy that I wanted to go and rescue you. He said, and I snorted quietly. What Fujimura wasn't happy with was June definitely planning to murder all the TC guys that ran that base. I punched him pretty hard after. So we're square. I informed him with a quiet thumbs up. And June finally rolled his eyes, a bit of amusement shining through his expression. Good. Next time someone threatens you, just flatline them. If they are TC, I'll take care of smoothing everything out. He tells me, and I smirk a bit. I'll be careful. Next time I have to speak to a gang, I'll either go in better armed so I'm more of a threat, or I'll bring more muscle for the same reason. June just shakes his head. I'd prefer if you didn't go into a gang base at all. But Motoko will Motoko. You always do. You love me, I told him, smirking as he scoffed and ruffled my hair, but stood up, heading to his room. But I love you more. It wasn't until he was fully in his room that the call finally ended, but of course he still sent it. Love you too. Hiromi was kind of clingy in her sleep. At some point she had grabbed onto me instead of just drooling on my shoulder, and I had to fight off the grasping hands of my best chum. Thankfully programming was quiet, and I didn't wake her while I worked slowly adding more and more to my reboot optics hack. Oh man. If Yoko thought my ping was cool, this was going to blow her processor. Hacker humor. Since I was a hacker, I needed to practice it. But eventually the sun rose up and it started getting bright enough that Hiromi was grumbling and shifting in her sleep. Slowly she started waking up, lazily shifting and contorting as her body tried to wake up, but she fought it. Until eventually, I felt her hand squeeze my stomach twice as if her brain realized she was wrapped around something, and she glanced up, eyes blearily open to see my own eyes looking down at her. Then she let out a squeak and leapt away. Which of course sent her over the end of the couch and onto the floor. I had tried to grab her, but she flailed quite hilariously, as she went right over the edge of the couch, disappearing from sight. Hiromi? You alright? Never better. She called out after a few moments as I peeked over the edge of the couch. She was looking up at me from the floor, one foot still up on the couch cushion she had just tripped over and the rest of her in a mess on the floor, seemingly desperate for no one to notice her current state. Okay, I said, drawing it out, but instead of helping I just edged back over the couch and took my spot. It took a few moments for her foot to disappear over the edge of the couch completely, and a few moments after that for her to rise up and brush herself off. Morning. She greeted casually as if everything that had just happened never did. Good morning. Hungry? Still full of snacks, I think. She said, casually retaking her seat and slowly running her fingers through her hair, trying to reorganize the mess of bed head. She was failing, so I reached over and helped untangle a bit of her hair, letting it go flat. She was so embarrassed about her messy hair, she went red. How cute. In the end, Hiromi had cleaned up and gotten dressed not long after, and as much as she wanted to stay she had to head home. So I went back to programming until June woke up. My brother was just as bleary as Hiromi had been, and while his hair wasn't as long as Hiromi's mohawk style, it was still standing up in the back. Sleep well, Juni? Where's Hiromi? He asked in turn, looking around. Went home already. I told him and he nodded, rubbing the back of his head as he yawned. Slept okay. You? Eh. Hiromi's a bit of a grabby sleeper. I told him instead of telling the truth that I hadn't slept at all. Heh. He chuckled as if that was a joke and not just the damn truth. Pretty sure I still had a red handprint on my thigh from where Hiromi had wrapped herself around my leg. It's a good thing she didn't have chrome hands, that could have hurt. Fujimura-sama wants to see you today. To talk about what happened. June offered and I scowled as I pretended to ignore him focusing on the laptop. I'm not a damn dog. That jerk can't just summon me when he wanted. I think you should see him, Motoko. He wants to apologize. What? I asked, jerking up at that. Why would he want to apologize? Motoko. You've helped out the TC a bunch, saved one of our bosses. Remember? If one of our members assaults you? That's a big deal. A huge black mark. Fucks up our Giri bad. I frowned. I guess that made sense. I mean, I hadn't expected the sudden sort of kidnapping from them either. Fine, I guess. Great. Why don't you get ready? I'll need a shower first. He grumbled, heading into the bathroom. All right. Code more later. Deal with pseudo Yakuza boss first. Jun refused to let me drive, so I was stuck on the back of his bike as he drove us to our destination. Where? No idea. In fact, I suppose this would be the first time I'd been to Jun's work since the whole casino thing. And I knew he didn't work there anymore. I doubted he would ever want to return to that place. So we drove across the bridge into Watson, but unlike how I would usually turn down into Kabuki, we kept going to head into Little China. We got off the freeway, and were basically instantly turning into a small strip mall-type place. It honestly reminded me of the tattoo parlor. Similar setup. Take over a business, surround it with TC members, and the place gets locked down and income comes streaming in. This time it was more like an alleyway marketplace. Stalls set up along the walls of the very slim walking path, hawking everything from food to weapons if what I saw was right. June parked in the parking lot outside it and waved me to follow, which I did. It was pretty easy to follow along through the crowd. June's bulk easily made a path. Well, that and the respect people had for him. I saw plenty of TC gangers nodding their head to June, or calling out greetings, usually calling him Oni. I guess Jun-ni was pretty popular. We walked through nearly the entire alley before June walked up to a door that looked the same as any other and opened it, revealing a set of stairs downwards. Come on, Motoko. Yeah. I confirmed, following along. It wasn't like a little darkness was going to worry me. The stairs curved at the bottom, opening up to a bar of all place. It reminded me of all those little dark Japanese bars you would see in anime. A man behind the counter, bottles of alcohol behind him. All wood and dark leather. I crinkled my nose at the smoke. Apparently there wasn't a non-smoker section. Hell, this place was so old-fashioned, there was even a little piano in the corner. Of course, I also noticed everyone inside was TC. Tattoos, weapons, attitudes, all screamed Tiger Claw. Men and women. Sitting around the bar, the tables, a few in booths set along the darkened corners. It was surprisingly full, but then again, I doubted this was actually a bar at all. If Fujimura worked out of here, then this wasn't a bar, but probably the nerve center of the TC in the area. I followed June down into the carpeted floors. I was getting plenty of looks, but none were hostile. To my surprise, though, I didn't recognize anyone. I thought I would, but I guess most of the kamikaze hadn't continued working solely with Fujimura after the war. Junikura. Howard. June was greeted by the barkeep, who was doing the most stereotypical bartender things and rubbing a glass with a rag. Fujimura-sama will be back soon, take the private booth. Howard the bartender offered as he settled a glass down onto the drying rack and walked over to seemingly prepare some drinks. Come on, Motoko. June called as he led me past the bar towards a back area. It was gloomy at first, but more of those bead curtains just blocked the light from a set of private booths that, as June waved me into one, was well lit by a few ornate faux candles around the booth. This doesn't strike me as very TC. No neon? I'm almost disappointed. It was originally a bar owned by a smaller gang that controlled this area. When it was taken over, the decor ended up being something a few of the guys liked, and so it stayed the same. June offered as he settled into his booth seating. You want anything? Not really. I shook my head and it was true. The stink of cigar and cigarette smoke filled the air, killing my thirst and hunger. Sorry. June grumbled, noticing the way my nose was crinkled. It is what it is, so Fujimura? Should be here soon. June offered just as the beads were parted and the bartender dropped off a tray of drinks. More drinks than just for June and I. June nodded and even took a tumbler of something amber himself. You aren't going to drive home if you drink. I inform him and June actually hesitates before scowling at me and taking a drink. You can call your car then. I'm not riding bitch on my own bike. Heh. I chuckled, giving him a lopsided smile as I imagined June, the big tough guy that he is forced to ride behind his little sister, cause he was too drunk to drive. I'll drive you home in my quadra. You can call for your bike. No way. He grumbled and I just rolled my eyes at June. I would force him to drive home with me if he drank too much. Even if his chrome probably would protect him from most driving accidents. In the end we both were just sort of waiting. I'm bored. I told June after about 20 minutes of sitting around. Just be patient. Fujimura-sama is a busy man. I rolled my eyes, not because I didn't believe him. I am sure a TC boss like Fujimura probably was busy. But what did that have to do with me being bored? You got about a minute before I start doing something to relieve my boredom. I informed June and then started mentally counting down to June's concerned face. Minutes up. I said as I stood up, avoiding June's grasping hand as he tried to keep me in the booth as I stepped out back onto the bar floor. Mentally I went through my options. The street market upstairs could have something interesting, but I pretty much already had everything I wanted. I stopped. Piano. I've never played a piano before.